Former General is an Undead Knight. Volume 1. Ebook by Taco. Chapter 1. For over 400 years, the western part of Waremia continent had been at war, a war that later came to be known as the Eight Countries Unification War. During that war, the Kingdom of Regos turned the tide of war around after annexing 2 other countries, and in fact it had pressured the other surviving kingdoms more severely than it had managed before, and thus, it pushed the war toward its conclusion even faster than it was projected. Before long, right before the war ended, out of the 8 small countries that originally existed in the western part of Waremia continent, only 2 remained, the Kingdom of Regos being one of those 2. During that time, Lambert, the general of Regos' kingdom at that time, left the campsite by himself, looking at the night sky wistfully. "Yo Lambert, what are you doing here, strolling by yourself in the middle of the night?" Lambert turned around and saw Glyph, another general of the Kingdom of Regos. He was also his dear friend. From the very beginning, when he was being ostracized by the nobles due to his origin, he had always been the one who protected Lambert. After all, despite being a great brave man who was loved by the citizens of Regos' kingdom, Lambert originally was a peasant. Glyph raised his hand lightly in exchange for a greeting. 8 of his subordinates were following him. "I was just recounting the time when I was but a rowdy kid, before His Majesty Orlia took me in. It was the wish of the former king, the very one who failed to defeat the neighboring countries, to unite the western part of Waremia continent. Now, this wish was passed down to his son, Orlia. To his credit, Orlia did manage to bring the Kingdom of Regos all the way to the point where uniting the 8 countries was but a step away. However, the fact that Orlia was the former ruler's daughter and not son was a secret only her close aides were privy to. Although Glyph and Lambert were one of those in the know-how, they made sure to never breathe a word about this particular secret. The secret that started after the death of the previous king, the Archduke. The little brother of the deceased king attempted to usurp the king. The young king, Orlia's older brother, was assassinated by his own uncle. Thus, in order to thwart the ambitious Archduke, a just-born Orlia had to live under the guise of a man. Even after the Archduke was executed, Orlia continued with the pretense. "By the way, what are you doing here, Glyph? Your post should be a little away from here." "I just wanted to reaffirm the changes in topography with my own eyes." Having said so, Glyph went to the edge of the cliff. "Lambert. What do you think about the flow of this war?" "While I would say we should not let our guard down. Honestly speaking, we have leeway in this war. Really, I have to say that the end of this war felt a little anticlimactic after the hardship that we have suffered until now, especially considering we can win this war even when we send just half our forces. As long as we overcome this war and invade with our full might, that idiotic king will, without a doubt, surrender." "I see now. To be honest, I have the same opinion as you. That's why now I feel relieved hearing your confirmation." Glyph suddenly slashed his sword towards Lambert despite the fact that his gaze was firmly fixed on the cliff. Startled, Lambert hurriedly defended himself with his own sword. Their clash resulted in a high-pitched sound of colliding metals. "Oi, what do you do?" Lambert started to question Glyph. However, his 8th subordinate that was following along had already lunged toward Lambert from behind him. "You bastard!" Lambert cursed as he quickly rolled his body to the side to dodge their attacks. Then, before they could react, he rose up and raised a bestial roar as he swung his sword upward. With a shove from the hilt, one of the attackers was flung before smashing onto the ground. Another was hit by Lambert's sword and was sent flying backwards. Even then, Lambert didn't stop. He continued his sword's momentum as it bisected through the torso of another 3 people which were protected by armor, and crushed their upper body as he sent it flying away. He only needed to do a little jump and he managed to kill 3 people who wore thick armor with just 1 slash. However, Glyph, using the time Lambert was dealing with his subordinates, entered Lambert's blind spot. And, from the very beginning, it was a fight of 1 against 9. Thus, Lambert didn't really have any leeway in fighting while keeping track of all of his enemies. If one were to be even more precise about the situation, it was the fact that his visor was restricting his peripheral vision. Bang! With such a loud sound coming from the joint that had connected the metal armor, Lambert finally understood Glyph's intention. "Don't think too badly of me, Lambert." As he spoke, Glyph emerged from Lambert's blind spot. Despite the heavy organ armor he was wearing, he leapt high, as if gravity had no hold on him, and swung his sword. Note: organ equals mystic metal. It was Glyph's signature move, lunar wings. Although he was familiar with this particular skill, Lambert had never thought that such skills would be aimed at him by his own dear friend to take his life. The pressure he felt coming from the move was worlds apart compared to when he saw Glyph use it from the sideline, or when used in training. This move Glyph made was filled with killing intent directed at him. Despite the fact that Lambert had immediately bent over toward the ground to parry the move, the sheer force of the skill still managed to penetrate his armor, attacking his shoulder bone. And, while the upper part of the armor was often in full plate form, heavy and blunt swords, which specialized in sending shock through armor, countered that protection. And, to make matters worse, the sword that was swung down was helped along by gravity combined with the weight of the organ armor itself. While Lambert managed to parry the blow, it still managed to land a glancing blow at his shoulder. Then, the blade of Glyph's sword slammed to the ground, creating a huge fissure along with raising a cloud of dust that was accompanied with a loud resounding sound. "Nice job in parrying it. But, now you can't use your dominant arm anymore." Glyph leapt up again as he prepared for the second strike. "The second lunar wings." "Don't you dare look down on me." Lambert forcefully raised his injured arm, swinging down his sword using all of his power with both hands. Glyph managed to parry that attack. However, it was done through fixing his stance in a hurry. Thus, he ended up losing in a contest of power between them. As a result, he bounced on the ground. And, though he managed to land safely on the ground, parrying Lambert's full-powered blow was no joke. Even Glyph, the brave who had experienced many battlefields, couldn't block the shock that was transmitted through his sword, causing his limbs to be numbed. And, it wasn't merely numbed limbs. It came along with a searing pain that attacked the joints of Glyph's entire body. In the end, Glyph slumped over in an unsightly manner in front of Lambert, who was prepared to take his life. "This is impossible." Glyph's face finally changed from impatient to disbelief. Fortunately for him, two of his subordinates came to assist him from the side. General Glyph. However, Lambert didn't give them any chance whatsoever. He swung his sword like a club, then pulverized the helmet that Glyph's two subordinates were wearing along with their head. And, while there were three other subordinates left, they had dropped their sword to the ground as they trembled in fear. To think that, General Lambert, is this strong? Glyph's surviving subordinates had already lost their fighting spirit, even the one who was supposed to distract Lambert. The one who was supposed to be Glyph's support said the same thing. So, even though they were supposed to distract Lambert, even though they were supposed to be prepared to lose their life in the process of doing that, in the end they didn't have that kind of resolution. They were not prepared to die with mangled corpses. Naturally, that didn't mean that Glyph's subordinates were frail-hearted people. However, at the very least, they wanted to put their life on the line for an appropriate cause and meaning, and fighting Lambert, who was an opponent that was world apart from one they could handle, was not meaningful at all. Lambert. At that moment, Glyph was glowering at Lambert with pale face. Yet, faster than Glyph could fathom, Lambert's sword was already right beside Glyph's neck. "I won't die till Our Majesty Aurelia united the western part of Warimea continent, foo-foo-fa-foo." "And yet, the order to execute you came from His Majesty Aurelia." What? Lambert, who was usually dauntless, was shaken to the core by that revelation. When Glyph saw his appearance, a twisted smile formed on Glyph's cramped face. "Your power and charisma were simply too overwhelming. Without you, this war might continue until our grandkids' age. You know, you're just a mere peasant, and yet not even the noble can ignore your current self. You're the best brave of Regio's kingdom, one that originate from peasants yourself. Naturally, you're widely popular amongst the peasants." What in the hell are you talking about? As long as the possibility that you'll leak out His Majesty Aurelia's secret right after the end of the war exists. His Majesty Aurelia will not be at ease with your presence. The throne will definitely fall to your hand if that happened. After all, There are many stubborn geezers inside the castle, and thanks to that idiotic Archduke's action and subsequent execution, His Majesty has no close relatives left. That's why we have no choice but to do this to prevent any undesirable future." At that moment, Lambert couldn't hear anything anymore over the roar of his thoughts. He couldn't understand what Glyph was talking about. However, that didn't last for long because he soon understood. In short, Aurelia saw Lambert's popularity as a threat to her position after the conclusion of the War of Unification. But, even then, he still couldn't accept such fact despite understanding its meaning. That's impossible. Does His Majesty Aurelia really suspect me of planning a rebellion? Yet, even without any words, he knew that such rumors had already been spread around. It was fanned by the nobles who were jealous of Lambert climbing up to his current position. However, before now, Aurelia didn't seem to care about such rumor because Aurelia was Lambert's most important friend. They had encouraged each other. They had told each other their respective dreams, and he had ended up harboring love for Aurelia. But, bearing his own status in mind, he had decided to shove and bury those feelings away to the corner of his memories and heart. For him, Aurelia was his benefactor, his best friend, his lord, and the one he loved. Impossible. That's impossible. But, looking at the current situation, with Glyph who was aiming for his life, it was hard to think of any other explanation. For he doubted that Glyph would move without Aurelia's, his lord, order. And, as part of royalty, it was her duty to pluck out the seed of rebellion at the early stage. And, even though she might feel that it was a blatant lie, she couldn't just ignore the tiny possibility that it wasn't a lie either, because the thing that was at stake was the kingdom's future. Even so, Lambert still couldn't accept that fact. "Your Majesty." "Why? For what reason?" As his heart was hit critically by Glyph's words, Lambert fell on his knees. His grip lost its strength, letting his sword to fall from his hand. The moment the sword made a clunking sound, Glyph stood up at once and stabbed his sword at the torso part of Lambert's armor. Lambert, who was still deeply shocked, didn't even resist the attack as he staggered to his back. However, Glyph's attack had yet to end. He tackled Lambert, from a point-blank range fired a sword skill. The force of his attack propelled Lambert to the edge of the cliff, allowing himself an escape while remaining at sword's length from his friend. For a moment, Lambert's body was floating in the air. Glyph's attack had driven him off from the cliff. In a panic, his hand moved as he tried to grip onto something, which in the end turned out to be Glyph's own sword. "This sword is my gift to you, brave Lambert." Glyph said that, then let go of his sword, watching dispassionately as Lambert's body fell from the high cliff. 2 months later, the Kingdom of Regos finally fulfilled its long-lasting wish. It finally united all countries in the western part of Warrimia continent, putting an end to the long 400 years warring era. The name of the brave Glyph became well known as the loyal retainer of King Aurelia, the king who united the western continent. Chapter 2. Two men were walking in the darkness of the deep valley. The first man wore a deep blue-colored robe which covered his body save for eyes. Despite having a short stature, the crimson glint from his eyes didn't denote him as a child at all. He was straddling a coffin that was almost as tall as him on his back. The other one was a bald old man with a grim look on his face. They were both members of Devil's Piper, an organization that focused on researching the forbidden sorcery, something that was forbidden or restricted by the country. The members of Devil's Piper were composed of excellent sorcerers whose curiosity had led them to step onto the wrong path. They were famous for having no qualm over the method they used for experiments like using humans as their lab rats, or even murder. However, while they were regarded as an extremely dangerous existence, the country didn't really know what to do about them. Their movements were too unpredictable. Thus they were basically left alone to their own devices. The name of the child-wearing robe was Maniga. Despite him being born from a family who was famous for their white magic, a magic that specializes in curing people, he decided to go against the family teaching and entered the Devil's Piper. In short, he chose to betray all that his family stood for. Currently, he was researching the arts of necromancy, the magic that would control corpses. The other one, the old man, was Bluig. He was also a member of Devil's Piper. This time, He came down to the bottom of this valley acting as Maniga's escort. In his youth, he was known as an excellent magician who wandered around subjugating the demon that was spanned from the well of mana. However, the current him was nothing more than a husk of his former self. When he grew old, he had succumbed to his desire to pursue the route of magic before his death, thus why he entered Devil's Piper. Yes, I can feel mana flowing in this place. No one would have any doubt even if someone was lost in this kind of place. We just need to kidnap the person who happened to pass by this place, and we will get all of the ingredients we needed. No one will suspect us. Hearing that, Blueig licked his lips with a smile as he looked at the tall cliff ahead, impatient. However, Maniga walked ahead, leaving Blueig behind, searching for something. Blueig, noticing his action, chased after him in a hurry. After all, he's supposed to be escorting Maniga. Soon, Maniga stopped in his tracks and then squatted in front of a skeleton. The skeleton was wrapped in full body armor, holding a sword in its hand. There was a helmet beside the skeleton. Why are you in such a hurry, Maniga? This skeleton still has mana flowing in it. What did you say? At once Blueig stood beside the skeleton and looked at it closely to examine it, and from what one could see with the naked eye, there was almost no dirt on the bones, and no sign of deterioration. Most likely, the powerful mana that resided inside those bones prevented it from happening. Mana was something that resided in all living creation. Some even said that it was part of the soul. And normally, when the living died, mana would leave their body and disperse into the atmosphere. However, when there was a strong attachment and lingering feelings, parts of their mana would head back to their deceased body and resided deep in their bones. The only way to disperse those lingering mana was to hold a proper funeral. However, from the feel of the mana residing in these bones, it was obvious that it had been a long time ago since the person was dead. It seemed like no one ever properly gave the person a burial. But I have never seen this armor before. On top of that, this type of armor is the type that was popular a long time ago, a full plate armor. Does this mean that the mana had been residing in this thing for hundreds of years? That's highly possible since this place has been turned into a well of mana, which also prevents the bones from further deterioration. Moreover, from the look of it, the skeleton's lingering affection seems to be quite something else. It definitely will become nice material for Undead. Maniga mused as he lowered the coffin on his back, and opened it to show that it was filled with various ingredients, grimoires, and medium for sorcery. Well, let's try your necromancy here, Maniga. Blueig then placed down the lantern in his hand on the ground as he leaned on the nearby rock, watching as Maniga took out a dark red liquid and metal poles from his coffin, and used it to make a huge circle with the skeleton as the center. Next he took out a bottle before scattering its content, some sort of powder that was made of several broken demons' remain, on the armored skeleton. Finished with all the preparation, Maniga tried to move the armored skeleton to the central position of the circle, and grimaced upon feeling its weight. This armor must be a mystic metal organ. Maniga wasn't strong enough to move that heavy-duty organ. Making an armor with organ? What kind of foolishness is this? As if anyone who wear that kind of armor can move properly. It might have been made by some idiotic upstart noble in the long past era. But there's a record that Rijo's kingdom used to use the full plate armor of organ during the 8 countries unification war. Maybe it is created to be a decoration ritual, as if someone who can wear that kind of armor exist. Those foolish historians sure can think of something that amusing sometimes. I see now. You might be right. Maniga then pointed his cane toward the armored skeleton. He was constructing magic formation in his head and then transcribed in the air by the power of mana. Soon, the magic formation's light was shining on top of the armored skeleton. O dead soul, obey mine command. A pair of crimson lights appeared in the eye sockets of the armored skeleton at the same time as Maniga's voice resounded in the clearing. Then, its entire body trembled, a sign that it was awakening. Now, we got an obedient corpse of a knight. As expected of the descendant of the prestigious white magic user family. For your skill to reach such terrifying degree at that age. Though I don't like to be reminded of that house, I'm still honored to be praised by you. Blueix the armored skeleton rose up slowly. Maniga was shocked in seeing that. Since this undead was made using the mana that resided within the skeleton, its power was supposed to be only as powerful as the skeleton's power when it was still alive. Maniga had never expected that the skeleton, that was only supposed to be as strong as when it was alive, was able to actually stand up while wearing that heavy organ armor. After all, there was no human who was capable of moving while wearing organ armor. At least, none that he knew of. That's why he planned to strip that organ armor off. However, it seemed like that plan was unnecessary. Try to slash the air using that sword, Maniga ordered. The armored skeleton nodded before it swung its sword, and that giant sword tore the air in front of it with an incredible speed. With just a simple swing from the armored skeleton was enough to create a surging gale. Maniga was shocked as he fell on his rear. The wind also caused his hood to fall, exposing a teary-eyed baby face of Maniga, which was completely at odds with his crooked evil nature. Wow, what a power! Oi, Maniga Dono, are you okay? When Blueig called his name, Maniga snapped out of his dumbfounded state and soon his mouth curved up as he laughed delightfully. Nice. This is amazing. This undead isn't your run-of-the-mill undead. There's no need to fear Rijo's kingdom monitoring my activity as long as I have this undead. Maniga was in a completely excited state as he roared loudly, creating a rain of saliva. Ho-oh, I'm looking forward to it. Maybe the mana vein of this land is the reason for the skeleton's power. Search around. There might be other corpses like this one. Oh, and Blueig-san. Let's call the other Devil's Piper in the other area to gather our war potential, and erase the city of Vol from the map. Sure thing. This sort of powerful undead will really make a difference. Let's try to make a proposal to the upper echelon to push forward the research about necromancy. Blueig was grinning ear to ear as he looked at the armored skeleton. Of course. Let's do that, and someday, we're going to turn all of the citizens of this damned kingdom into undead. Let's turn those stupid people of Rijo's kingdom who can't understand the wonder of Devil's Piper into our undead slaves, forever. Foo. Wonderful. When those two were busying themselves while laughing and fantasizing, the body of the armored skeleton trembled. Rijo's kingdom? Blueig stopped laughing as he looked at the armored skeleton. Oi. Could it be that this guy still has its ego, as if it's just mumbling whatever words it picked up, or perhaps it had an extreme case of lingering attachment when it died, and had a reaction to the word. There were plenty of cases where undead still make a simple reaction to a word that triggered its memories. But that's all. Besides, in this case, this skeleton seems to have died a very long time ago. Honestly, it's already a miracle that it still has mana residue in it. So it should have already lost all of its ego. Rijo's kingdom will stop the destruction of Rijo's kingdom. So Rijo's kingdom managed to unite the western continent. The armored skeleton swung its sword to the side. Maniga let out a dumbfounded voice when he heard the skeleton speaking. He then went nearer to the armored skeleton as it looked at Blueig. Meanwhile, the swing that the skeleton had made with his sword just now created a terrifying gale that enveloped the area, and despite being separated by quite a distance with it, Blueig still ended up being blown away by the gale and crashed on the cliff wall behind. But, Blueig knew very well that the swing that had sent him flying just now was not a serious move. In short, it was just a casual light swing, and not full-powered one. Thus, as soon as he could, he immediately stood up as he cleared the dust cloud with his sleeves. No way. So it's not an extremely old corpse. Furthermore, its remaining willpower is strong enough to go against its necromancer. Oi, Maniga Dono. Do something about this guy. Unfortunately, at that moment, Maniga's upper half body fell right beside Blueig, who was still shouting. No matter how one looked at it, it was obvious that he is dead. Why did I? The armored skeleton then turned his attention to Blueig. Earth, be a swamp. Blueig stroked the ground with his cane. As soon as the magic square appeared on the ground, the armored skeleton's legs were sunk into muddy swamp. While it was baffled, its body kept sinking into the swamp. Oh Earth, solidify. Yet Blueig didn't stop at that. He used one magic after another. So when half of the armored skeleton body had sunk into the swamp he made, Blueig immediately solidified it back to earth. O earth, become stone. Then, the earth that gathered and buried the half-sunk armored skeleton was transformed into a lump of rock in a blink of an eye. Heaving a relieved sigh, Blueig's knees fell to the ground. Ha, ha. It seems that it regained its ego and fell into a confused state. Good grief. What a terrifying fella. Say, this is your fault, Manigadono. After that, Blueig cupping his hand against his mouth, as nauseated feeling assaulted him. Maybe I overdid it. The magic that was needed to change the form of materials was not little, and using it in succession within a short period of time was an extremely large burden even for omegas of Blueig's caliber. Usually, there would need to be a stopgap to be able to use these level of magic in succession. That's why Blueig was suffering from the recoil of his decision. Unfortunately for him, the next moment, while he was still feeling the recoil, the lump of rock was smashed apart from within, and one could see the armored skeleton's figure doing it. It forced its way through the rock's restraint and jumped up before it landed on the ground with a loud thud. What? Impossible. Blueig retreated as he shouted, "Oh flame, burn mine enemy." He pointed his cane toward the armored skeleton while his other hand pinned his temple. The blazing flame that appeared on the tip of his cane changed its shape into a sphere before it was fired at the armored skeleton. The armored skeleton easily erased the flame with a swing of his sword. Unable to withstand the gale formed by the swing of the armored skeleton's sword, Blueig frantically braced his legs on the ground as he shut his eyes. What kind of undead is this F-King monster? When he finally managed to open his eyes after the gale subsided, the armored skeleton was already standing in front of Blueig. It stood there with its great sword raised high above. The next moment, the giant sword descended, splitting Blueig's body half, and each half of his body blown into opposite directions due to the sheer wind pressure which came from the sword swing. Chapter 3. The Armored Skeleton, or what used to be known as Lambert, the former general of the Kingdom of Regos, was staring dumbfoundedly at the blade of the sword in his hand, and the reflection of his own appearance in it. The image that was being reflected by his sword was that of skeleton clad in full plate armor. Red flame was set ablaze in his eye sockets, adding to the eeriness of the skeleton's figure. Despite being turned into an undead, Lambert had retained his ego in perfect condition. His willpower and lingering affection far surpassed Maniga's expectations. Maniga had never expected that the armored skeleton he found was the great hero of 8 countries' unification war who died an unnatural death. What is happening here? Lambert was puzzled. He could feel the lump of mana directly from inside his cranium. Rather, I died and Rego's kingdom is. Lambert recalled his battle with Glyph, and following that he recalled the beautiful face of his lord, Aurelia, and the series of betrayals she unleashed upon him. No, I was not betrayed. She did what she had to do as a king. And yet, that revelation wasn't even enough to clear away his resentment towards her. That was just how much trust he had placed on Aurelia, his best friend. He knew it better than anyone else that he swung his sword not for the sake of the Kingdom of Regos, but for Aurelia herself. He didn't regret the fact that he gave his life for her. However, being assassinated just because she deemed him as a thorn for her reign hurt Lambert's feelings more than the fact he's assassinated. So that lingering feeling was what turned me into an undead. Or rather, how am I so effeminate to become one just because of that? Lambert was ashamed of himself, but he instinctively knew that the pool of mana that he felt in his cranium combined with his lingering attachment were his driving force. And while he considered suicide, he immediately stopped that train of thought. I wanted to know what became of Regos' kingdom after the war, he thought, so he picked up the helmet that was rolling around on the ground and wore it. As long as he wore this full-face helmet, no one should be able to guess that Lambert was an undead. After all, despite being betrayed and assassinated, it didn't change his feelings or wishes. He really hoped the best for his motherland and to see his lord unite the Western Waremia continent. Nevertheless, Who are those guys anyway? He suddenly shifted his attention to the corpses that were lying around him. He looked at the lower half of the youth that's lying on its own pool of blood. He was Maniga, the necromancer that Lambert bisected just a while ago. Maniga was born in a house that was famous for its white magic. He had learnt white magic since the tender age of 8 years old, and was widely regarded as a genius magician. Later on he dyed his hand with necromancy, a kind of forbidden magic. And now, despite being only 14 years old, he was well known as one of the Devil's Piper. For him now, smashing half of a village to turn them into undead just for fun or making mountains of undead was an everyday occurrence. As such, he was treated as one of the more dangerous members of Devil's Piper with a bounty on his head. And by the 5 danger levels used on monster subjugation, Maniga was ranked as 4. The same rank that Great Demon had, a rank which needed more than 21st-class warriors to subjugate. Nevertheless, the reason for Maniga's high danger level was mainly because of his necromancy. However, since he was unprepared, he was taken by a surprise attack this time that caused his death. It seems they're talking about destroying Rijo's kingdom. Are they Makira's kingdom's people? Whilst I am asleep, what exactly happened? Listening to what they had said, it didn't look like the war has ended. If I went there to help out now, I wonder what kind of face that bastard Glyph will make when he sees me. Looking at the upper half of Maniga's body that had tumbled far away from his lower half, Lambert heaved a sigh. Nevertheless, those guys from Makira's kingdom were really heartless. Just what in the hell are they thinking in their mind? Sending such an inexperienced kid, who obviously lacked any training, to Ogren Valley right in the middle of war. Seems like they're lacking capable personnel. Honestly, they should have just surrendered, yet they... Lambert recalled the dread that filled Maniga's face right before his body was sliced in two, and thought that the kid was a combat amateur. He was unaware that the kid he was talking about was an infamous necromancer who had destroyed many villages just for fun, and in fact not a warrior at all. In fact, Maniga really didn't have any resolution to fight to the death. Therefore, he had always kept his distance away from his enemies during battle. But Lambert didn't know any of this. Not a thing. And, if one were to compare their magic skill, Bluick has more obvious live combat experience than Maniga. However, his danger rank was the same level as the Great Demon's rank, and higher than Bluick's rank, because, irrespective of his magic combat abilities or physical combat abilities, as a man who could stay close with an immortal demon who fed on humans was quite exceptional in his own ways. And amongst the mid-tier magicians, Bluick's magic skills were frankly unequaled. Rapid-firing original magic to gain some time wasn't something a normal magician could pull off. Furthermore, Bluick's barrage of magic attacks didn't look like it recoiled back into his body, and the intensity of it was enough to keep many people away. Anyone else would die after their movement was sealed away by Bluick's magic manipulation skills. Bluick was undefeated in ground combat. He was feared as Bluick the Earth Spider. He had never expected that he'd die in a one-on-one fight. He never expected that his prided earth magic was shattered through sheer force and he died with his body sliced in half from head to toe. Lambert was also unaware of this fact, thus acted as if this matter was a trivial thing to him. Though his invocation was faster than the average magician, it's too brittle. And despite the fast-paced attack, it isn't that hard to dodge as long as one's mind stayed clear. Perhaps his strength had weakened due to his advanced age. In the warring era when Lambert lived, strength is justice. Everyone desperately studied magic and swordplay. Every day was a fight against their past self from yesterday, and those who couldn't get used to that extreme situation most often was dead. And Lambert was a man who stood on the apex of that time. However, that practice was already slightly outdated. That was why the people from that era and this era were very different. Just like an old man and a kid. Old man and kid, what a joke. I have to end this war immediately. It's not just for the people of our kingdom, but also for the citizens of the other kingdom. And then, Lambert, who held misguided sense of justice, ran toward the cliff. As he did so, He recalled Aurelia's face, a blonde-haired beauty with strong-willed eyes. Her soft and smooth skin along with her stern eyebrows, and her girlish smile that was slightly different from her normal smile that she showed to Lambert from time to time. When he recalled those memories, he held onto his chest, feeling a stabbing-like pain in the area where his heart was supposed to be if he was alive. But what lies behind his metal armor now was nothing but a hollow skeleton. Even if he wanted to cry, no tears could come out. Thus, he could only let out a lonely laugh. Chapter 4. Once he integrated his body and mind, he looked for a secluded place below the cliff, then looked up at it. Only when he had reached a calm state of mind did he raise a loud war cry as he ran up the cliff. As he did so, an extremely loud sound resounded in the vicinity, along with a vertical trail of dust and sand that was slowly falling down the wall of the cliff. However, he swung his sword along with its scabbard to the tip of the cliff. Then, using the recoil, he instantly took a leap. The only one who could pull off such a feat, while clad in organ armor, in the entirety of the continent of Wormia was Lambert alone. In the past era or current one, I can still move like I did when I was alive. Having an undead body is truly a wonder. As if I still have my own weight and flesh. The matter was just as he thought. It was thanks to Maniga's necromancy. Therefore, the current Lambert had something called the pseudo-flesh that was made with a special mana alteration. In short, it's a skill that let an invisible layer of mana cover his bones, and gave him the feeling of weight and power, therefore letting him move just like he did when he was still alive. Pseudo-flesh was in fact mere energy body, the only recourse for the undead to move around. And if Lambert tried to stab his sword into his neck, that sword would pass through his pseudo-flesh, directly severing his bone instead, because the skill didn't protect his bones at all. It differed from common flesh. Despite the shortcomings of the skill, Lambert still had the greatest armor covering his skeleton, the organ armor, or its rather long and tedious official name Regenex Orgazira armor. Aurelia's predecessor, during his reign, gathered and commissioned famous craftsmen to create it, pouring in resources of all kinds. There were only 4 such armors in the world. It was the equipment that could only be worn by the 4 great generals of the kingdom of Regos. Them and only them alone were allowed to don those armors. They were otherwise known as the 4 demon generals. And Lambert was one of the successors of those original 4 demon generals. No methods or attacks could put a scratch on this armor. However, this armor was not the reason why the 4 demon generals were a terror on the battlefield. The reason why they were known thus, was because they could run across the battlefield wearing that heavy armor as if it were light as a feather. That being said, he continued to run after reaching the peak of the cliff. Right now, thanks to his armor, with each step he created a loud sound inside the silent forest. During that time, he sensed a malicious aura. Although it was the first time he sensed this kind of aura, he could guess the identity of the owner. Is this a demon aura? Demon was the kind of beast who was born from a well of mana. An undead who was born by the power of mana was included in its ranks. The current Lambert, whose death was distorted by mana, was also an undead. A demon kind. Normally, it's only after living beings were born that they would have mana within them. And this also included normal animals. To be more specific, God bestowed mana upon living beings as a proof of his blessing. It was different with demons because they were born from a well of mana, the exact opposite of a living being. That was why they were treated as the wicked life whose very existence was a sin. And since demons were born from mana, their mana sensing abilities were beyond comparison, especially for the undead, who by nature envied the living and thus were extremely sensitive to mana and life force. And that's the reason why he had gained the ability to sense and seek mana now, something that was impossible when he was a human. However, since Lambert had only recently become an undead, he didn't have the confidence in his newly acquired abilities. So, he needed to confirm his deductions. That's why he decided to go toward the direction of the malicious aura. He had no idea about where to go anyway, and he had nothing to lose by doing it anyway. Thus, Lambert saw the source of the aura. In front of a big tree, glaring at him and standing upright, was the figure of a big demon. That big demon was a size bigger, and rounder than Lambert with his armor. Its flesh looked like a mass of muscle with bulging blood vessels. Its thick horns that were smeared with blood rendered it an even more menacing appeal. The sharp claws along with the tusks that peeked out from its mouth also added to the menacing intent, since their sole purpose was to kill the prey. It's called an ogre, the standard of a powerful demon, the kind of opponent that humans couldn't win in direct confrontation, especially because, when compared to it, the human race was way too inferior in terms of physical power. Not to mention the long arms that ogres had, allowed them a longer reach. The difference in the physical power and the reach of the long arms, between the two races, wasn't something that could be overturned so easily. And, while a first-rate wizard might be able to defeat an ogre by attacking its Achilles heel, usually wizards were not the ones dispatched to deal with it. Normally, a single ogre was dealt with by 4 first-class warriors. After all, while the ogre had a belligerent nature that made their attack pattern way too predictable, dodging its ramming attacks was a completely different matter. Numerous warriors had died due to these very ramming attacks. The ogre had also sensed Lambert's mana and stood there in silence. It was the king of this forest, and every day, the demons in the forest had always brought a part of their food that they had hunted, as an offering for the ogre. No demon in the forest was ever careless enough to pass before the ogre, even when they came to offer their spoils from hunting. They usually hid themselves silently so as to not rouse the sleeping ogre. It was a kind of law, so as to shield themselves from the violent rage that the demon queen unleashed at times. However, Lambert had only just approached the place with the large mana, completely oblivious to this fact. Seeing Lambert's action, enraged, the ogre leapt at him at once. And, even though it was enraged by the rude intruder in its territory, it was also curious at the same time, or perhaps it might want to verify who was better, itself or the intruder. After all, it could also sense Lambert's mana, and it had never met any creature that had such an intense mana besides itself. As it leapt, the ogre lowered its waist and stretched its arms forward to the ground, taking a stance to ram Lambert. In response, Lambert unsheathed his sword to fight the ogre even as he continued to run forward. "Gua!" the ogre growled in a low voice, baffled at Lambert's action because Lambert was full of openings. At the sight of an exposed Lambert, the ogre thought that irrespective of how it would ram into him, Lambert's defensive and evading tactics wouldn't be able to protect himself, surely making him the next victim of its claws. Ogre was a race gifted with high combat ability right from their birth. They were able to see through the unguarded sides and the moments of lapse in attention of their prey, and go directly for the kill. And, in this ogre's eyes, Lambert was full of openings. Gaga! The ogre then rushed towards Lambert. In the ogre's view, Lambert's reflexes were far too slow. Although at the beginning the ogre felt elated upon sensing a worthy opponent, it eventually felt dejected when it finally saw Lambert's actions and reactions. After all, in the face of an ogre's ramming onslaught, any normal creature would immediately perk up its defenses, eyes wide open, trembling shoulders, even suddenly raising its arms, or, it would simply shudder all over. Basically, a normal creature's body would instinctively react to the ogre like it would to any threat, as its mind would automatically think of how to deal with the ogre. And, as the ogres were gifted with high combat ability, by nature, it could estimate the reflex of any living creature trying to protect itself. As a result of its innate capability, the ogre concluded that Lambert was weaker than itself. The ogre thrust its sharp claws into the gap of Lambert's armor on the neck, or, so it was supposed to be. It was already imagining the scene of Lambert losing his head. But its sharp claws didn't even reach Lambert. Its arm fluttered midair and creating a rain of blood. As soon as it registered, the ogre felt its body fall backward. It didn't know how it happened. It only felt its incoming death, and the last thing its brain, that was enhanced by mana, saw were the scenes of its life being played in slow motion. It was too late. Almost at the same time as its arm was being severed, its body was also split in half by Lambert. Not stopping at just that, Lambert continued with the third death blow, heading straight towards the ogre's head. This series of actions, from slicing the ogre's torso and arms to crushing its head, was carried out in less than a second, and before the ogre fell down. Before its death, the ogre realized that it was just a frog in the bottom of the well, The reason why it couldn't see Lambert's defensive measures was because Lambert was far more used to combat than it was. He simply didn't waste any of his movement. That's all there was to it. Realizing this fact at the final moment, the ogre finally felt ashamed of its own empty pride. It had failed to measure how weak it was compared to Lambert. However, as a demonic race that was well known for its thirst for battle, it was proud to be able to battle against Lambert in its last fight. Lambert calmly stabbed the ogre's face, disregarding the strong pressure he released. The sound of his sword squashing the ogre's head resounded in the forest. Thus, the ogre met its end. Lambert leapt toward the ogre who was about to ram at him, slicing its arms and torso, and then piercing its head. That was what happened within that single moment of their battle. If that was done to any ordinary person, they'd already have turned into lumps of meat without even understanding what had happened to them in that single moment. For the ogre to be able to realize what exactly happened to cause its death, that was really a proof of its fearsome capability. Meanwhile, even after this, Lambert was still running, idly swinging his sword to the side to get rid of the blood on it before sheathing it back to its proper place. That absent-minded action of his gave the feeling that it was something habitual and not worthy of any accolades. I see, so my current body can sense the presence of mana. I might be able to use this ability to find a human settlement. However, without minding anything, his thoughts had already switched from confirming his doubt to using his newly gained ability. Because to someone of Lambert's caliber, subjugating an ogre-class demon was way too easy and not worth another moment's thought. That's strange. The terrain and landscape are slightly different from what I remember. Have I ended up in a completely different place? And at this moment, once again he had mistaken the current situation, because he didn't realize that he was resurrected 200 years after his death. Chapter 5. Accompanied only by the clanging of the full metal armor, Lambert walked into the forest. No need to mention demons. There weren't even any animals or insects near Lambert. And, even if he happened to sense some animal mana close by, they disappeared right away as if they were running away from him. Strange. This area is too quiet. Just what in the hell happened during my death? Lambert thought, anxious as he strengthened his vigilance to his surroundings. As far as he knew, the demons, animals, and insects, all of them fundamentally had sharper instinct than humans had. As such, he expected that they wouldn't approach a dangerous place by their own will. Lambert's theory was half right. He was right about the fact that they wouldn't approach a dangerous place. He just didn't realize that the so-called danger they were avoiding was none other than himself. What he didn't realize was the fact that the demons were hiding themselves as soon as they felt the pressure that came from his mana that leaked out of his body. Of course, the leaked pressure was not only limited to Lambert. Animals also released a tiny amount of mana from their body, but demons, especially the undead race, released far greater amounts of mana from their bodies, which created a large pressure depending on the amount leaked. And, as long as he didn't deliberately conceal his mana, his pressure would always persist. And, in the case of demons, the minuscule amount of mana that was automatically leaked from their bodies was called miasma. It would induce fear and discomfort. Depending on the demon's type, the miasma would even cause a disease. For undead, especially Lambert, who had regained his human ego, whose specs clearly far surpassed his race, whether as a human or as an undead, was unaware of the miasma that was leaking out from his body in spades. Good grief, I didn't sense any humans at all. Instead, since a while ago I only keep finding demon-like presence without meeting one. But they didn't appear when I expected them to. At this point, I'm fine even if it's just meeting another ogre, he thought as he kept running. Soon enough, the night ended, and was replaced with the morning sun. When Lambert looked at the morning sun with a sidelong glance, he realized that he didn't get tired at all despite running for a whole night. Undead never got tired, nor do they need sleep. When Lambert recalled that fact, he felt a slight nostalgia that he could no longer do those activities. He wasn't a living being. He was a distorted life. A dead man walking. He kept reminding himself of that fact. After he sorted out his own feelings, and pondered over his new body and status, he ended up astonished by what he found. This body doesn't need sleep nor does it need to rest. To be in a battlefield with this kind of body is a fortune. I mean, this body will always move at its top gear, so there will be no need to rest. If we're still in the middle of war, we'll be extremely fortunate to have this kind of body, even if we have to discard our physical body. If all of the 4 demon generals of Regio's kingdom turned into undead, we can take down a castle with just the 4 of us. Lambert, who was wholeheartedly devoted to his kingdom, completely discarded his own feelings, which was slightly off from what a normal person would feel. And knowing that he didn't have to worry about his own stamina, he changed his mind and decided to run through the forest at top speed. And yet, I didn't even see a single animal on my way. Don't tell me that I've yet to enter the territory of demon even after running for half a day. The demon boss of this area must be a tough nut. In the end, Lambert still failed to notice that he was simply misunderstanding the situation. After running for a while, Lambert finally sensed an animal's mana. It was different from the animals that he had sensed so far. This source seemed to be fixed at one place. So, Lambert decided to go and meet the owner of that mana for the time being. However, what he found when he got closer to the source of mana was a thin and malnourished girl sitting on a rock, with pale complexion, sunken cheeks, and arms that were as thin as a dry branch. Who knew how many days since she had last ate something? But, the bow and quiver the fallen bird with an arrow lodged into its body by her feet. Judging by the scene, she seemed to be in the middle of hunting. Yet she didn't eat the bird she had hunted, even though she could just do it. She didn't even look like she wanted to dismantle her game. She merely stared at the ground with a sorrowful look on her face. Taking these facts into mind, Lambert went and stood in front of that girl. The girl raised her face and looked up at Lambert from her sitting position. Compared to other animals, humans were lacking in terms of sensing miasma and mana. That's why the girl didn't notice the miasma released by Lambert. Oi, the girl over there. What is the year of Regio's right now? And I want you to tell me what you know about what happened in the war with Makira's kingdom. At that, the girl looked at Lambert, eyes opened wide, slightly fearful due to the little miasma she could faintly sense that leaked from Lambert's body. Also, since she had never seen someone who wore full body armor like him, it increased that fear. But, it also gave a little bit of hope in her heart, making her stand up and walk towards Lambert. You, could it be that you are the army of Erlorbuk? If so, the others are, Orbuk? No, I don't know that name. Moreover, I'm just by myself. The expectation and delight that colored her face slowly vanished. That must be it, right? Please leave this place immediately. What? The truth is, my village was occupied by thieves. They took my sick mother and younger sister as a hostage and forced me to hunt for them every day. Though some adventurers came to our village to check the situation since the contact from our village suddenly got cut off. They were caught immediately. You too, please run before you got caught by them. Hearing that, Lambert finally grasped her situation. He now understood why she didn't touch her game despite clearly starving. And she might have mistaken him as part of the Earl's private army who had come to save her village after he heard their situation. But still, I've never heard about any village in the forest that was so close to the national border. On top of that, your pronunciation is slightly strange. I see now. It seems that I unconsciously ended up running deep into the Makira's kingdom. National border? Makira's kingdom? What are you talking about just now? What? This is Regio's kingdom. Moreover, I think we're on the closer side of the capital. Wow, what did you say? Lambert shouted loudly, shaken to the core of his being. In the time being, the girl was surprised by his sudden loud noise and twitched in shock. This place is around the capital of Regio's kingdom? Then, Her Majesty Aurelia had finally united the entire western continent after the war with Makira's kingdom. Moreover, the fact that there's a village in this place, could it be that more than 20 years had passed since then? Then, that means this is around the age where Her Majesty Aurelia should already have a grandchild. I never expected that 20 years had passed since then. It seems, I have to brace myself. At least, that was what Lambert thought of when he's given that information. What he didn't know was the fact that it had been more than 200 years since Glyph had pushed Lambert to the bottom of the cliff. He didn't know that the story of Makira's kingdom was regarded as an old story, and he didn't know that Aurelia, who had complicated feelings of love and hate for Lambert, had long since passed away from old age. So, even though he didn't know his full situation at the moment, he still regained his composure after he was flustered for a while when the girl called him. Come to think of it, little girl, do you remember seeing this armor before? No, my apologies, I haven't. I see. When he heard her words, he felt that it was only natural for her to have no knowledge about Reginax Orgazia armor. After all, she was born in the peaceful era, and, although he felt rather lonely with such a generation gap, it couldn't be helped. In fact, the four demon generals title might have long ceased to exist too, and even if the title still existed, it might have changed so much from what he'd known. That being the case, it's better if they don't know about my identity. Using my identity as Lambert, the former four demon general, might be a hindrance to my attempt in information gathering. That news might even reach Glyph's ears, though I might be able to win in our next battle. It's not like I want him to die. On a side note, Lambert's former best friend, Glyph, was one of the four demon generals. He had the same rank as Lambert himself, and he had passed away a long time ago. At least, make sure there's a side street of his afterlife. Where he enjoys his stay in hell. It seems that this girl wasn't aware of that fact yet due to her young age. But maybe I have to get a normal set of full plate armor so that I don't stand out in a crowd. The current mainstream equipment for protectors were focused on maneuverability and lightweight, as such leather armor or breastplate that protected only one's vital spots were all the trend. A full plate armor like the one he wore was extremely conspicuous in a bad way. However, Lambert had no way of knowing it. Since the village is close by, this place is dangerous. You should be able to escape if you go toward that direction. Please help me to inform Urlobuxama about our situation. If I leave the village, they're going to kill the hostages, including my mother and little sister. Please help us to inform Orbuxama. The girl pleaded with Lambert desperately, wishing to save and be saved. No, that's unnecessary. Even if I look like this, I was a former knight. I have no reason to just ignore the citizens of Regos Kingdom who suffered from thieveries. Let me take care of those little thieves. Despite Aurelia's incomprehensible treatment toward him, Lambert would not forget the patriotism for his own country, because, by his very own nature, Lambert had an extremely strong sense of justice. Please don't force yourself. There are more than 30 of them. I fear not the likes of untrained bandits like them. No matter how many there are. Lead me to your village. But yet, the girl, who knew what sort of suffering would befell her family should she lead Lambert to the village, hesitated. She didn't know whether he could easily defeat those thieves or not, but she knew what the consequences would be. So she couldn't take such a reckless action. Not on someone who she was not sure of, someone that's not even in a group. But Lambert felt quite irritated at her hesitation. From his perspective, he couldn't understand why this girl was so obstinate and didn't entrust the punishment of the thieves to him. To him, they were just a gathering of rogues, with no training, no proper leader, nor a goal to aim for. That was the definition of thief in Lambert Dictionary. Besides, as one of the four demon generals, Lambert was hailed as a humanoid weapon in Regos Kingdom. To him, the likes of the thieves were nothing but annoying bugs to be squashed. Lambert thought that even if the girl couldn't recognize his Reginax Orgazira armor, at the very least she still believed in knights. It could be easily seen from the shine in her eyes when I mentioned that I was a knight. The belief that thugs could never defeat military personnel, who had been trained to the limits of humanity, regardless of how many there were, was extremely deep-rooted back in Lambert's era. And, in this era where safe living was possible, the chance for a Superman like the people from Lambert's era was basically zero. As such, while the belief that knights would fight the thugs for commoners still existed in the girl's heart, she couldn't fully trust a lone knight for something she perceived would need a group to accomplish. Since Lambert and the girl had different life experiences, they couldn't reach an understanding. Do not make me repeat myself. Lead me to your village. Due to his irritation at the unchanged situation, Lambert's body involuntarily discharged thick miasma, at a density that was dozens of times more powerful than what he passively discharged. The density was so thick that the girl with her dull perception toward miasma could feel it. The girl's face paled, as she shivered in fear. Unable to withstand the pressure, she fell on her butt. Despite clearly facing against a strange man, whose whole body was covered in armor, she felt like she was facing against a gargantuan demon beast. Instead, she felt that he was a predator, and she was currently his prey. Unknowingly to both parties, Lambert's undead miasma had instilled the difference between their power to the girl's mind. "He's going to kill me." The overwhelming intimidation from the miasma that Lambert unconsciously expelled made her feel that way. She couldn't speak no matter how hard she tried to. Seeing the dread the girl felt, Lambert also felt shaken. He had never expected her reaction. It seems like I accidentally threatened you here. My bad. I am just bad at dealing with children." Falling into a panic spell resulted in parts of his metallic armor clanking against each other as he waved his arms. Lambert, who thought that his helmet armor had accidentally unfastened, held it down with his hands in panic when he saw the girl's reaction. Yup, it should be alright now, though he wondered why the girl was so frightened. Now that he knew that her reaction wasn't because she saw his face, Lambert, who had managed to calm himself, felt something was overflowing from inside of his undead body. Therefore, he turned his consciousness toward his own body to inspect himself. Don't tell me, my body is releasing miasma. I really am reduced to a mere demon. He finally realized that his body was constantly discharging miasma, and with the realization that he had completely become a demon-kin, he hung his head down, heartbroken of his current status. After realizing that, he kept in mind that he had to suppress the amount of miasma that was discharged by his body to a bare minimum. It felt itchy. It was as hard as trying to stop oneself from sweating. However, the result pleased him very much, as he couldn't feel the miasma that was overflowing from his body anymore. The damage had already been done, though, for the girl was frozen stiff as she hung her head down. Her body refused to move due to fear. How's that? Have you calmed down a little? Lambert, who felt that suppressing his miasma should be able to relieve the girl from her fear, called her again. When he did that, the girl raised her face, eyes wide open as she looked at Lambert. Her originally fearful eyes now was filled with bewilderment instead. My apologies. Just now, I lost my cool." When the powerful killing intent she felt just a while ago suddenly vanished into thin air, it left a gap that resulted in relieving the girl's fear somehow. But I really am telling the truth about their number. You see, I know what you mean. But Lambert suddenly felt humans' mana coming from behind. And there was more than one source. 3 people, is it? It seems we were wasting our precious moment while talking here. Lambert looked over his shoulder toward the source of the mana. How did you know? Good grief, thinking about sneak attacking us, is it? Cut the chit-chat and make that armored idiot into a porcupine with arrows, especially your arm. Let's beat the hell out of this guy and drag him. 3 men appeared from the forest, each of them wielding a blowgun, a sword, and a scythe. Chapter 6. The thieves sneered like a starving beast as they looked toward Lambert, ignoring the girl who was becoming more flustered by the second, her eyes darting between Lambert and the thieves. At first glance, the overwhelming difference in number was very clear. Furthermore, Lambert, who was armed to the teeth and wearing heavy-duty armor, was perceived to be unable to even run properly should he try. Knight's armor, let's surrender. The girl begged tearfully, scared. Nevertheless, no matter how scared that girl was of the thieves, to Lambert they were nothing more than cute little puppies. Your worry is for naught. Unsheathing his sword as he spoke, Lambert made a beeline toward the thieves. He was so fast as if the heavy equipment on his body were as light as feathers. But, judging from the sound of his footsteps made the 4 thieves felt like the forest was shaking, just like there's an ogre charging towards them. No one would think that full plate armor was just for show. I'm going to circle around from his right. Let's surround him and beat the hell out of him. Throw away your blow dart and take out your knife. He shouldn't be able to keep going if we stab the joint of his armor. The thief who stood at the front of the others, the one with scythe, instructed his colleagues. His first mistake was expecting Lambert's movement to be hindered by his heavy armor. That was why he intended to waste Lambert's stamina with their sheer number when he made his plan. However, he realized such plan was impossible when he saw Lambert's running speed. So, before he even had the chance to move, Lambert had already entered into the range of his heavy sword. The next thing he knew, all he felt was a terrifying killing intent, and added with the effect of the miasma that was discharged by Lambert's body when he prepared to attack, it gave birth to a terror that coiled around the thief's heart. And then, without even giving them a moment of rest, Lambert swung his great sword to the side. The blow was accompanied with a loud roar, and within moments the head of the man in front flew high into the air. And then, the attack was followed by a second upward slash from below. The second and third thieves were also bisected right in half by the overwhelming mass of Lambert's great sword. The body of those three thieves was sent flying toward different directions from each other. From a slightly separated location away from the fight, the girl's eyes were wide open with shock. She couldn't see anything but the fact that Lambert has managed to dispatch those three thieves in just one strike. Lambert was that fast that when he executed his move, it made the girl only see one strike. Amazing! Even though she saw it with her own two eyes, she doubted Lambert's power that she saw. His power was so overwhelming to the point of unrealistic. And, at that moment, Lambert sheathed his great sword back as the head of the first man fell right behind him, crushed like a crushed red tomato. What a disappointment! These guys have no skills to back their mouth. But, this is strange. They don't look like they were troubled by food, so what's causing this lack of? I hope this isn't some sort of unpleasant omen. But, during the era of 8 countries unification war, Regos Kingdom and the other kingdoms had established army that was placed all over their country to protect the kingdom against foreign forces. And, at that time, there were countless villagers who had some degree of training to respond to the kingdom's call of conscriptions. Furthermore, to disperse the terrifyingly powerful enemy kingdom's army, they had to spread one team of an armed group to plunder the enemy's villages. So, in some respect, the army needed to act as thieves as well. And, at that time, the average power of the people from the 8 countries unification war era was far higher than the current era. Thus, Lambert's confusion. After all, he had no knowledge about the changes of the era. So, he felt that those thieves' movement was the same as that of an amateur. The girl at first disagreed in taking Lambert to her village, and Lambert thought that it was because she would be the one held responsible as the one who guided him there. However, she was finally forced to reconsider her choice when she saw what Lambert could do. She thought over what might have happened if Lambert faced against more than 30 thieves, and she was finally convinced to take him there. What Lambert didn't say to the girl was the fact that he felt mana of a demon from the direction ahead of them. This sensation. Its danger level is around goblin rank. But it doesn't seem to be that powerful nor vigilant either. After walking for a while, they found a demon that looked like a bipedal short wolf. A kobold. They usually were found living in a cave while scavenging for ores. Their race were not that powerful, but they were considered as quite a cunning one. They killed their prey with surprise attack and nasty tactics before they ate their prey's meat. And, slightly away from their current position, sat 2 kobolds digging into the ground with their fingers, looking for bugs for their meal. The moment he saw those kobolds, a realization came to Lambert. The reason why he didn't meet any other demons save for the ogre he killed last night was due to the leaked miasma from his body. Anything that leaked miasma was under demon category. Lambert kept the information in his mind, thinking that it might become useful later on. Though we're taking a bit of a detour, this might be for the better, the girl whispered to Lambert. However, he completely ignored her words. In his opinion, letting the demons be so close to the village might give birth to many problems later on. Moreover, he wanted to try something he just thought of. Meanwhile, as soon as the 2 kobolds spotted Lambert, they stood up and snarled at him. Lambert let loose the miasma he had rained. His body set in a daunting pose as he glared at the kobold. When the kobolds sensed his miasma, they immediately kneeled on the spot, tail lying listlessly. Seeing that, Lambert didn't react at all. So, The kobolds showed an even more submissive pose with their belly up to the sky. Kian, Kian. It was their stance to show their respect towards someone far more powerful than them. It was a show of their submission toward that person, showing that their life was in his hand by showing their most vulnerable spot to him, their stomach. Their instinct told them that neither fighting nor running could save their life due to the overwhelming difference between their power. So somehow, they look rather pitiful. The girl muttered, I've yet to release my miasma at full throttle, and yet they were already this scared, so I can use my miasma in this way too. Lambert walked briskly toward the two kobolds and then struck their neck with his great sword. The girl was at a loss when she saw such a gruesome scene. When Lambert looked at the girl's face, he wondered whether she thought that it would be okay to not kill them. The kobolds might be taking advantage of the situation and set the village on fire. We have to kill them unless they were domesticated ones, though I'll overlook them if they were not in this location. Your village is close by, right? Yes. The girl was ashamed of her own carelessness. Since many demons were harmful to humans, they should be killed as soon as you found them. The same precept also exists in her village. But she ended up pitying those two kobolds just because they cried in a pitiful way. Chapter 7. A while later, they saw the line of buildings, indicating that they were near the village now. It's over the Nine-Night-Sama. Are you really alright? Just leave it to me, was what I wanted to say, but I understand so little about the situation. Lambert was by no means a timid person. It was just the fact that those bandits were acting a little too strange compared to what he knew. And that's why Lambert wondered whether it was a trap prepared for him. Those thieves are staying a little too long in one place. The risk and return aren't balanced at all. I feel it's strange since the thieves from before were just too weak. What do you mean? Lambert stayed still. Noticing his action, the girl also stopped and turned around to face him, only to find Lambert looking at her. Night-Sama? Well, I guess there's no need to worry about that for now. After settling this matter, I'll be able to investigate this matter properly. If the branch is rotten, the leaves on the branch must be rotten too. The best way is to sever the rotten branch before it spreads around the tree. Are you talking about the village? Don't mind it. Leave everything to me. Lambert increased his pace without answering the girl's question. The village was devastated. The weakened and thin villagers were being pushed around all over the place by the thieves. Their hands were holding scythes or whips and were threatening the villagers into manual labor. The sight of the villagers cowering in fear served as an amusement for them. Those who blunder would either get their fingers smashed with the scythe, lashed with the whip, or worse, killed on the spot. Truly unrestrained, the thieves behaved as they pleased. In a corner of the village, corpses of 5 villagers were thrown disorderly. There was no specific pattern to these corpses lying haphazardly in the corner. It comprised of men and women of various ages. These people were the ones who'd rebelled, starved to death, or were accidentally killed by the occasional thieves who went too far. The number of deaths that happened after the thieves occupied the village were close to 20, and to deal with it, they made the villagers that were alive dig a big hole before dumping the corpses into it all at once. The leader of the thieves was particularly nasty because he deliberately gathered the surviving villagers to watch as the dead were rudely dumped into the giant pit. It seemed like he couldn't get enough of the expression the villagers made when they had to watch that scene. When he arrived in the village, Lambert stopped in his tracks and took in that scene. I see. A cruel one indeed, he said out loud as he appeared in the middle of the village, without drawing his sword from its sheath. At the time of his arrival, one of the thieves was lashing his whip at the half-naked villager who was trembling badly, at their wits' end. Hey you over there, you're moving like a turtle, you know. You must be trying to anger me, right? Now, shall I kill your daughter next? Lambert, who felt that the villager might not be able to endure another hit, directed his killing intent towards the thief, and, as if he felt a chill running through his spine, the thief raised his head, only to spot Lambert and the girl who stood slightly away from him. "What the hell are ya? Oi, another stranger has come to this village. Someone, come help me," the thief shouted. "Splendid, feel free to gather all your comrades. It saves me the trouble of looking for those guys." What are ya? At that moment, Lambert had closed in on the thief. You were startled. The thief randomly lashed at him with his whip. Lambert was unfazed with his action though. He dodged every single attack that the thief used by using peculiar footwork before he took a stance in front of the thief. And while from the thief's point of view the whip just passed through Lambert's afterimage as his body was moving fast enough that it left a blurry image of Lambert's body, in actuality, it was not the case. Lambert had grasped every single movement of the whip that even the user himself couldn't do. Lambert knew though that he didn't need to dodge at all, but he did anyway because he wanted to show the overwhelming disparity in their power. He wanted to show himself as a threat. What there? And just like that, Lambert lightly tackled the thief. The thief didn't even have the chance to take a defensive posture before he passed out from the collision with Lambert's overwhelming mass. Furthermore, after being thrown to the ground by his shoulder, coupled with his own weight, impact, and his defenseless landing posture, it ended up with his arm being bent in an unnatural direction. Lambert didn't let up though because he immediately gripped the thief's shoulder and forced him to sit upright. How many members does your group have, excluding you? Unfortunately for Lambert, the thief couldn't speak properly since not only his arm was dislocated, so was his jaw. Here I thought you were going to take a defensive posture. And yet you guys are so brittle, huh? Lambert stood as he drew his great sword and beheaded the thief. He then shifted his attention toward the incoming mana he felt from the 5 people approaching him, not bothering to sheath his great sword again. Lalaches, you monster bastard! Kill him! Ignoring the thief's screams, Lambert set his great sword using a lower stance, and made a beeline toward the thieves. Fast! And raised it again, slicing up the thief from his crotch all the way till his head. The thief's body that was sliced clean in two was pushed back, splashing blood and viscera in its wake. It was an instant death, and thus the thief succumbed, long before his face full of astonishment could change to fear. What? Looking at this scene, the other 4 thieves' faces were dyed in fear as they stood there. Unfortunately for them, before the corpse of the first thief even fell to the ground, Lambert had already made a detour, circling by the side of the corpse and closed in on the other thieves. Lambert used his great sword to slash at the thieves 3 times, and 3 of the thieves were decapitated. He intentionally left one alive. Panicked, screaming at the top of his lungs, the last thief alive from that group of 5 swung his wooden club that had stone attached to it. You were too slow. Lambert wielded his great sword and severed both of his arms, stabbing the blade into the thief's stomach. Then he hoisted the thief's body. From the place where Lambert stabbed his great sword into the thief's abdomen, some blood and viscera spurted on him. Aside from the 5 of you, how many remain now? 8. It's 18. There's only 18 of us left, the thief said as he tried to strike at the sides of Lambert's great sword with what was left from his arms. I see, thanks a lot. With that said, Lambert swung down his great sword. The thief was nothing more than a lump of flesh now. Lambert ignored that though and just pulled out his great sword by stepping on the corpse's abdomen with his foot. It will be troublesome if they are to escape. I want to know their numbers first. Lambert stopped to think after he got the answer he wanted. Then, he ran around the village, slaughtering the thieves as he went, keeping count inside his head as he then disposed of those thieves. What the hell are you? One of the thieves rushed at him while screaming at the top of his lungs. Lambert easily parried the thief's sword with his armor-covered arm, seized the thief's head and slammed him as hard as possible to the ground. The thief's head got smashed, blood seeping from the hole that used to be his face. With this, 10 people left. I don't even need to draw my sword here. Both this guy and the one before. For this village that couldn't even take care of these guys, are they really safe? As he waved his arm to get rid of the blood stains, Lambert, who was always comparing the current era with his era, was really puzzled. Even as puzzled as he was, he still readied himself once again when he felt a few mana sources approaching him. And he felt that there were more than 10 of them. And though it might be just his imagination, he felt that half of them were weaker than the rest. Ho, they're bringing along hostages with them, huh? As he expected, the thieves appeared not next to their comrades, but with what was apparently defenseless women and children. They were hostages. The hands of the hostages were tied with a rope, their mouths stuffed with cloth. They were being pulled about by the rope around their necks. There were only 3 hostages here, each being held by a thief. The number of thieves left are 10 people according to the information I was given. These people might be all of them. Hiding deep behind the crowds were a big bulky man with a bald head, and a slender man with cunning eyes. The big man's eyes were just like a glass sphere and there was no emotion within them. He was currently holding a goblet made from a human skull. Chapter 8. Yes, that's as far as you go. Now, shall we have a little negotiation? The huge bald man's way of speaking to Lambert was very woman-like. Perhaps it's to lower Lambert's vigilance, or perhaps it's normal for the guy. In any case, it didn't change the conjecture in Lambert's mind that the man might be the bandits' leader. "Why do I have to surrender for those guys?" Lambert asked, voice cold even as the hostages were desperately gesturing to him with tears streaming down their faces. "You can't fool me, you know. You came to save these guys, right? Don't worry. I won't be high-handed since I want to train you, personally." Hearing that, Lambert recalled the girl's words. "Though some adventurers came to our village to check the situation since the contact from our village was suddenly cut off, they were immediately caught. You too, please run before you get caught by them." And then he looked at the hostages. The 3 hostages looked like they were around 18 years old, who only had some training under their belt. And, from the look of it, their capture was a recent thing since they weren't as thin as the villagers. "Moreover, I have never said that I'm going to kill you. I just need you to cut one of your hands. Then I'll release these 3, and let you off too," the bald man said happily before he took a drink from the goblet made from a skull in his hand. Just looking at his action creeped normal people out. It was as if he was sipping its brains out. From the look of the skull, it seemed like its inside were patched with clay so it would prevent any liquid from spilling out in order to make it usable as a goblet. Furthermore, the skull's exterior itself seemed to be painted with something. The bandit's leader, who noticed that Lambert was paying attention to the goblet in his hand, let his lips form a mockery of a smile with his perpetually emotionless face. He then openly licked the inside of the goblet with his purple tongue. "Oh my. Worrying about this? This is, you see, a goblet that is made from the skull of a young woman of this village." "Yes. But of course, it's not me who makes it." "Want to know who makes it? You want to, right? Why, I'll tell you. The maker was her own father." "Very interesting, right?" Hearing their boss's words, they just laughed merrily, as if everything's normal and peaceful. "Hey, if you're too scared to cut your hand, shall I cut it for you?" "Look, he's scared even though he has such a big body." "Hey, cut your hand already." "Moreover, where's your gratitude? Boss is already being benevolent in letting you off with one of your hands, you know." "If boss goes all out, you're out of luck, man. You'll feel what a hell on earth means." "Unfortunately for you, you've killed too many of our comrades, so don't think that we're going to let you off scot-free without any punishment." "Well, whether you're safe afterward or not are trivial. You should have known that we have our backing, right? The foolish one here is yourself, you know." The bandits' lackeys were mocking Lambert earnestly, trying to get into his head. However, Lambert himself didn't really pay attention to their threat. "Should I bait more information from them?" "No. There's no need for that. I just need to leave one of them alive to tell me the information that I needed." After confirming each and every single one of the leftover bandits' face, Lambert drew his sword. Seeing his action, the bandits thought that Lambert would cut his own hand. However, they were wrong. Because, in the first place, he didn't come to this village to save some adventurers who could fend for themselves. But, from the bandits' perspective, Lambert's sole reason to visit this village was to save the adventurers' lives who got caught some days ago. That's why they thought and expected that as long as they brought along their hostages when they confront him, Lambert would do as they bid. Even for my current self, there's still no way I can just abandon the younglings who will become Regio's kingdom's future. So, if severing my own right hand is the only choice, then I will not hesitate. But you see. While your suggestion is extremely interesting. Unfortunately for you, I suddenly recalled something really interesting. So, at this point, he let his killing intent-filled miasma loose. My bad, I refuse. Honestly, I never even consider the option of surrendering to you bastards after all. The bandit's body, who was exposed to Lambert's powerful miasma, was paralyzed by fear. And, in that moment, Lambert had already decapitated the heads of 2 bandits who were standing in between the hostages with just one swing of his sword. What in the world just happened? The rest of the bandits that are still alive have yet to understand the situation. Thus, they could only cower in fear. Their leader, however, was different than them. While his lackeys were cowering, his expression made a complete change. He looked excited. You guys, show him hell. The leader barked as he crushed the skull goblet in his hand, excitement coursing through his body. You bastard, you aren't worried about these guys. Ha! One of the bandits abandoned his fear. He shouted in front of Lambert, a hostage in his hand. But, before he managed to finish his line, his body was already split in half. Kill that guy. Our opponent is alone. Kill him. Soon, another 4 popped up like red fruits. Because none of the bandits could see through Lambert's true abilities, basically making them a sitting duck in front of him. They had tried dodging. They had even tried to save their own asses, but unfortunately for them it was all a futile effort. Hence why, one by one, the bandits in that place eventually died an extremely cruel death under Lambert's attack, without even being able to swing their sword properly in retaliation. Impossible. Are you a monster? The last one left was the leader. After taking a glance at the crushed skull goblet, Lambert glared at the leader. Well then, it seems there's a whole lot of things I need to ask from you. Since I don't want the villagers to see such foul things that will happen to you. Shall we change place to one of the vacant houses? You are going to torture me? Can't you see that I am just a weak human? The leader kneeled down right there as he secretly took the axe of his subordinate. He stared back at Lambert with bloodshot eyes. Are you under the assumption that you are the most cruel fellow in the world? What in the hell are you? I know many other good-for-nothing fellows even crueler than you are. Torture maniac Odin, who was called the Vampire of Belfis, the Plunderer King of Madaraka Kingdom, Helnikos, humanity's worst alchemist, Giraf of Algris Kingdom, and then, the greatest sinner to become the sorcerer of Arejos Kingdom, Sage Domiliun. If you saw even just one of their evil deeds, a young hatchling like you might not even dare to sleep again. Ever. Who the hell are those guys? And what the hell are you talking about? What are you talking about? They are the fellas who died at my hand a long time ago. Lambert dropped his sword to the ground as he spoke to the bandit leader. You creep. I don't even know what in the hell you are talking about, the leader shouted, rushing toward Lambert. However, he easily dodged the axe swung by the bandit leader. Then, he punched the bandit leader's shoulder with his arm that looks like a lump of iron due to his armor. The bandit leader's shoulder joint was smashed much too easily. He screamed loudly, eyes tearing up. Not only that, he was also drooling from his mouth that was wide open due to how much pain he was suffering right now. Lambert was merciless though as he quickly destroyed the bandit leader's other shoulder joint and both of his knees. How do you feel when you suddenly can't use both of your hands and feet? From this point on, I'll keep you alive just to inflict even more pain to you. But, I'm not a demon. I do not have a tasteless hobby like Odin or Giraf. You can rejoice just in that regard alone. Since I'm gonna kill you when I'm done with you. Done speaking, Lambert then seized the foot of the leader, whose kneecaps has been destroyed by him, and dragged him away to a separated place. By this point, the leader, who was in pain, dreaded Lambert so much that he leaked fluid from every part of his body, including his mouth where the foul smell of vomit could be smelled from. Shave me, shave me, please say shave me. The leader pleaded to the nearby hostages. His figure was exactly like an abused puppy. Even the people, who used to be his hostages, were looking at the leader with a look of pity in their eyes. Because, looking at the man who was dragged along on the dirt, leaving behind traces of vomit, excretion, and mud made them feel that that man and the man who did such a cruel thing to the villagers without even batting his eyes was not the same person. In fact, for some reason, even the original image of the bandit leader in the prime of his cruelty had shrunk to a pitiful height in their mind. But, Even those hostages were powerless since their hands were tied and their mouth was stuffed with cloth. So, they could only watch as the bandit leader was dragged further and further away from that area. Finally, Lambert knocked on the door of a house, and opened it. "Yup, this place seems to be vacated." The leader, who was still trembling horribly, looked desperately at the hostages, as if pleading for them to save him. But then the door swung closed with a bang and that plea was dashed to the ground. That was the last time the hostages ever saw the bandits' leader alive. Chapter 9. Thank you very much. We can't thank you enough for your help. At this time, Lambert was surrounded by the villagers in the middle of the plaza. At the helm was an elderly whose hair had already turned grey, the village chief, and he was currently expressing his gratitude to Lambert with the other villagers. They had basically prostrated themselves before Lambert at this point. "Unfortunately for you guys, this isn't the end." Knight. Sama, what do you mean? When Lambert separated the bandits' leader away from the villagers, Lambert had tortured him and managed to extract information about the real mastermind behind it all. It seemed that the bandits' leader attacked once he received a certain information that said, Earl Orbach, the lord of this region, wouldn't dispatch his private army even if this village is attacked. As it was, Lambert was completely unaware of the current information-gathering method. As such, he couldn't get further information details from the bandit leader since he died before he could try. However, there was no mistake in the information he had got. Earl Orbach had intentionally let those bandits run rampant in his territory, and, from asking around with the villagers, he gained the gist of the situation. It seemed that after his death, there were great changes in Regio's kingdom compared to what he knew, such as the limitation placed on the amount of tax that could be collected from the citizens by the lords of each area, just like what he'd heard from Morley a few times before. "When I unite the Western continent, I'll revise the national laws to reduce the number of people suffering as much as possible. And since a long time ago, I have spent every single night putting together the Reformation idea into a cohesive one. But I want to hear your opinion regarding the plan I have been making. You're being too hasty, Your Majesty. The Archduke is going to catch wind about this plan of yours if it's in plain view. Don't worry about it. There are only a few people who are allowed to enter this place. My mother, my caretaker, Jeannie, that old counselor of mine, Sage Carl. Glyph, and you. No one else can enter this place except the people who have my trust. At that time, Lambert had witnessed the amount of taxes a lord could impose in their areas, amongst all the other improvement plans that Aurelia had shown to him. And hearing that term again from the villagers, realizing that Aurelia's plans had been accomplished, left Lambert with mixed feelings. Then again, it looked like many people had found a loophole in that system, and one of them was Earl Orbach. Through villagers' lack of knowledge about complicated matters such as taxes and national law, he collected many illegal taxes and confused the naive villagers. And the travelers who passed through the village happened to notice that abnormality and told the villagers the truth. Then the travelers suggested to the villagers that they should refuse to pay the amount of tax the lord demanded, since it didn't comply with the national law. Once the villagers did what the travelers suggested, they found out that it was far easier for them to pay the taxes, even for someone who had nothing. But then, the bandits came and raided their village. In short, Lambert speculated that Earl Orbach was using this village as an example for the other villages so they wouldn't get any ideas or raise questions about his decision, to make them meekly accept what the Earl had decided, especially in regard to the amount of tax. This sort of corruption might not be limited to just Earl Orbach's territory, but also to the other territories. After all, as long as one noticed the loophole, it would immediately spread to other areas in the blink of an eye. Thus began the exploitation of the loophole. The lord of an area would threaten the citizens by forsaking his duties, leaving the commoners at the mercy of fate when they were attacked by the bandit gangs, like this village. What an extremely childish scoundrel we got here. But fret not. I shall do something about this matter. After all, I can't just stand by and let those insects that haunt this kingdom freely fatten themselves with the blood and tears of the citizens. You lot do not need to worry about this matter anymore. The villagers didn't understand what Lambert was trying to say. However, despite that, they still felt reassured that nothing untoward would happen. After all, they had witnessed Lambert's skills and his single-handed action that decimated the entire bandit group which had been terrorizing their village. Knowing that, they had no need to worry about him, nor could they bring themselves to ask more from him. Suddenly, a group of 3 stepped out. They were the 3 adventurers who were captured days ago and became the bandits' hostages against Lambert. And while they looked pale a while ago, they seemed to be doing better right now. However, when Lambert's eyes fell on one of the adventurers, the woman who stood in front of the other 2, he was extremely surprised with the woman's appearance. "You saved us there. If you're okay with it, is there something that we can help you with?" After all, even though we came to look at the village on our benefactor's behest, we ended up being captured by those bandits and unable to do anything. "You seem like you're one of the famous fighters, so may I have the honor to be introduced to you?" The strong will that dwelled in her blue eyes, her less than shoulder-length elegant golden hair, a high nose bridge paired with long eyelashes. Despite the fact that her face and clothes were soiled and a tad disorderly due to those bandits, it couldn't even put a scratch on her overflowing beauty. "Yeah, Your Majesty." Yes, her appearance bore great resemblance with Lambert's former master, Aurelia. At this moment, Lambert completely forgot about his resentment towards Aurelia. He instinctively kneeled before the woman. He was extremely shocked by what he perceived to be their sudden reunion. So, he fell back to the old custom, keeping his head bowed down in front of the woman. "Please forgive my impoliteness. I never expected Your Majesty to be in." "Why did you come to this village?" Lambert finally regained his composure. "Yes, firstly, the woman's age was different from Aurelia." The woman in front of Lambert was at least 10 years younger than the Aurelia in his memories. Aurelia should be older than 26 years old. But, the woman before him was at most an 18-year-old girl. And, when Lambert glanced at the woman's expression, he saw that she was completely shocked by his behavior, looking even younger compared to her formal appearance she displayed a while ago when she was thanking him. The awkward silence between the two of them that spread at the moment of his outburst persisted for a while. "Oh, do you have any idea about your household?" I don't want to be involved with the trouble Fiona's house will bring, Ek. I want to say that I'm glad that you saved me though." The 2 people behind Aurelia look-alike were agape, jaw dropped to the ground. "It seems that the woman's name is Fiona." Lambert was relieved since their name was different. Still, his uneasiness remained since they looked extremely similar in appearance, almost mirror-like. However, upon a closer look, he saw that Fiona had a mole under her eyes, unlike Aurelia. You are mistaken." "I think." "No. Wait. I'm really unrelated to someone with such skill. Though I am not sure if we've met somewhere before in my childhood. Someone as powerful as him should become really famous by now." May you take off your helmet for a moment?" At that, Lambert unintentionally pressed his helmet as if to protect it. "No, I mean, it seems I mistook you with my acquaintance. Please don't mind my previous action." Is that so?" Fiona looked like she wanted to ask something. However, she held back from pursuing the line of questioning even further, perhaps sensing something from Lambert. "By the way, since you guys came from the city, may I ask for your help to guide me to the city?" "Of course. Our base of operation is the area around Ainsi's city. If you're okay with us, we will be glad to become your guide." "Is that where Earl Orbeck lives?" "Yes, but do you have some sort of business with the Earl?" "No, I do not." "Anyway, thank you very much for your willingness to become my guide till Ainsi's." Lambert had no intention to share with Fiona and others his conjectures, since he didn't want to involve her in this kind of situation. He was puzzled about something she'd said though. He had never heard of a city named Ainsi's before. Nevertheless, he didn't ask about it and just tagged along with them for now. Chapter 10. Led by the 3 adventurers, Lambert left the village being led back to the adventurers' base of operation, Ainsi's city. According to what they told him, this area was governed by Earl Orbeck and he practically lived in Ainsi's city. The city was built in a circular way to prevent raids from the outside, following the design from the remnant of the Warring era called circular lined-up building. However, while the city prospered during the ruling of the first generation of Orbeck House, The public order deteriorated after the current Earl took over the governing office of the city. Under his rule, many suspicious-looking guys loitered around the city, inciting an undercurrent of tension there. I see now. It seems that the difference in the times were beyond my imagination. With his hand touching the chin of his helmet, Lambert muttered, mulling over the current era. The trio of adventurers were rather wary when they saw him like that. Furthermore, they were also rather dubious about Lambert's identity. After all, the conspicuous old-styled armor he wore suggested that he moved under the royal family's authority. However, his disinterest when he heard Ainsa's city name, which was one of the more important cities in the Kingdom of Regos, dissuaded that speculation. Nevertheless, even though the three knew that it must be done, they hesitated. Lambert's bizarre aura prevented them from asking Lambert anything about his identity. May I ask your name, Knight Sama? Finally, Fiona, the leader of the trio, braced herself. She knew that she had to ask. So, after being egged on by Lily and Lloyd who were behind her, she did. Despite being the one with the most outstanding skills and mental fortitude, she wasn't the type of person who could refuse a request. That's why among the three, she was always the one who was entrusted with important matters. She knew how to keep her distance to matters that didn't concern her or her group. That and her strong personality was what made her a leader. My name. Lambert was troubled when he heard the question. Honestly, he was not sure that the royal family wouldn't send their sweeper to assassinate him once they knew that he was alive. So, he worried. And, even if Lambert's feelings towards Aurelia were complicated, he had never thought of assassinating her and turning this kingdom upside down. Not even when his former liege had backstabbed him and ordered his death. Lambert's one and only wish was to look around the kingdom. He didn't want to cause too much trouble, nor did he want to be chased around by assassins. And while he wanted to know how Aurelia was doing, he still couldn't bring himself to do so. After all, despite the fact that the decision she made was heartless and left no room for compromise, he couldn't exactly say that Aurelia had erred when she decided upon his assassination. About that point, Lambert was sure. Fiona, who saw Lambert drowning in his own world, presumed that she had just brought him displeasure. As I thought, he does have a reason for not revealing his identity. Perhaps I shouldn't have asked his name, Fiona thought as she shook her head. My name is. I don't mind even if Knight Sama doesn't tell us your name. Fiona tried to retract her question in haste. At the same time Lambert was about to give her his alias. For a while after that, an awkward silence enveloped the air around them. The truth is, I have a question before I introduce my name. There should have been a big war once before. It's a long war that united the entire western continent, but how many years have passed since the end of that war? Once she heard Lambert's question, Fiona was dumbfounded. She turned to look at her companions, Lily and Lloyd, and found that both of them were looking as dumbfounded as her. However, their reaction was only natural. After all, the unification war of the Eight Kingdoms was a story that was so famous to the point that even some random children knew about it. Thus, when Lambert, who they mistook for a royal agent, asked about the current year, they were simply flabbergasted. You've never heard about it? Or did you simply have no idea about that war? Lambert continued to question them. Yet, to this threesome, the question he asked about was too incomprehensible. That the war ended 230 years ago, a still bewildered Fiona haltingly replied. Pardon? I mean the unification war of the Eight Kingdoms. 230. You're not lying, right? Yes. It should have been that long. Now it was Lambert's turn to be extremely shocked, to the point of falling on his knees when he heard the answer to his question. 230 years. The time gap from his death till he was brought back to life as an undead was just too long. But he didn't think that they were lying to him. All along, there were indeed some hints that indicated the long passage of time. But, even though he felt discomfort every single time he noticed those hints, Lambert chose to ignore it. He didn't want to acknowledge it. Neither the change of the terrain nor the name change of the location. Furthermore, he didn't want to think of the realization of the dreamlike revolutionary system that felt like it was only a yesterday's dream for him. But, He finally understood the reason why no one noticed that the armor Lambert was wearing was 3 Genix Orga armor, or normally known as Organ. Although he felt lucky that no one had realized his identity based on his armor, there was still a slight dissatisfaction at the fact that no one knew of the exclusive armor of the 4 demon generals. Therefore, it really should be obvious that they had no idea about the armory there, especially since his armor had been reduced to a mere relic of the past. So, his brainstorming for a plan to hide the true nature of his armor was rendered useless. All his worries had ended up for naught. Besides that, the truth that left the biggest impact to Lambert's psyche was the fact that Aurelia had long since passed away. Ever since he got resurrected as an undead, he had wanted to at least take a glance at her gallant figure as the king of the Western continent, even if he could only do so from afar. But, she's already long dead, and now he's unsure whether to curse her on the other side due to the grief he was still tormented by, or to give her his blessing and let go of his past grudge. But, Lambert had an unshakable belief that his soul wouldn't be freed from his current body unless he let go of all lingering attachments he had to the living. Because from the very beginning, that was the reason why Lambert kept swinging his sword as one of the 4 demon generals. However, he never expected that too many years had passed by since his death. To think that his revival happened after 200 years had passed, was beyond his estimate. No way. That must be a lie. But is there something they can gain by lying to me? But, that means your majesty is no longer in this world. What should I do now? The sight of a lamenting Lambert made Fiona extremely flustered. She didn't know what to do. Is he in shock? Oi, isn't he a rather dangerous person? I mean, everything about him is a mystery. He did save our life, but still. He must be a famous swordsman, I'm sure of it. Or so he should be. But still. Lily and Lloyd feared Lambert's unstable mental condition as they looked at the disconnected conversation he had with Fiona. Chapter 11. Do you have money with you, knight's armor? Due to a certain circumstances, I didn't carry any with me now. Aside from the initial confusion and disconnect, Fiona and Lambert easily got along with each other. Despite Fiona's apparent ease with Lambert, both Lloyd and Lily kept their distance from him, never talking unless necessary. Their unwillingness to participate, besides leaving them as the only conversants, both Fiona and Lambert still enjoyed the conversation between them. And, the reason for their geniality with each other was because of Lambert's interest in Fiona's resemblance with his former liege, while the latter's reason was because of her blatant curiosity over Lambert's full-plate armor. Then, you should at least take the token of gratitude the villagers have prepared for you. With the meager amount of money I possess, I fear I can't give you an appropriate reward, Fiona said, rummaging into her tool bag, trying to find something to offer Lambert. However, before she could take out anything from the bag, Lambert stopped her. I don't mind. It's not like I saved the village for that reward in the first place. The village chief did indeed offer some rewards to Lambert for subjugating the bandits and saving them, but Lambert had refused to accept it. After all, he felt that the citizens had paid him back by paying their taxes. In the first place, protecting the peace of the Kingdom of Regos and its citizens was his sworn duty, one that had already deeply ingrained itself to his bones. And while the kingdom didn't pay him any salary now, this matter was simply a logic that had already been etched deep within Lambert's consciousness. That being said, right now, the most urgent thing he needed to do was to look for a way to earn some traveling expenses for himself. And it was obvious to him that those villagers needed the reward money more than Lambert did. They still needed to rebuild their village after all. Moreover, Earl Orbach, the mastermind behind this scheme, was still alive. Thus, the chance that another misfortune might befall the village again still loomed. Furthermore, the bandits' leader had said that there were a few other villages with similar situations as this one. Lambert's job was far from over, and there's another reason why he stopped Fiona from giving him a reward. The current Lambert didn't really need money. He's an undead after all. He felt neither fatigue nor hunger. Thus, money wasn't really all that important to him. How are you going to enter Ainsize without money, knight's armor? I'll manage it somehow. I can sleep anywhere and hunt for my meal. That's no matter how big Ainsize is, many dangerous people wander at night, And what are you going to do with your luggage? I mean, look, even if you hunt for your meal, the only way to eat is by grilling them. It is still a lot better than the time when I was on the expedition, far better than eating in the Valley of Death, or Cold Town, or being attacked by the likes of bandits, etc., etc. Ahaha. I see now. Though at times Fiona couldn't make sense of Lambert's remarks, she'd still manage to somehow throw in an appropriate response. But you'll be troubled in one way or another without money. And since you're my benefactor, I'll be troubled, that's it. Since you will not receive any reward from me, how about I introduce you to some job? A job? Yes. We are part of the Adventurers Guild after all, and the recent partnership between companies and guilds guarantees an easier opportunity to find a job. And since Knight's armor is quite powerful, I think you can easily rake in some money after working for a while. It shouldn't take that long for a simple registration of your name as long as you have my recommendation. Adventurers Guild did its business in the form of providing manpower, or in other words, adventurers, to people who needed a job to be done. The guild then would take a small amount of the rewards as a mediator fees for introducing the adventurer to the job. A big guild had close to 100 adventurers registered. Due to its sheer size, the guild was structured into headquarters and branches. But, the guild that Fiona and her companions belonged to, Spirit's Dusk, was just a small-time guild, with only 10 members registered in it, including Fiona and her pair of companions. Oi Fiona, that's Lloyd, who heard their conversation, decided to cut in. After all, though Lambert had suppressed his undead miasma, his uncommon aura still surrounded Lambert's figure. And this, if one were to be blunt, made him an eerie person to one sense. But, Knight's armor seems to be poorly informed about this area, and it's slightly worrying to part with him without at least doing this much. While he was not interested in Fiona and Lyard's quarrel, hearing Fiona's words slightly stirred Lambert's feeling. He had no idea about the current situation in the Kingdom of Regos, but he might get a rough grasp of it once he worked as a proper citizen. And most of all, this man doesn't look like someone who is used to doing adventurer jobs. I know what you mean, but I'll be the one who is responsible for him. It'll be too pitiful to let him go in his current penniless condition. Hey, saying something like that is, Lambert had made his decision. In the first place, Lambert's objectives weren't that grand. All he wanted to do was to watch over the result of his liege's work in this United Kingdom. And perhaps investigate Erlorbeck's actions along the way. But, the current him was really lacking in terms of information. That's why, at the very least, he wanted to understand some basic information before he started the investigation on Erlorbeck. Let's go to our guild, the Spirit's Dusk, once we enter the city. But, let me ask one question first. What might it be? Can you explain to me the structure of the Adventurer Guild? You are starting from that. At this most recent evidence of Lambert's lack of knowledge, deep within her, Fiona doubted Lambert's presumed identity, but she decided to keep her suspicions to herself. Lyard, however, was clearly displeased with Lambert's question. Lambert's question was only natural since there was no such thing as Adventurer Association during the time he was still alive. When he was still alive, almost all the people with some degree of combat abilities were employed by nobilities or royalties somewhere. And, even the wanderers, who didn't wish to stay in one place for too long, grouped together and formed mercenary groups. At that time, adventurers were the minority. They were treated like an outcast amongst other outcasts. In fact, the majority of adventurers of Lambert's era were weirdos who couldn't work together in a group and only had so many skills. Furthermore, since they had always wandered around the savage land, out of 100 people, less than 10 who called themselves adventurers could survive more than 1 year. As such, it was only normal that Lambert simply couldn't imagine that they had become part of the majority in this era, with various guilds with different names being set up in just one city. Adventurer Guild is a place where adventurers gather together for information and jobs. Each guild has its own rules, policies, and specializations. Spirit's Dusk specializes in subjugating monsters or dangerous animals that will harm the villages. And after the recent contract with the company, we branched out to gather monster materials such as meat, bone, or skin inside of the dungeon. I see now. The knowledge about dangerous places had raised the survival rate of the adventurers, and because of their surplus war potential, they had the undivided attention of the nobility. Lambert laughed wholeheartedly as he could finally guess the rough situation of the Kingdom of Regos after the Unification War from hearing Fiona's story. And even though he was laughing, his laughter evoked an eerie feeling since it echoed inside his armor. Though there are 6 guilds in the city of Ainsaz, our spirit's dusk is a small one. No, that makes us more flexible. The guild master is also kind-hearted, or rather, too kind of a person, thus the procedure of your registration won't take a long time. We also get all kinds of easy jobs from our neighbors. Fiona tried to tell him the advantages of joining her guild but ended up telling him its glaring flaw. But, for Lambert, whose original intention was to gather more information, the small-sized guild and its flexibilities were a huge boon for him. Chapter 12. Lambert and the others soon arrived at Ainsaz. From the outside, people could already see 2 or 3-storied buildings that were built next to one another, and the street that was brimming with life. It was a scenery you could find in any city. The orange roof and white plastered wall could be seen anywhere you looked in this city, as if the entire city was one giant castle. As Lambert walked, inadvertently, he struck the stone-paved road with his metal sole. This is Ainsaz City. It's a well-built city. Lambert's voice, as he spoke, was laced with excitement, and, as he walked, he unconsciously increased his pace. Our kingdom has become a really splendid one. Her Majesty would be surely crying in happiness once she sees this scenery. Well, this city is ranked as the first, or second best city in the Kingdom of Regos after all. Fiona and the others finally managed to catch up to Lambert, who was walking ahead so quickly like an excited child, especially when he stopped at every chance, saying "oh ooh," or "this is," with an excited voice. Meanwhile, separated from quite a distance from Lambert, Fiona was whispering to Lily with a wry smile on her face. At first I thought that Knight Sama was a scary person, but he has a surprisingly cute side to him. He is cute? Lily asked as she looked at the figure of the literally walking full-plate armor that was making loud crunching sounds with every step he took. From her perspective, she just felt that it was weird for him to be able to walk that easily while wearing such heavy full-plate armor. He didn't even look to be losing his stamina, making it even weirder. What should I call that one? As he looked at the top of the 5-floor building, Lambert asked Lad, who was by now out of breath following him. Not the knight, I mean the girl who looks similar to her. Hi. With that, Fiona. Seriously? You don't even know about Knight Ainsaz, the origin of this city's name? Anyway, since your appearance is already too conspicuous, please stop overreacting over the small things. It's rather embarrassing to us, you know. At that, Lambert turned around to look at Lloyd. Certainly, though he still lacked a complete idea about the current era, his overly excited behavior was too conspicuous, and his current get-up didn't help matters. If his action left him with no choice but to unfasten his armor, he might be subjugated as a monster, and it wouldn't help with his goal, which was a round trip around the present Kingdom of Regos. So originally, while he couldn't help with the fact that he would most certainly gather attention when he entered the city, to gather information, he had vowed to not gather too much unwarranted attention. It was something that he knew he needed to avoid. Yet he ended up doing it. Lambert, one of the 4 demon generals of the Kingdom of Regos, had ended up making such a mistake. And, to make matters worse, he was an undead. For a while, Lambert was silent as he was chastising himself for making such a rudimentary mistake in his excitement. But, to Lloyd, he looked like he had a grudge after being reprimanded like that. Then again, there was no other room for other interpretation in Lambert's current get-up of being covered in full-plate armor. I mean you don't have to force yourself if you didn't want to. It's just a reminder anyway. Understood. I'll pay more attention to the manner I behave, Lambert said as he approached Lloyd with a calm and composed pace. Hi. However, Lloyd ended up stretching out his arms with eyes tightly shut when Lambert approached him. In the end though, his hysteria proved to be unfounded, as when he opened his eyes a while later, he found out that Lambert had passed by his side as if nothing had happened. "Is he not angry?" "Hey?" Lloyd asked Lily, a desperate tone coloring his voice. Lily, being soft at heart, sighed before she went to chase after Lambert. After Fiona managed to persuade Lambert to calm himself, they continued on toward the guild. And, even though Lambert had been very talkative, midway to the guild, he fell silent before they had even realized it. For some reason, they felt the aura around Lambert became heavy. "Did we displease him?" "Isn't this your fault, Lloyd?" Lily and Lloyd bickered in low voices. Please stop scaring me like that." "My condolence. You'll meet the same fate as those thieves. He's going to screw you up with that giant sword." "If that comes to happen, I'll make sure to pour some ale on your grave." Lily offered her condolences as she clapped her hands. "Stop it already. It doesn't sound like a joke, you know." "Hey Fiona, I really can't figure out that person's mood, you know." "Let's not." "I'm sorry, Knight's Armor. If you want to stroll around the town, I'll become your guide later after I bring you to meet our guild master." It's not like I wanted to stroll around the city or something, but... "Well, I guess I'm gonna trouble you for that later." After Fiona offered her help to guide him around the city later, the solemn atmosphere around Lambert dissipated immediately. Lloyd, who saw that, whispered, "The heck, so you knew all along?" "We're about to get there." "It's over there. The tallest two-floor building with the signboard Dusk of Spirit." "That one, with Spirit's nemoscope on its roof." Fiona theatrically raised her voice at the end of her words, pointing at the building with Spirit's-like ornament affixed atop the building's roof. "I see. That building, huh?" There's a splendor in its humble appearance. Though it was the smallest guild within Ainside's city, its building was still quite a splendid one, and it was also properly managed, or so Fiona said. "Ah. No, you're mistaken. What I mean is, our Spirit's Dusk Guild is on the second floor of that building. The first floor is used by the building owner for his fairy stove, a bar, and we're just renting the second floor for our guild. We have yet to be able to buy our own building. You know, the price of real estate in this city is still far beyond our reach." I see now. Chapter 13. When they were about to arrive at the Spirit's Dusk Guild building, Fiona suddenly stopped walking. Lambert also halted, looking at the direction where Fiona's line of sight lay. A silver-haired man was standing in front of the building. He was a gaudy man who was wearing a white robe embroidered with a splendid golden dragon pattern on it. "I won't beat around the bush here and get straight to the point. I am giving you a fair warning. You had better get them to move out from the second floor of this building." "This is certainly not a threat." That gaudy man was talking to a middle-aged woman, who was wearing an apron over her neat dress. Lambert assumed she was the proprietor of Fairy's Furnace. "Oops, have you just returned, my Fiona?" As soon as the gaudy man saw Fiona and the others, his expression warped. In spite of his expression, he spoke to Fiona with a softer tone. Lambert didn't understand what was going on, so he glanced at the trio's expression to discern it. As soon as he saw Fiona, Lily, and Lloyd's expressions, he understood the situation somewhat. "I don't remember ever having that good a relationship with you." "His name is Cradle, member of the biggest guild of Ainsize, the Dragon's Enchanted Metal. Amongst the most hated guys list in our guild, that Cradle is the most annoying one. To put it simply, he's a nasty stalker," Lloyd said, almost cursing Cradle. "Who are you calling a disgusting stalker?" "I am just trying to invite Fiona due to her talents." "You've got quite nasty habit of gossiping about someone else's matters, huh?" The silver-haired man, Cradle, walked briskly towards Lambert and the others. "Moreover, I don't have so much free time to care that much about a foolish woman." "Your misunderstanding here really irked me, you know." In that case, what's you and your group's goals in doing this sort of thing?" While they were confronting one another, Lambert was observing Cradle and Lloyd from the side. "I see, you're harassing us 'cause you got rejected by her, huh?" "What a petty man." Cradle glared at Lloyd with a vexed expression before a creepy smile formed on his lips. "Ha ha ha ha, well, I'm just giving you a piece of advice, you know. Even a small fry guild like yours should have heard the rumor about me having a connection with the Dark Guild Ghost's Passage, right? That's why destroying a rundown bar like this one is just a simple matter for me." As soon as he finished speaking, Cradle suddenly kicked the wall of the building, creating a loud thud that resounded loud and clear whilst leaving a dented wall on the spot that was kicked. Seeing that, the middle-aged woman who was quarreling with Cradle until just a while ago, raised a short scream. Please stop this already. Why are you? Look, my foot just slipped, you see. There's no reason to blame me for that, right? This thin wall is the one at fault after all. He shrugged his shoulders, flashing an evil grin in front of them as he did so. You bastard. Lloyd was about to rush in, hand already at the handle of his sword. But Fiona held him back. Lloyd, I'm more than willing to fight if that is what you want. Whoops. Even though I just came to give you a kind reminder, how did it suddenly turn into a fight? You really are the worst. You bastard. You are the one who started this. We're with the guard, you people. Explain just what's happening here. A man holding a spear came towards them, while shouting in a loud voice. It seems that some passerby, who saw Cradle pressuring his opponent, had gone and reported this matter to the patrolling guards. However, the guards' face turned pale as soon as they saw Cradle's face. Just right. I needed you. Look, guard-san, these people were pointing their weapons at me, right? Yes. Different from before, this time the guard used honorifics when he spoke to Cradle. Anyway, while it's unquestionable that Lloyd's hand was still gripping the hilt of his sword, he had yet to actually draw his sword from its scabbard. He had regained his calm when Fiona interrupted him from drawing his sword after all. However, the guard ignored that and just agreed with Cradle. Meanwhile, Cradle smirked when he got his reply. Then he leapt towards them, passing by Fiona, and used his sheathed sword to land a hit on Lloyd's face. Jeffu! A few of Lloyd's teeth broke loose and blood spurted out from his mouth due to the hit. His body was also sent flying before he fell to the ground, rolling a few meters away. What there? Lily hurriedly rushed over to Lloyd, helping him to stand up. It's just self-defense since that guy was about to draw his sword to hurt me. Besides, even though he was about to draw his sword to attack me, I just hit him with my sheathed sword. Am I not kind enough already? But Cradle attacked Lloyd even after Fiona had stopped Lloyd from drawing his sword. Lloyd himself had never attacked. Cradle's reasoning was a blatant lie. Yet the guard just stood there in his spot with a vexed expression. You're not going to do anything despite what you saw just now? When Lambert asked the guards, they lowered their spear while shaking their head lightly. You really don't understand anything about us. About our dragon's enchanted metal position in this city, Cradle said as he made a fool of Lambert. You lunatic bastard. Fiona was glaring at Cradle. Quite cruel of you, to falsely accuse me like that. I just didn't want to resort to violence to deal with you. After all, violence is not the be-all and end-all, you know. I prefer to end things peacefully. I mean, you guys were the ones who started all this. And, though I wanted to end this peacefully, that fool over there almost pointed his sword at me. Won't it make me look weaker than him if I didn't at least retaliate? Besides, with a guild as weak as yours, the one at fault for pointing their weapons at me is you yourself. You should know that already, don't you? Moreover, I will lose my pride if I let something of that level be. You bastard! Lloyd shouted at Cradle, blood still dripping out from his lips. Cradle himself was just looking at Lloyd with a scornful look in his eyes. A loser dog like you should just roll aside. How unsightly. Well, that might include the entirety of your weak guild. Moreover, you don't even deserve to have pride. I mean, you're just a weakling who can't even dodge an attack that came from the front. If I was in your position, I would die from embarrassment alone. The hell are you talking about? We're the ones who are creating problems with you? You're just being a jerk because you were rejected by Fiona. I'm just being kind to her. As one of the kind members from the Dragon's Enchanted Metal Guild, inviting her to join us instead of letting her stay here is a great thing. And, what do you mean by rejected? Aren't you ashamed of talking big without knowing anything? Cradle spoke with a condescending demeanor, keeping his extremely annoying attitude from the beginning until the end. Though Lambert himself knew from the very beginning of his observation of the guy that Cradle wasn't an exemplary human being, he came to deeply understand that he was in fact someone that couldn't be reasoned with. His rotten nature was at a level that even Lambert, who had fought in the Eight Kingdom Unification War and had met with various rotten people, rarely met someone like Cradle. That's why, as long as you withdraw your previous statement and let Fiona move to my guild, I will spare the guild from being destroyed by the Dark Guild. I mean, it just felt wrong to have guilds destroying each other, you know. So, what do you think? Don't you think that I'm kind enough already? It's you who instigated all of this, bastard. On what basis are you saying that? Really, you're getting on my nerves. On top of being weak, you also turn out to be an idiot with a nasty personality. You really are beyond saving. Don't tell me that everyone in your guild is similar to you. I understand. I'll move to your guild, so stop this farce already. Fiona's words put a stop to Lloyd and Cradle's quarrel. Fiona, don't. This guy won't be satisfied with just that, you know. Do you even understand what you are doing right now? There'll be no end of trouble if I reject his invitation. This kind of harassment will continue in the future if I reject him this time too. That's enough. You sure are slow in making that decision. If only you had agreed from the beginning, that guy over there wouldn't have had to lose his teeth, you know. I mean, he keeps blabbering nonsense that makes me embarrassed after all. Well, whatever. I guess that makes us even. I'm a nice guy after all. While all this was happening, Lambert was contemplating on what he should do in this situation. Cradle was clearly the one in the wrong, but one wrong move, and this situation might have turned for the worse. Moreover, the guard, whose job was to protect the public order, was clearly turning a blind eye to Cradle's brutish ways. Besides, if he had to kill Cradle, he preferred to do it when he was alone with no witnesses. After all, killing Cradle in this place would only create more trouble for Fiona and her guild. What a miserable fellow. Blaming others just because you failed to catch a woman's attention. Then you turn to harassing her friends. Now look, you're shaming yourself. Huh? So, the answer he arrived at to break through this situation was a frontal provocation. From observing the previous exchanges, he had grasped Cradle's personality. Cradle was someone prideful. So, as long as he attacked his pride, Lambert thought, he might be able to prevent Cradle from harassing Fiona and her guild from now on. Chapter 14. Hey, just now. What were you saying? I didn't hear it clearly. I hate small fries who are all bark, you see. Seeing such people always makes me want to kill them. Cradle glared at Lambert, eyes glinting dangerously as he spoke. He was trying to threaten Lambert, and, considering the mere implication of "you can't run after picking a fight with those weaker than you," made him attack Lloyd. Obviously Lambert's words were a blatant provocation he couldn't just let go by. There's no way Cradle would let Lambert be just like that. Undeterred, Lambert did nothing, merely standing there, waiting for Cradle's move. And, his action apparently annoyed Cradle. Hey, just so you know, I am one of the 5 strongest members out of the 70 members of the Dragon's Enchanted Metal Guild. You know my guild, right? A newcomer to the Spirit's Dusk Guild is just like dirt in front of me, but you see, our guild master told me not to cause any trouble, so, right, how about you take off all of that armor and prostrate in front of me naked? I might forgive you if you do that. A long time ago, Lambert was once a man who became one of the 4 demon generals of the Kingdom of Regos. He was a warrior who stood at the top of hundreds of thousands of the Regos Kingdom's soldiers. Why would he be scared of someone whose rank was merely one of the strongest 5? And 5 out of 70 at that. Cradle saw that Lambert was unperturbed by his declaration, and he was aggravated. Though, from this, he also realized that Lambert was not someone who could be threatened like that. Oi, you 2 useless tin cans over there, pretend that you never saw me here. I said, act like you never saw what is going to happen here. It's been a while. Since I saw a bastard who dared to belittle me this far. Congratulations for making me this angry. But, that's. Shut up. If you've a complaint, say it to Earl Sama. You are. Hearing that, the guard shut his mouth at once. I see. It seems that Earl Orbeck is colluding with Dragon's Enchanted Metal Guild. The employer of the city guards was none other than Earl Orbeck, the lord of Ainsaz City. So, he could understand the reason why the guard didn't dare to do anything against Cradle. After all, their employer, the one who held their paycheck, was in cahoots with the Dragon's Enchanted Metal Guild. So, That explained the guard's reaction when he saw Cradle's uniform. "Now draw your sword." "You think that the outdated armor you wear can save you? Let this uncle teach you how to fight in combat." Cradle drew his sword. "I refuse." "What?" "Tearing you apart limb from limb is a simple matter for me, but it'll be rather troublesome if you go clinging in tears to Earl Sama later." "Boo!" "Bah-ha-ha-ha-ha-ha-ha." After laughing loudly, Cradle rushed towards Lambert, ferocious as he could be. "Don't get cocky, you fucking small FRY." That sentence Lambert spoke had managed to hurt Cradle's pride, provoking him to attack. And, once Lambert won the fight, combined with his provocative words, he would be able to use himself as a bait to direct Cradle's harassment. Although he has no way to know how Cradle will get his revenge, Cradle's own personality would ensure that he'd try nonetheless. However, Lambert was not worried over it. After all, Lambert had planned to visit Earl Orbach, the guard's superior, later. And since he would not have any regret if, for example, he'd made Earl Orbach his enemy, why would he be scared of Cradle's revenge? Still, his action could bring trouble to the Spirit's Dusk Guild members. So, he had to move in a way that wouldn't bring trouble to them no matter what would happen. In the first place, Lambert didn't think that Fiona was Cradle's sole goal. After all, Fiona should have returned to the guild after a few days. And, it's hard to imagine that Cradle had that much spare time in his hands just to harass the guild whilst Fiona was away, which he had obviously done. So, what was his other aim aside from Fiona herself? Regardless of everything though, there's simply no way for Lambert to let the girl who had the same face as his former lord go to a place that was filled with scumbags. After all, even though that very same lord had betrayed him, she was still his lord in the end. "Ninite Sama, you can't fight in this place. Please get back." He unintentionally used the very same tone he used toward his former lord, Olia, when he spoke to Fiona. Honestly, if he didn't control himself sooner, he might once again accidentally call Fiona, His Majesty. Then again, his habit when he was still alive wouldn't be easy to get rid of. It was carried over even when he had turned into an undead. "Dwight, please kick that asshole's ass," Lloyd said as he tried to stop the bleeding in his mouth. His confidence in Lambert's strength was born after he witnessed Lambert killing the bandits with ease. And while he was aware that Cradle, despite his shitty personality, had superb sword skills, he was sure that Lambert's strength was equal, if not above Cradle's. "Let me warn you. I'll start with stopping your movement." Cradle pointed his sword toward the gap in the joints of Lambert's armor. "Then, let me start by crushing your jaw with a frontal attack." Lambert didn't draw his sword, he just pulled his punch. "Oi, Cradle is not that weak, you know." Though Lloyd tried to stop Lambert, Lambert was unperturbed. Cradle kicked the ground, dashing forward with an extreme slouching posture. Then, he drew back the hand that was gripping his sword. "Now kneel before me." "First is your left foe." Cradle's sword was already thrust towards the gap between Lambert's armor. Wow, what a quick and beautiful thrust. "As I thought, that idiot isn't just all talk." Lloyd was looking at Cradle in awe. To him, it was an extremely polished thrust. The hell with the slow and monotonous thrust. Well, he might not be a big deal after all if this is the extent of his skill, Lambert thought, tracking Cradle's movement that was as slow as a turtle. For someone as powerful as Lambert, that kind of thrust was nothing more than child's play. Sure enough, the moment Cradle's sword tip touched the surface of Lambert's armor, Lambert only took a little step back before smashing the sword with his fist at the exact moment the sword's tip grazed his armor. Unable to withstand Lambert's move, the sword was flicked away from Cradle's hand. It fell on the ground. Cradle himself landed on the ground using his left arm and legs, while his right hand was grabbing onto the knife that he hid in his mantle. "It seems that you're not all bark and no bite, but your mistake is making me go all out." And then, against the fast-approaching knife, a fist that was even faster than the knife itself was already right in front of Cradle's face. Agu! The fist that was wrapped in the armor crushed Cradle's facial bones. At the same time, that fist also threw Cradle's body back, making it land heavily on the ground like a sack of potatoes. Kill. "I'm gonna kill you." With his hand touching his face, Cradle glared at Lambert, all the while moaning in pain. "I've been holding back quite a lot though. If I'm serious, you would have already lost your head the moment I punched your face." Cradle leaned against the wall, breathing quite rough while blood kept flowing from his mouth and nose. "Oh, Gofu, I've been holding back just enough to kick your ass out of this place, but it seems I ended up using too much strength, and the reason was because you're weaker than my expectation." Since he didn't want to incur anyone's enmity, Lambert countered with just enough force to cause minor wounds. The guard rushed over to Cradle. Someone call a white magic user." "That's unnecessary. You guys saw nothing. Didn't I tell you that in the beginning?" Yeah. After the guards stepped back, Cradle once again turned to glare at Lambert with bloodshot eyes. "You fool. Your life will be at least spared if you leave Spirit's Dusk. Don't get cocky just because you're a bit stronger. You don't know the meaning of making me your enemy." After saying his piece, Cradle left the place while still holding his injured face with staggering movements. It seems that only his pride is left. Maybe I should scare him a bit more. Thus, Lambert discharged part of his miasma toward Cradle, and as soon as he did that, the person he targeted instantly got goosebumps. Cradle ran as fast as possible, before resorting to a crawl when he tripped over a pebble. But now, Spirit's Dusk Guild has become Dragon's Enchanted Metal Guild's target. Most likely, Earl Orbeck has been targeting Spirit's Dusk Guild from the very beginning. The hints about that Earl appeared from the most unexpected place. Chapter 15. After kicking Cradle's ass, Lambert was guided by Fiona and the others to the Adventurer Guild Spirit's Dusk on the second floor of the building. They went to the room furthest from the stairs, the Guildmaster's office. The Guildmaster of Spirit's Dusk was a long-haired man in his mid-30s. "This is the Guildmaster of Spirit's Dusk, Jermaine-san." After introducing the Guildmaster to Lambert, Fiona went ahead and reported the result of her recent commission. After she finished her quick report about the investigation on the village that was occupied by the bandits, she went on to her next report, detailing their encounter with Cradle in front of the guild's building. Once she finished all her reports, Jermaine heaved a deep sigh. "My apologies. I never expected that Cradle would go that far. I thought that he would stop harassing us like that as long as we left him alone. Maybe we really should relocate our office to avoid causing further trouble for the bar on the first floor. But that's impossible since we're making an enemy of Dragon's Enchanted Metal." Biting her lips, Fiona hung her head low, feeling responsible for involving her guild with Dragon's Enchanted Metal through Cradle's obsession with her. However, Jermaine merely shut his eyes as he shook his head, disagreeing with Fiona's feelings. "Their aim isn't you alone, Fiona. Rather, maybe you just got dragged along with my problem," Jermaine muttered before he continued on. "This city is simply strange. We might have to move even if today's matter didn't happen. In the first place, we're just renting a building for our guild's office, so there should be little to no damage to our side. But, well, it's hard to let go of the trust that we have built with the citizens up until now. Anyway, that aside, Mr. Armor over there, I assume you're the one who repelled Cradle. Thank you very much for driving that person away. May I assume that it's better if I didn't repel him by force?" When Lambert asked that question, Jermaine shook his head. "It's not. Dragon's Enchanted Metal is powerful indeed. Maybe I'm the only one who can fight back amongst all of the Spirit's Dusk members. And the truth is they are a pain in the ass, what with their influences in this city and eyeing this guild. But, more than that, that guild is even more suspicious than the Dark Guild that exists in this city. Honestly, I can't even imagine what kind of suffering Fiona will face if she goes with them. Besides that, what makes them truly troublesome is actually their backing Earl Orbeck, who Lambert was almost sure of his suspicion towards Earl Orbeck doing many shady moves behind the scenes, and he was glad that his visit to this guild was not in vain. He got more information than he suspected. "I would like to hear more of the details about those guys if possible, but can you tell me what is this Dark Guild you're talking about?" Without waiting for Jermaine to speak, Fiona proceeded to answer Lambert's question. "Dark Guild is a group that takes illegal jobs. They mainly act behind the scenes, rarely appearing on stage. But, They're normally backed by a powerful figure since those guys are responsible for handling the dirty jobs of their backer. It's just as she said. They're not an existence that you can speak about casually. I'm telling you this since you are already involved with them. Germain said the last part almost as if he was whispering to Lambert. Dragon's enchanted metal usually only takes normal jobs since they are so famous that almost everyone in this city knows of them. But that fame wouldn't matter to the Dark Guild. However, there's one thing I know when I was gathering information to build my guild in this city. Dragon's enchanted metal is most likely the mediator between our lawbook and the Dark Guild. In any case, that guild itself is strange. It's as if they knew all about the Dark Guild's movement, making them able to avoid collision with the Dark Guild due to the contrary nature of requests that sometimes happened with other lawful guilds. It's as if there was a prior arrangement between the two sides. I see. I think no one else was aware about what they did if they only looked at the surface. They're experts at hiding their trail, and so far there's no indisputable evidence of their misdeeds. Hearing that, Lambert then contemplated the possibilities of Lawbook having a hand in guiding those bandits to attack that village. Perhaps, he might also use the Dark Guild's hands when he did so. Well, rather than that matter, may I hear more about yourself? After all, I can't make an unknown man understand the situation thoroughly with just this little time. Anyway, it looks like you have saved me and Fiona by driving Cradle away before, but this person is the one who saved us when we were taken captive by the thieves who occupied the village. But, since he doesn't seem to be that familiar with the situation, I invited him to stay for a while in our spirit's dusk so that at least he won't be troubled later. Fiona replied to Germain. After staring into Lambert's head-covered helmet, Germain let out a groan. Well, I've no reason to refuse Fiona and Co.'s benefactor to stay. But, will you allow me to at least see your face? When Germain asked that, Lambert could only groan. Ever since he was revived, he knew that he'd face this kind of question every time he went into the city due to his conspicuous appearance. But, it was a risk he had to take, and yet, he hadn't actually come up with a countermeasure. Though he did his best to appear unperturbed, the clanking sound of his helmet crashing against armor exposed his inner turmoil. But, he decided to grit his teeth. While lying wasn't in his nature, his real identity as an undead was something that couldn't be divulged. What's the matter? You don't want to remove your helmet? I have an old scar on my face. Because of it, I'm rather reluctant to show my face to others. Hearing Lambert's excuse, Germain thought for a while, considering it. In the end, he merely sighed, shaking his head as he did so. Fine, we've too much of a debt of gratitude toward you after all. But, I won't be this kind to you if you bring us trouble. So, I won't pursue you to show your face to us. It's just that with your conspicuous attire, I don't think that you can live comfortably in Ainsize. Germain drew a conclusion from the little information he gathered during the short talk he had with Lambert. In his perspective, Lambert either wanted to hide his face, or he was simply someone who was free from worldly desire. In any case, to him, Lambert was still suspicious. That's why he told Lambert that he had no intention to shelter him in case he caused some sort of trouble. Lambert, who had already planned to escape should the situation turn to the worst, guessed Germain's intention, which coincidentally matched his need, nodded his head. Thank you, and don't worry, I won't stay for too long. I plan to leave immediately as long as I find out what I want to know. Anyway, let's write the formal report for the time being. Oi Lily, go and get me one of the documents from that shelf. Lily moved as soon as she heard Germain's order, taking a paper from the shelf and gave it to Lambert. My name is it. Though he managed to brush that matter aside up until now, the time had come for him to say his name. Give him a pen and desk too. Hurry up. Despite being given a piece of paper, he couldn't come up with a suitable alias. In the end, after much contemplation, Lambert finally filled the name column with his real name, Lambert de la Croix. It had been more than 200 years since his death after all. So, there's no way someone would realize that the Lambert they met was the real deal. Though Lambert seemed nonchalant when he made this decision, this was also one of undead's nature. They're attached to whatever they could preserve from their time as part of the living, such as their way of life, the mission they had when they're still alive, and other things. These attachments were the very thing that bound their soul in this world. After all, Lloyd, being curious, stole a glance at the name that Lambert wrote. It turned out your name was Lambert. If only you told us your name sooner. After he received the piece of paper from Lambert, Germain couldn't help but chuckle when he saw the name written on that paper. Lambert de Lacroix, is it? Such a grandiose name. Well, I've no intention to be angry with you for not using an alias, but I see. This makes the matter easier to understand. Well, at least you should be very careful. That way, you won't become a laughingstock when you're being compared to the real Lambert from the story. Germain compared Lambert's appearance with the name written in the column name as he said those words. Though Lloyd didn't seem to realize it, Germain seemed to be familiar with the name of Lambert de Lacroix. It was not only Germain, but Fiona too. Both of them were smiling wryly, looking a bit troubled after they knew Lambert's name. Germain and Fiona seem to be familiar with my name. What's the matter? Is that name famous or what? Lloyd knitted his eyebrows as he asked Germain about Lambert's name. You should read more books. Honestly. Well, you should be familiar with the Kingdom of Regio's brave during the Eight Kingdoms Unification War. Glyph Palkaiser, right? Lambert got a bad feeling even before Germain continued his words, but he was really surprised when he heard the name of his former best friend coming out of nowhere. Glyph Palkaiser. He was similar to Lambert, one of the 4 demon generals, and the one who pushed Lambert to the bottom of the valley. Oh, of course I know about him. Please don't take me for an idiot. Lloyd spoke with a sullen voice. In fact, the last and greatest obstacle who stood in front of Glyph Palkaiser's goal to end the Eight Kingdoms Unification War was none other than Lambert de Lacroix. In Germain's version of the story, Lambert de Lacroix was depicted as the strongest villain. During the Eight Kingdoms Unification War, the young orphaned Lambert de Lacroix was climbing through the military ranks with unprecedented speed with his Herculean strength and all sorts of trickery until he became one of the 4 demon generals. Then, he tried to assassinate Aulia Alid, his own lord, and Glyph Palkaiser, his rival, to become the supreme ruler of the Western Waremia continent. But, in the end, he lost to Glyph Palkaiser and committed suicide to end his life. What there? He was just a traitor then. Though I felt that guy seemed to be familiar. Like hell I'm going to remember that bastard. I'm an adventurer, not a scholar. Though isn't he kinda like Glyph Palkaiser's stepping stone? When he heard the story, he felt that the Lambert in it was a stranger. His role depicted in the history was completely different from reality. But, he only needed to ponder for a bit before snapping to the present. In the history of any kingdom, it was more convenient to make a story about a brave killing a betrayer rather than making a story of a lord assassinating their own retainer because of a baseless suspicion. Besides, in order to make sure nothing went wrong with the unified government, the reigning government couldn't expose too many of its dark secrets. Lambert could accept that reason. However, as someone who swung his sword for Aulia, his lord, he couldn't easily accept the fact that he was labeled as a power-hungry traitor in history, because the one thing he wished the most as one of the 4 demon generals was to die with pride. If he still had his living body, Lambert would surely be in tears right now. And the reason why he didn't hold an inch of doubt about his condition was due to the innate traits of his undead body. Chapter 16. Well then, you're now registered as our guild member. You're my subordinate from now on, but as you've realized, our Spirit's Dusk Guild will relocate away from this place in a while. So, I don't know for how long we're going to work together. Still, try your best to not take things too seriously. After completing the registration procedure to become the guild member, Lambert had officially become a member of Spirit's Dusk Guild. And since he planned to disappear from public view as soon as he had gotten the information he needed, he had no problem in abiding with Germain's request not to make trouble. Especially, considering the fact that he didn't have any concrete plan for the time being. The available commissions are posted on the bulletin board, but personally I hope you will take the commission for gathering a grim cat pelt and take Fiona along with you. Though this commission might be a tad too easy for you who is able to slaughter those bandits by yourself. The cat in that commission was referring to a cat demon. In terms of size, they were a bigger variant, only one size smaller than a fully grown man. Note: at least as big as a cheetah. It had glossy black fur and sharp tusks like a small tiger. However, they were not that dangerous as long as you only faced one of them at a time. That's why Jermaine suggested that Lambert bring Fiona along, that way they could surround it when they were fighting. Naturally, Lambert was also familiar with grim cats. He had seen them when he was still alive after all, though at his time. In short, this kind of job is treated like child errands by the other adventurers. However, for this era, this kind of commission was in fact just right for the majority of adventurers. Only Lambert felt this sort of job was boring to him. Grim cats were supposed to be gathering in Ainsaz's underground labyrinth, right? Jermaine nodded in response to Fiona's question. The company associated with us is gathering a lot of grim cat pelts lately. That's why we have to gather as many as we can, and for there. Come to think of it. Lambert, please bring back parts of the strongest demon you defeated so I will have a better understanding of your real ability. Anyway, there are many types of demons of various ranks gathered in the place you'll head should you accept my request after all. So, I think that place is just right to test your skills. First. May I ask about Ainsaz's underground labyrinth? Seriously? You don't even know about that? Heaving a sigh, Jermaine decided to just explain Ainsaz's underground labyrinth to Lambert. Ainsaz's underground labyrinth was a facility established more than 100 years ago. Its true usage and functions were surrounded by mysteries, and from what little there was found from the magic tools and cipher codes, made many people assume that it was some kind of facility that researched magic tools during the Eight Kingdom Unification Wars era. Now, it served as the living place for many goblin variants thanks to the mana distortion in that place. However, due to that, it also served as an ideal hunting spot because of the numerous high-ranking demons dwelling there. Yet, the information below the fourth floor was unknown due to the existence of a terrifyingly powerful demon dwelling in it, barring adventurers from exploring further. According to some people, that powerful demon was something that had no form, appearing just like a black mist, and it seemed to be protecting something from the fourth floor and below. And the grim cat we're looking for is located right on the second floor. Grim cat pelts are fairly popular due to its unique fragrance and durability. And, maybe this is going to annoy you, but if you happen to clash with other adventurers hailing from other guilds during the hunt. Please concede to them. Our Spirit's Dusk Guild is just a new and small guild that has yet to become famous. We can't bear to contend with other guilds yet. However, if you meet those guys from Goblin's Den Guild, then don't yield to them. Their way, despite being a small guild similar to us, is dirty and I hate that. Or, you can just leave the matter of dealing with those guys to Fiona. All of a sudden, Lambert felt that his joining Spirit's Dusk Guild might bring them trouble instead. After all, Lambert's original plan was to kill Erlorbeck after he had gathered all the necessary information. Still, he couldn't just overlook Erlorbeck's existence, who had transformed into a cancer for the Kingdom of Regos. However, killing Erlorbeck arbitrarily might cause the people, who knew him, to be dragged into the conflict, which contrasted with Lambert's raison d'etre. Lambert didn't say anything for a while. Seeing this, Jermaine then smiled to assure Lambert, "Don't worry. The point in this is to just ignore those guys from small guilds like us." The big and famous guild aside, small guilds like us have its own unwritten rule, and this is one of them. Jermaine-san, the way you're saying that is. Thanks for the revelation. Although Fiona was about to rebuke Jermaine directly, Lambert's bow, despite how lightly he did it, to Jermaine displayed his gratitude for the revelation, stopped her from doing so. Chapter 17. 4 days later, Lambert, along with Fiona and company, went to visit Ainsaz's underground labyrinth, which was located in the outskirts of the city. The entrance to the underground labyrinth was a huge stairway. There was a post beside the underground labyrinth's entrance with plenty of government officials standing nearby. They were there to check the identity of the people who entered the labyrinth. And, right now, Lambert could see a group of adventurers, consisting of 2 to 5 people, enter the labyrinth after they had spoken to the government officials in the post. It's an old facility indeed, But I've never seen or heard this facility built when I was alive, Lambert thought. Originally, he had expected that the facility might be related to him, but he didn't recall seeing this kind of facility during his life, so he assumed that it was made after his death. Of course, there's a possibility that this place was built when he was still alive through methods like building it furtively or covering it with barriers during and after its construction. But who was Lambert? He was one of the 4 demon generals of the Kingdom of Regos. There was no army's secret that he didn't know. Furthermore, considering the size of this facility, it most assuredly was not one of those nobles' personal properties. Thus, it's more likely that the royal family or nobles' families were involved in its creation. And, if perchance, this facility was built when Lambert was still alive, then it'd be stranger that he, Lambert, have never heard of its existence. Besides, he really couldn't imagine the Kingdom of Regos would spare the efforts to build this gargantuan structure when they were in the war-torn era. While Lambert was looking at the entrance to the underground labyrinth, he suddenly saw a strange crest of an egg with the laughing face of a human carved on its shell, which was split in the middle, and then there were carvings of folded wings looking as if it came from inside the split part. What the why in the hell is this thing here? Seeing that crest, Lambert unintentionally screamed out loud. Ignoring everything and everyone, he jumped down towards the stairway, hand trailing the wall as he finally recalled the crest's owner. Lambert-san. Meanwhile, Fiona also rushed in, calling out Lambert's name when she noticed his action. Please wait a minute and get back here for now. No doubt about it. This is Sage Dominion's crest. However, Lambert did not listen to her. His mind was already far away to one name. Sage Dominion, that it was the name of a supreme sorcerer in the era when Lambert was still amongst the living. And Dominion was an evil warmonger who was labeled as the most dangerous person in Regos Kingdom during the Warring Era due to repeated inhuman acts, ambition and dangerous ideas. So, in spite of her numerous contributions toward Regos Kingdom, which had boosted the kingdom's power, Aurelia still in the end ordered Lambert and his subordinates to raid Dominion's research facility and subjugate her. Even though he followed his order faithfully, the scene he saw during the subjugation wasn't something that Lambert, a man who'd managed to survive many battlefields and had already witnessed innumerable hellish scenes, wanted to remember. A flesh golem that was created by a combination of who knew how many human bodies, an extremely cruel trap which was designed to only immobilize its victims without killing them. Berserkers who were created through injecting drugs into her own subordinate's brain. At that time, Lambert and his 20 subordinates he brought along with him to subjugate Dominion, faced all of this. However, all of them save Lambert were slaughtered by her vicious creations. It was only after a deadly one-on-one battle that Lambert managed to slay Dominion, and yet, not too long after that, Lambert himself was assassinated by the hands of his lord's conspiracy. Only Dominion used this kind of crest. In short, this place is that shitty woman's research facility. I guess it won't be that strange for that woman to make 2 or 3 research facilities and hide its existence from the kingdom. Even though it was just through remembrance, the memories of that woman were enough to make Lambert tremble in fear. Considering the current situation, "Oi, you bastard!" At that point, a government official, whose duty was to monitor the labyrinth's entrance, shouted. He was irritated with Lambert's action of ignoring him and entering the labyrinth as he pleased. Thus, he poked Lambert's armor with the butt of his spear with the intention of knocking him down from the stairway. Alas, it wasn't even enough to leave a scratch on Lambert's armor. Instead of that, it was the official's spear that broke into 2 as its splintered section fell to the ground. Is this guy's body actually made of a lump of metal? The official thought, fearful of Lambert's sturdy armor. Despite his fear, he was still even more vexed with Lambert's attitude of completely disregarding his existence. What's the matter? The hell are you asking about? You are the one at fault for trying to enter the labyrinth without going through us first. You bastard. Send away those adventurers who want to enter this labyrinth. This place isn't a safe place. I'll go inside and help the ones inside to leave. Huh? You bastard. What in the hell? When Lambert was trying to persuade the government official, Lloyd had jumped forward to pull Lambert back. "Listen to him and get back outside already, Uncle Lambert." "Oh fuck. He isn't budging at all." "But the situation is..." "That's why please listen to us. Fiona has told you already, right? Someone needs an identification from their guild and reason for entering the labyrinth before they can enter." Even though Lambert was reluctant, he still followed Lloyd back to the surface. "Humphrey, when I think what's the matter, it turned out to be a member of the Spirit's Dusk Guild." The government official muttered such complaints as he looked at Lambert, who was following behind Lloyd to the surface, unaware that Lambert had heard everything he spoke. "Good grief. I should have told you before, right? Please wait until Fiona finished taking care of our entrance application." "Oi Lloyd, the member of your guild. Were they marked by government officials?" "Eh? No, I don't think so, but..." "I see, it's fine then." Chapter 18. After Lambert's group went into Ainsaz's underground labyrinth, a certain group appeared. The group of 15 men was wearing white clothes with similar designs. Each of them were also wearing conspicuous red mantles, showing that they belonged to one group. They were members of the biggest guild in Ainsaz, the Dragon's Enchanted Metal Guild. Beside the leader, a one-eyed man with the biggest build amongst the group, stood Cradle, whose entire body was wrapped in bandages. When this group appeared, one of the government officials, who managed the labyrinth's entrance, went to the one-eyed man and bowed to him. "If it isn't the Guild Master of Dragon's Enchanted Metal, Titan's Armor." Speaking until that point, the government official then looked around the vicinity before he continued to speak with an even lower voice. 4 members of Spirit's Dusk just entered the Ainsaz's underground labyrinth a while ago. "Humphrey, what a lucky coincidence. Those guys entered the labyrinth right when we the Dragon's Enchanted Metal Guild are about to continue our labyrinth exploration." The Guild Master of Dragon's Enchanted Metal Guild, Titan, said with a sadistic grin after he heard the government official's words. "No way. Isn't this your own work, Titan's Armor? Threatening those small fry companies who are collaborating with Spirit's Dusk to give them a harvesting commission?" Cradle asked, a huge and disgusting grin etched on his face. It was not only him, but also Titan, the guild master, who was grinning the same way as Cradle when he heard the rhetorical question. That stupid guild master happily jumped in as soon as he got a harvesting commission from the company that worked with his guild. Really? The foolishness of the guild master brings their subordinates trouble. "You bastards are lucky since you work under me." The members of Dragon's Enchanting Metal Guild simultaneously laughed when they heard Titan's words. Dragon's Enchanting Metal Guild was backed by Earl Orberg. Not only did it have a powerful influence amongst their peers, they also had similar influence amongst the companies. As such, they could control the movement of other guilds by using their influence in the companies who were collaborating with the other guilds. So, they could create an advantageous situation for their own guild while lowering public trust towards other guilds. For example, forcing the companies, who were collaborating with the other guild, to not give any jobs to their partners, or, another example, forcing the guild to refuse their partner companies by asking the partner companies to give them dangerous quests. Those methods were the main forte of Dragon's Enchanting Metal Guild, making it so that any guild who made Dragon's Enchanting Metal Guild their enemy were unable to survive in Ainsaz. Well, anything can happen inside a labyrinth, and, even if there are eyewitnesses, we just need to kill them. Gahaha. Humphrey, there's no difference between being killed by demons or us. In the end, they'll be dead either way. But, I wonder why Earl Sama even wants to destroy that puny guild. You better stop digging too deep into this matter. Not even I, the great Titan, was able to disobey Earl Sama. So you better watch your step, Titan said with a light smile on his face, and since Cradle was not a stupid man, he dropped the question and only laughed along with Titan. Come to think of it, Cradle, what about the girl you took a fancy to? I thought you're going to rape her once she left Spirit's Dusk. But can we not talk about this matter? Even though I just want to steal that girl away before we crush that puny guild, that shitty girl's foolishness knows no bound. She rejected me until the end. Just thinking of it made Cradle's eyebrows wrinkle in frustration. He swung his sword that was still in its scabbard to the side and then stabbed it into the ground in front of the government official. The scabbard was stabbed deep into the ground, making a loud reverberating sound. Hey! The government official was so scared that he fell on his butt with a scream. He then tentatively touched his ears, sighing when he found that his ears were still attached to their proper place. He had thought that the gale coming from Cradle's swung sword had sliced his ears. Wow, what are you doing? Cradle ignored the government official's scream and turned around to face Titan, strapping his sword at his belt again. That woman is the first target. Can you let me kill her? Cradle asked with hatred-filled eyes as his purple snake-like tongue licked his lips. Ha, I can't bring myself to hate that upfront attitude of yours. After laughing heartily for a while, Titan then led the members of Dragon's Enchanted Metal Guild to enter the underground labyrinth, briefly casting a glance to the government official from over his shoulder. The official was stretching his hands towards Titan, as if he was trying to stop him. Please wait a minute, Titan-sama. At least. The entrance procedure. Titan glared at the government official from over his shoulder, eyes glinting dangerously. Are you trying to make trouble with me? My apologies, Titan-sama. Still in his sitting position, the official hurriedly bowed his head to Titan to get away from him. Humphrey, you incurable idiot. Who do you think I am? You would have already been dead by now if you meet me in my younger years. Ha. Titan-sama is scary indeed. By the way, Titan-sama, let me tell you that you need to pay attention to that armor dude who I told you about before. I underestimated him before and ended up like this. You want to kill that armor guy too? Cradle let out a cramped smile when Titan said that with a devilish smile on his face. I don't think I can win against him by myself, but can you leave him alive? This hatred of mine won't disappear unless I show that armored bastard a hell in this world. I refuse. The one who is gonna kill that armored bastard is me. It's been a while since a bastard who seemingly can match my power appears. Oi, the rest of you lot, just focus on protecting the entrance so no one disturbs me. But it's that bastard. That bastard is looking down on me. Didn't I tell you that I'm gonna avenge you? What are you feeling dissatisfied for, Cradle? Though dissatisfied, Cradle only glared at Titan and didn't say anything more. Where's your reply, Cradle? Yes. Please avenge me, Titan-sama. Gahahaha. Good. Or don't tell me that you're going to attack me with your sword. Cradle shook his head repeatedly when Titan said that. He was left with no choice but to obey him since he knew that his end might be worse than their current target if he didn't obey Titan. Oi Golba, Dolmira. Take that out. Two fat men, who up until now were standing quietly by Titan's side, took out two huge gloves that released a blue shine and equipped them to Titan. Seeing that sight, Cradle was dumbfounded. He had never expected that Titan would go that far. Titan-sama. Don't tell me, that's... Yes, my specially made glove with plenty of organ-enchanted metal. You pipsqueaks won't even be able to swing Thesa Dragon's enchanted claws properly if you try to equip it. Titan flashed an evil grin as he swung his glove-equipped hand at the wall. Meanwhile, the people who were around at the time felt as if the place was swaying when the clanking sound of a glove hitting the wall resounded. You went as far as using your personal weapon, Cradle. You know what will become of you if that guy turns out to be a small fry, right? Titan laughed as he entered the labyrinth, leaving a pale-faced Cradle behind. But he gritted his teeth when he saw the other members of Dragon's Enchanted Metal Guild had already followed after the guild master, hurriedly going into the labyrinth as well. Chapter 19. O Pyroxene, illuminate our path. As soon as the person finished chanting that aria, the dark passage was illuminated with gentle light. Seems like the adventurers who entered before us didn't take this passage. Pyroxenes were embedded throughout the wall of Ainsaz's underground labyrinth. It would shine with just a little bit of mana. That's why even someone who only had the bare minimum ability to use magic could still use it. However, since the pyroxenes didn't shine, it meant that no one had passed through the passage for a while. In short, this showed that they wouldn't be troubled by the other adventurers ahead, or, that's one of the theories the adventurers came up with when choosing this path. Do you have a similar experience of going into an underground labyrinth like this one, Lambert-san? Long time ago, I often went down to places like this. I knew of simple magic like pyroxene too. But at the time, My goal wasn't to collect materials. Mine was to apprehend criminals who hid themselves deep inside the labyrinth. Ah, I miss those good old days. When I competed with Glyph about who can hunt more ogres. Ha ha ha. That certainly is possible for someone like the brave Glyph. Despite him speaking the truth, Fiona took his remarks as his way of joking around to match his name with the Lambert of the Warring Era. Delusional, as if something like ogres could be treated like hunting, a wild game. Lloyd secretly retorted in his mind. He was dumbfounded on the ridiculousness of Lambert's story, because, for people born in the current era, ogres were an opponent that could only be hunted by a party of 4 top-rank adventurers. To show how strong ogres were, take Fiona, Lily, and Lloyd as its opponent. Even if the trio ganged up on one ogre, it wouldn't be the ogre that suffered but them. They would certainly be annihilated without even being able to put one scratch on that lone ogre. So Lloyd and the others definitely took what Lambert said as a joke. After that moment, they returned their focus on the dungeon. However, the trio was unable to do anything at all since Lambert was able to push through the first floor of Ainsaz's underground labyrinth while mowing down every single demon that they met on the way. Soon, they passed through the second floor, their original destination, in the similar vein, and went down all the way to the third floor in the blink of an eye. His great sword took down the incoming demons one after another, leaving mountains of hobgoblins along his trail. Lambert-san, the location of the Grimcats we're looking for are in the second floor. Oh old man, the area beyond this is dangerous, especially for us. Disregarding their words, Lambert shouldered his great sword, turning around to look at Fiona and the other. I might be dead if I dived into the innermost part of this labyrinth. The 3 of you, please return to the surface now. Innermost part? Old man, are you insane? There's an unbelievably powerful demon on the 4th floor. It has kept everyone from advancing further even up until now. Honestly, you should enter a bigger guild if your goal is to dive into the deepest part of the labyrinth. Not joining our small guild. The 4th floor and beyond is a dangerous place even if the 4 of us are together, you know. I alone am enough to do this. Like hell it is. Fiona, try to persuade Lambert. Old man. Don't call me old man. I'm not even 30 years old. There's red light coming from the other side. Another batch of hobgoblins? You're just one step away from B. Once again, ignoring the words spoken to him, Lambert went ahead by himself. Without any warning, 2 ogres suddenly came at him from the T-junction, poised to attack. Lambert-san! Didn't I tell you before? Old man. Ogres popped out every now and then and the floor. We're done. The 3 of them screamed even as they chased after Lambert hurriedly. In their mind, even someone as powerful as Lambert wouldn't be able to fight 2 ogres at the same time. This kind of narrow place sure is troublesome. Lambert held his great sword horizontally as he ran with lowered posture. Meanwhile, the 2 ogres leapt toward Lambert almost at the same time. However, at that moment, Lambert kicked the ground, spinning his body in midair like a spinning top. Using the ogre's own momentum, Lambert's great sword then tore their abdomen. It not only caught the ogres, but also came into contact with the labyrinth's wall, creating countless sparks as it destroyed the wall. Ignoring the recoil from destroying the wall, Lambert continued his attack with another slash that decapitated one of the 2 ogres' heads. Then he continued on with crushing the other ogre's head with the flat blade of his great sword in one sweeping motion. After that, he delivered a roundhouse kick, as if he was throwing away trash. Fiona's eyes turned into dots seeing the unbelievable sight in front of her. Lloyd, get down. Sensing something, Lambert turned around to Fiona and the others. After making eye contact with Lloyd, he then raised his great sword, ordering Lloyd at the same time. And he suddenly flung his great sword. The trust sword traced a beautiful straight line that was parallel with the ground and passed right at the place where Lloyd's head was moments ago before he squatted down. Then, it smashed onto the head of the hobgoblin that was sneaking behind them. The body of the hobgoblin that had lost its head stumbled back for 3 steps before it crashed on the ground like a sack of potatoes. That's so close. Thanks old man, Your battle is too awesome. With the crisis over, Lloyd fell on his butt. He then turned his head behind him to look for the sword, only to find that Lambert's sword had continued its straight flight until the turning point of the corridor and only stopped after its blade had stabbed into the wall. Seeing that sight, Lloyd once again realized the vast difference between his power and Lambert's own. Oi, shall we go back to the second floor with just the three of us? Yes, I'm with him. But I'm also curious about this place since this is the first time I have come here. I see, the third floor structure is made like this, huh? Contrasting Lily and Lloyd, who were eager to go back to the second floor, Fiona, who had never dove until the third floor of Vainsaz's underground labyrinth, was getting excited. Anyhow, to her, the reason for becoming an adventurer was to experience an adventure. That's why, there's no way she's going to miss this rare chance. How rare of you to make this kind of slip, Fiona. That old man is a special case. No amount of life is enough if you associate yourself with that old man. Understand? We should go back while we can. Lily and Lloyd persuaded Fiona to go with them. And though Fiona didn't seem to be willing to leave Lambert alone by himself on the third floor, she couldn't do anything since she knew that the three of them would only become a burden if they kept sticking with him on this floor. While they could persuade Lambert to follow them, but seeing him easily dispatching two ogres alone, she got the worst feeling that Lambert wouldn't change his mind. And that was proven by Lambert's look, who didn't seem like he would go back. So, the only choice they got was to separate here, with three of them going to the second floor and him going forward. Occupied with various thoughts and considerations for the plan, Fiona then sighed. In the end, she decided that the only plan for the three of them was to go back to the second floor safely. Lambert-san will be waiting for you near the staircase which leads to the third floor. Please don't push yourself too hard. I understand. After a short reply, Lambert then went ahead toward the T-junction, trampling over the corpses of the ogres as he walked forward. Meanwhile, Lloyd squinted his eyes as he looked at the ogres' corpses that got squashed beneath Lambert's feet. That armor of his must be really heavy. He killed those two ogres in just a moment. No need to worry about his safety. We should go back to the second floor. The three of them agreed with Lloyd's assessment and ran as fast as they could to the second floor, passing by the mountain of corpses that was laid to waste by Lambert a while ago. Now that I looked at those mountains of corpses again, I really wonder whether Uncle Lambert is really a human. While Fiona was smiling wryly at hearing Lloyd's mutter, Lily suddenly paused her gait. What's the matter, Lily? Lily had already pressed her ear against the wall, all the while frowning when Lloyd and Fiona turned around to see her. Suspicious. Someone is coming towards our direction. Their numbers are 4. Perhaps more. This floor has many branches, so it's almost impossible for them to take the same route as us, assuming that they came to hunt. But, well, I mean Uncle Lambert has basically left behind mountains of hobgoblins' corpses whose numbers are usually enough to annihilate an entire party in an instant. This might get troublesome if we met this group, but, they might come to make trouble with us, aiming for the moment when we got back from the third floor to rob us of our loot. Are you kidding me? In their current situation, human beings could be far more terrifying than demons. That's why their mind had already come up with questions about just what kind of evil humans who had pursued them this far. After all, if they were unlucky, they might just run into two ogres on this third floor. But, by being able to continue their pursuit, means that the people who were chasing after them were quite powerful. What shall we do? I think nothing good will come about if we met them. Lloyd's face turned red while Lily's face immediately paled at those words. However, Fiona kept her wits with her, so after pondering for a moment, she turned around toward the passage that was used by Lambert a while ago. Let's go after Lambert-san. There should be few demons left alive in the passage used by him. He should be close by if he advanced while fighting the demons along the way. We can't stay here since those people who are chasing after us might be too powerful for us to defeat. Chapter 20. The group, who was chasing after Lambert and company, was none other than the party from the Dragon's Enchanted Metal Guild. They had searched the entire second floor to find and kill Lambert's group. However, they failed to find them. So, Some of them went back to the first floor, leaving someone to watch the stairs to the second floor while the others dove back further towards the third floor. The reason they were looking for their target on the second floor was because Grimcat could only be found there. So, the Dragon's Enchanted Metal Guildmaster, Titan, expected to find Lambert and CO to hunt there. So, to find them faster, the original 15 members of Dragon's Enchanted Metal, who came to this underground labyrinth, split into 3 5-man parties with Cradle and Titan in the same one. "You there, have you seen a guy who wore a stupidly conspicuous full-plate armor? We couldn't find them in the second floor, so they should be in this third floor." Cradle's party asked that question as soon as they met the other guild's party in a high-handed manner, as if the other was dirt below them. Never sees someone like that. "Rather, one of our members received a deep wound." "Does anyone here use white magic? Please help." The other party that Cradle's group encountered was a 3-man party from Blue Wings Guild. It was composed of the veteran swordsman, Casval, his apprentice, Hans, and a sorceress Lilith. The 3 of them happened to meet Cradle and his party when they were carrying Lilith, who was already unconscious from the demon's poison, out of the labyrinth. Well, though it pained us, but according to the law, we're not allowed to lend a hand to other guilds when we're in the middle of a job. Right, Titan-sama? My apologies for the inconvenience. Cradle and Titan replied to the pleading man with an evil grin on their face. And when he heard their words, the guy went pale. Even if Samyeon's life is in danger? Stop it. These guys were simply that kind of folk. Please don't block the passage if you guys aren't willing to help us. The leader of the party, Casval, stopped his pupil from flaring up at Cradle and his party. How cruel. Wait a bit, let me help you. At this time, a cane-wielding woman suddenly appeared from behind Cradle. She's also a member of Dragon's Enchanted Metal Guild, and her name is Ange. And she's also a user of both white and black magic. There is an easier way to cure someone from poison. Please, save her. We won't make it in time if we need to bring her back to our guild. Oh, fire, burn it to ashes. While chanting, Ange pointed her cane towards the unconscious Lilith. When the last syllable came out, red light instantly gathered in front of Lilith's body, creating a fire that engulfed her in the next moment. Hans, who was lending his shoulder to Lilith at the time, also ended up catching fire too. What there? Quickly extinguish that fire with water. Farfuck. Ahahaha. That should make things easier for you, right? Richie. Ange was laughing maniacally as she questioned the panicking duo, looking satisfied with their reaction. Why the hell are you doing this? For amusement, of course. Do you really think we're gonna let you leave this labyrinth? Naive. It was not only Ange, but Cradle, Titan, and all the others in their party who were also laughing hysterically at those two. Huh? You bastard, do you realize what you're speaking about just now? Do you really think that our Blue Wings will just let this matter be? Scory. Then, shall I leave your mouth intact so you can make your report to your guild? Hans looked at Cradle, astonished, when he heard his words. Unlike Hans, Casval didn't waste his words as he immediately drew his sword and slashed at Cradle. However, Cradle stepped back, neatly dodging it while drawing his sword at the same time. He made a circular motion with his sword in front of Casval's eyes, restraining him from advancing even further. And, Casval was forced to retreat. Unfortunately for him, Cradle was aiming for that exact moment. He retreated and stabbed his sword toward Casval, who was pulling his sword back. It smoothly pierced through Casval's chest, looking as if it was sucked into it. Casval was killed on the spot without even a chance to retaliate. Pulling his sword from Casval's chest, Cradle licked its bloodied blade. Why are you guys doing this? Hans, the only one left alive of the 3 at the moment, crumbled to his knees. He knew he had no way out of this situation. Both Lilith and Casval were dead. Lilith, the girl I held unrequited love for and also his junior, fainted from the poison and was unable to defend herself when she was attacked. And Casval, his senior in the guild, was dead almost with no resistance. Both of them were his good friends, and the reason why they dove into the 3rd floor today was to show the power of the senior to his junior rather than doing it during a commission. They were even careful enough not to dive too deeply into the third floor and retreated as soon as they saw an ogre. So, he had never thought that they would meet this kind of end. Not even in his wildest dream. For adventurers, suddenly dying inside the labyrinth was something that they were aware of and accepted as their constant companion. Hans was painfully aware of that fact. But he had never expected that today he'd experienced such sudden death. Why, you ask? Huh, such a foolish question. Are you trying to get us to pity you? Everything is your fault for pointing your sword toward us, okay? Ooh, Scory, don't make such a scary face. I'm just joking. Well, I shall be magnanimous today. You ask for our reason to attack you guys, right? Well, dying inside a labyrinth is just an everyday occurrence for adventurers. No one's gonna blame you for that. That's why, don't you think it's a little boring if we just kill you guys when we met? You bastard. Whoopsie. Titan suddenly moved his hand and punched Hans' jaw with his enchanted metal glove. The sound of Hans' skull being crushed resounded in the area, quickly followed with the popping sound of his eyeballs leaving its sockets. Hans' body crumbled down on spot, blood flowing out of the orifices of his face. Guildmaster Sama, that was my prey. Quit the useless chit-chat and get going. I mean, I was annoyed when I heard those weaklings didn't see our target either. Is it really okay to leave their bodies as it is? Leave them. Their bodies are going to be eaten by the goblins anyway. After they ransacked their three poor victims' luggage, Cradle and his party continued onward without any regard to their corpses. The moment they had walked some distance away from that place, a group of goblins suddenly appeared and started to feast on those poor adventurers. Those geese might be awakened due to the riot moments ago and love us so much cause we gave them free food, Titan said, laughing. He was joined by his guild members. Now, I wonder which route those guys took. I mean, we still can't find them even after we've traveled down to this floor. Maybe they dove even deeper? Cuckoo, it's been a long time since I've gotten this excited. Finally, my dragon's enchanted metal claw might meet its match. That's a relief for me. Chapter 21. That Lambert old man is so fast. That full plate armor is supposed to be really heavy. Both Lily and Lloyd were voicing their dissatisfaction. Lily turned around, glared behind as she wiped the beads of sweat on her forehead with her long mantle. Fiona and company went chasing after Lambert, who went even deeper into the third floor. The strongest demon on the third floor was an ogre, but it didn't mean that they were going to pop out around every single corner. There was almost no demon strong enough to slow down Lambert. He went deeper and deeper into the third floor, leaving Fiona and company who were chasing after him far behind. Lily, what is the status of our pursuer? They seem to be preoccupied with demons, but they're steadily shortening their distance with us. Their number is beyond my perception. I don't think they're your usual robbers. They might be the people from the Dark Guild. So escaping by spreading out our force would be impossible. It also means that our only choice is to chase after Lambert-san. Chasing after Lambert itself wasn't that difficult since he left the demons' bodies laying around like unnecessary baggage. Though Fiona and company met other demons feasting on those corpses from time to time, they were too busy with their meal to spare them even a glance. Fiona and company kept diving even deeper until they're finally standing before a huge door that was left open. Color drained from their face when they tried to see beyond inside the room. Beyond the door was a giant stairway that went down below the current floor. Are you kidding me? Lloyd's face went stiff at that moment. According to the legend, fourth floor of Ainsaz's underground labyrinth was a place protected by the myriad-formed black mist-like monster which had never been defeated ever since the founding of this labyrinth. No one who challenged it returned alive. It was a place that second-rate adventurers like Lloyd and company would never dream to enter. If it weren't for them following Lambert, even though his actions might be rather eccentric from time to time, it was just because he had yet to master the common sense of the current era. It didn't mean that Lambert was insensitive. Even during today's case, he reassured Fiona and company that he wouldn't go down to the fourth floor. But Lambert had no other choice but to renege as soon as he saw Sage Tommy Liza's crest. Because if this place was Sage Tommy Leun's research facility, It was natural for this place to have some sort of bizarre magic formulae or weapon. He absolutely couldn't let any kind of dangerous weapon or magic formulae be known by the public. Thus, he needed to find whatever was there as fast as possible and dispose of it immediately to prevent any future trouble. Hence, he planned to secretly solo Ainsaz's underground labyrinth after Fiona and Co returned to the surface. Impossible. This is too much, you know. Don't tell me that Lambert old man truly went down to the 4th floor. But if it's Lambert-san, I think he'll manage somehow. Like hell he can. Don't tell me you forgot how Edge's candlestick went down with its 20 strongest members and yet, not even one of them made it back to the 3rd floor. This isn't even a playground for those big guilds, let alone a small party like us. Witch's Candlestick Guild was the 3rd biggest guild in Ainsaz, till a while ago that is. It wasn't a simple adventurer guild because of the fact that only excellent sorcerers could enter their rank. Their name was widespread in the entire kingdom of Regos as a sorcery research organization. But this was just past glory right now. Half a year ago, Witch's Candlestick set out a campaign to capture the 4th floor of Ainsaz's underground labyrinth. They were armed to the teeth. They took into account a retreat route in case they failed their campaign, and yet, no one returned alive from that campaign. Witch's Candlestick has lost the majority of their upper echelon, fell from grace and dissolved on their own later. I won't go in. Absolutely not. Let's go back. Yeah, or let's just hide ourselves somewhere on the floor above. We may be able to leave this labyrinth safely if we kept running. Lloyd was desperately finding another way to save their life other than going down to the 4th floor to chase after Lambert. At that time, Lily, who had shut her eyes as she held her staff upright against the ground, opened her eyes. She let her staff fall on the ground and shook her head to show her disapproval. Those guys. They are coming to us from several passages. It's already too late to go back now. Ha! Fiona turned around to look at her 2 comrades after she adjusted her breath. After a short nod, she drew her sword and went down toward the 4th floor, completely ignoring her 2 comrades. There was no need to stay in this place any longer. Fiona concluded that the best course of action right now was for her to take the lead rather than waste their time convincing Lloyd. Lily, who saw through Fiona's determination, followed her immediately. Lloyd stretched his hand to stop Lily but missed. Lloyd stood alone on top of the stairs. He dropped his shoulders and became crestfallen as he watched Lily and Fiona go down toward the 4th floor. Without a choice, he stepped violently on the floor. Fusike. Fine then, I'm going down too. Thus, the 3 of them went down to chase after Lambert on the 4th floor. What was waiting for them below the stairs was a gigantic room. The pyroxene in the room that had been lit up. Lambert produced enough lighting for them to survey the room. Though the inside of the labyrinth up to the 3rd floor was an historic ruin, the atmosphere in the 4th floor was clearly different. Compared to the previous floor, this one was more like an ancient palace. Though there were small carvings on the wall all around the room, upon closer look, the majority of those small carvings were eerie designs such as flowers with hand-like petals, a giant one-eyed demon, and the wings of some kind of creature emerging out of a broken egg. The floor was filled with water. It was up to their ankles. Although bewildered by the scene, a huge sense of relief washed upon Fiona and company as they found Lambert's figure immediately. That Lambert was standing still in the middle of the room. His sword was hanging loose from his hand. Lambert-san? When Fiona was about to approach Lambert, she saw a black shadow leapt vigorously toward him. It was too fast. It flashed toward Lambert's side. That's the rumored. No doubt about it. It was the ever-changing black shadow-like demon. The 4th floor's Reaper. Watch out, Lambert-san. Lambert swung his great sword at a godlike speed. The shadow was severed in half right away. It fell on the ground, splashing something dark from its cross-section. The water around Lambert rose up due to the impact when his great sword collided against the floor. Did he defeat that thing? But then, the black shadow's fragment suddenly leapt up again as soon as it touched the ground. It's freaking alive. LOLD man. Come over here. Lambert had already raised his great sword high in the air, then he swung it down diagonally. The sound of the black shadow being crushed echoed. Lambert's figure vanished along with a spray of water. When everything settled down, The figure of the black shadow couldn't be seen anymore. Did it die for sure now? Lambert squatted on that spot, his hand picking up something that looked like squashed internal organs. This core, a slime core, huh? I got a bit scared since its movement was rather fast. What a letdown. Ah, that's what you're surprised about, huh? Though Fiona couldn't see a thing, Lambert easily defeated that black shadow. She somewhat calmed down after hearing his voice. Opening parenthesis, I'm surprised there's a human as strong as him. What a relief to know that he's the same human as us. Closing parenthesis. Wrong, he was an undead. Oh, old man, is that a mutated slime? Nope, I guess this slime underwent remodeling by human hands. If it was a normal slime, it would have lost its bodily function and core after being cut in half and drastically reducing its movement speed. How can it be a coincidence? For it to be able to move at the same speed even after it lost half of its body is too much for a mere mutation. Lily's eyes opened wide as she heard Lambert's words. No way, something like a creating new type of demons is like the work of a god or a high demon. There was a fool who once stepped into that realm. That's why I can't just let that person know that this fool might have created something even more dangerous. For the future of the kingdom of Regos, I can't let that person release these kinds of dangerous beings. I have to kill that person as fast as possible. Lambert lowered his great sword to the ground, then turned around to face Fiona and company. You guys, why did you follow me here? Didn't I tell you to go back? We couldn't. There were some nasty guys tracking us from behind. So that's why. Due to his trait as an undead, Lambert could grasp the position of living beings. He has long been aware of those strange groups who scattered their force to advance through the labyrinth. But he didn't pay any special attention toward them. They were nothing more than small fry to him after all. Moreover, he was completely focused on Sage Tommy-Leun's issue. Let me take care of my business here first. Till then, do not leave my side. That's reassuring. Lloyd, who was extremely surprised by Lambert's power, quickly had a change of attitude. Despite the fact that he was standing inside a dungeon filled with numerous unknown demons, Lambert gave the impression that he was completely used to it. Sorry, we've ended up being a burden to you. Don't worry about it. I also got a little bit too excited that my vision narrow. Lambert didn't finish his line as he suddenly sprung toward Lily. His hand stretched out to strike the place beside her face while the other seized her shoulder. Kaiwa. Even the taciturn Lily screamed out in the face of such a sudden change of situation. The wind pressure from Lambert's fist disheveled her hair. His arm was smeared with black fluid, his hand crushing the slime's core. So, that guy was hiding under the cover of water. It seems they can hide their presence in their liquid form, then harden themselves when they're going for a kill. Lily nodded in silence. Lambert raised his vigilance as he led Fiona and company ahead. Lambert-san, how about we go back to make the preparation? Lily tried to call out to Lambert. Lambert turned around, looked at her for a moment, then faced forward again as he shook his head. My bad, that's impossible since I don't want to alert the owner of this labyrinth about my visit. If I go back to make preparations, the owner might use everything in their disposal to prevent me from breaking through the labyrinth. I have no idea whether the current owner of this labyrinth is the successor or a mad researcher who understands that person's passion. Maybe it's simply a rampaging demon, but I think it's best to kill that person today. After he said those words, he walked forward. Maybe we will have a higher rate of surviving if we choose to go back. Heaving a sigh, Lloyd muttered those words while looking at Lambert's back. Chapter 22. To think that those guys went down to the 4th floor. Titan, the guild master of Dragon's Enchanted Metal, muttered as he stood inside the large room on the 4th floor. His subordinates were waiting behind him with a dumbfounded look on their faces. Taking Cradle along with him, he headed towards the center of the room. He picked up something that resembled smashed entrails. It was the slime's core that was defeated by Lambert. Titan's armor. Is this the remnant of an unidentified demon? You may not believe it, but that armored dude was definitely the one who killed this thing. I doubted my eyes when I saw the corpse of the ogres who died with just a single slash, but I see now. That man is definitely more than what I expected," Titan explained as an eerie smile formed on his face. "We came all the way here after gathering information and making a perfect countermeasure against that dark monster, but it feels like we just got a freebie." Among the members of Dragon's Enchanted Metal present, Titan was the only one who seemed like he was already itching for a fight. It has been a really long time since he had a chance to go all out. Titan's fighting spirit reignited. He felt as if every inch of his body was filled with power. Even amongst first-rate adventurers, the number of people who could win against Titan in a contest of strength could be counted on one hand. Ever since he'd gained Dragon's Enchanted Metal Claw and joined Dragon's Enchanted Metal, he remained undefeated. However, he only had one dissatisfaction, namely, no one was strong enough to force him to use Dragon's Enchanted Metal Claw. Naturally, he preferred battles against humans to those against demons. He could experience the training both parties undertook to become stronger, their battle tactics, thrill, and then, the sweet victories. It was a completely different feeling compared to a battle between humans and demons. 10 of you guys go back to the 3rd floor and keep a tight watch on the stairs leading to this floor. 40 of you stay on this floor with me. Cradle, you come with me. Let me show you the moment when I defeat that armor dude. We're going to split up to look for those people in all direction in a 3-man party. There's only 5 of us. Shouldn't we take more people with you? Cradle tried to curry favor with Titan. Huh? This great me alone can rival 10 people. Got a problem with that? Cradle shook his head after Titan glared at him. Yes, sir. No problem with me, sir. Titan huffed after he heard Cradle's answer. After that, he looked at Ange, the mage, and signaled her to move on with his chin. Yes. Ange nodded. Then she raised the staff in her hand. Oh, footprints, come to the surface. Suddenly, light-shaped footprints rose on the water surface. It was magic to trace someone's footprints that had just passed by a certain place. As I expected, they've really been here before. Ange, have you found any trace of them forging their footprints? It's just like this, she replied back with a Lu gesture. Kyukaku. You've exhausted yourself, huh? Armored dude. I'm gonna enjoy this. Titan went even deeper into the passage in front of them. He was followed by his 4 subordinates, including Ange and Cradle. The remaining members of Dragon's Enchanted Metal split into 3-man teams and entered the other passages. Aura, move it. Move it. Your newcomer's duty is to become our shield. Ha 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 ha. Using the newbies as a vanguard, the man who spoke followed from behind while linking his arm with a woman beside him. His name was Emily, a 30-year-old swordsman and the 3rd strongest person in Dragon's Enchanted Metal. There was no doubt about his swordsmanship, but his drinking habits and his lustful nature made him an especially troublesome person even in the infamously troublesome Dragon's Enchanted Metal. Run faster, you shitty newbies. But Emily-san, we have no idea what kind of trap is laid in front of us. Our only choice is advancing slowly while using sensing magic. Ha! You dare to talk back to me? Emily yelled while drawing his sword from the scabbard. The sword's blade that came out of the scabbard shone red. It was a sword made with magic ore, the kind of ore that contained mana in it. This particular ore absorbed the mana in its surrounding, then stored inside of its scabbard, and unleashed the stored mana as heat when unsheathed. He thrust his sword right toward his subordinate's face. The newbie's scream was accompanied by the sizzling sound of charred meat. The skin that was charred by the heat of the sword was ripped off. The newbie then fell right where he stood, holding onto his face, screaming and vomiting. That was hard, even though I intended to stop right before I hit you. Look, you wouldn't have ended up like this if you did as I told you. Do you want to embarrass me? The other newbies who witnessed the scene scrambled to run at the front. Emily let out a satisfied laugh. Bahahaha. Don't worry, I'll make sure to carve your name on the guild memorial if you die in the labyrinth. That's not a bad offer, right? What? Are you going to refuse that kind of honor? It is because you have weak minds like this that you can't become strong like me, right, Carmel? When he called the woman by his side, he realized that her head had been rolling around on the floor. The head that fell was bereft of its beauty, It was distorted with fear. From the cross-section of her neck was the dripping black slime's liquid. Emily understood right away. The black slime who hid its real body under the shallow water had targeted his group from behind. He made a huge mistake by placing his subordinates at the front as the vanguard. Something is coming. Something is coming. Emily raised a war cry as he stabbed his drawn sword into the black slime, before retreating and discarding the headless body of the woman who had been in his embrace. According to the accumulated data in Dragon's Enchanted Metal archives, the black slime on the fourth floor was moving in a linear path. That's why one must take some distance when it was attacking. It was possible to win against it as long as another person outside of its attack range aimed the counterstrike from its side. Emily recalled that information and put priority in opening some distance between them first. After opening some distance, Emily set his stance while glaring at the black slime who was creeping on top of the corpse. Phew, fuck. Newbies. You're still there. Right. Do your scouting job properly, you dullards. When it was hiding, the black slime was almost impossible to detect. Emily might have felt that something wasn't right if he didn't force his team to move quickly and allow them to use sensing magic. Don't just stand there like fools. Come back here immediately. Emily confirmed the condition of his subordinates with a backward glance. His subordinates had escaped ahead of him while screaming hysterically. I'm gonna fucking kill you, damn it. You fucking bastards. Come back here. The black guardian of the fourth floor was the one that got smashed a while ago. Not this one, you fucking bastards. Emily approached the black slime, step by step, while pointing his sword towards it. Though it was busying itself with the woman's corpse just a moment ago, its body suddenly quivered when Emily closed in, then leapt at him. However, Emily had been aware of his enemy's position. No matter how fast its speed was, it could only move in a linear pattern. He also took plenty of distance. Thus, Emily jumped back while thrusting his sword forward. The sword pierced through the black slime. The black slime's liquid made a sizzling sound as it burned from the inside out by the sword's heat. Emily continued what he was doing, swinging down his sword to throw it down. And yet, in spite of the huge tear on its body, the black slime kept on fighting, completely unaffected by Emily's attack. The black slime leapt toward Emily's chest. His clothes were dissolved by the black liquid and searing pain on his chest followed. No matter how much he was writhing in agony, there was no sound coming out of his mouth. As he looked down on his chest, he noticed an out-of-place phenomenon. He could see through the black slime. He saw the dissolving skin on his chest and some parts had even reached his sternum. He was beyond saving. Emily fell face upright where he stood. In his fading field of vision, he saw another two slimes, gazing at him from inside of the water. Opening parenthesis. This place is filled with them. Closing parenthesis. Thus, Emily's consciousness vanished. After feasting on the corpse of two adventurers, the three slimes went after the others who were passing through this passage. On the other hand, Titan's group was advancing fairly easily. The way is filled with monster corpses, just like earlier. They may not be as powerful as what we know from the rumors. Well, it doesn't mean anything at this point anyway. The passage used by Lambert was filled with the remnant of black slimes. It was to the point that even the surviving black slimes avoided this passage. Witch's candlestick really was annihilated by those weaklings. What a disgrace when the five of us are enough to fight them. Cradle laughed aloud as he looked at the black slime's internal organs that were floating on the water surface. Naturally, he could say that since he had yet to know that Emily, the third strongest of Dragon's Enchanted Metal, had been slaughtered by those very black slimes. Chapter 23. Lambert brandished his sword as he ran through the passage, piercing the blade into the floor. Putting his full force into the attack, he discharged the undead's miasma, letting it dissipate into a smoky haze. "Oh, old man, what are you?" HNGH. Lambert flashed a glare toward Lloyd, silently telling him to shut his mouth. After being exposed to Lambert's miasma, Lloyd dropped his sword. He felt like he was being stared down by a giant monster, causing him to fall weakly on his butt. Fiona, who was nearby, also shuddered due to the after-effects of Lambert's miasma. Three thunderous sounds resounded down the passage. At the same time, 3 black slimes appeared and circled around Lambert. Invigorated by his miasma, the monsters pounced at him. However, this was all according to plan. Naturally, Lambert intended to lure them out. Due to his status as an undead, he was able to sense their existence however faint. 3 of them? Be careful, Lambert-san. One of them is aiming for your blind spot. Ugh! Lambert sent a series of lightning-fast slashes, a speed far surpassing that of the black slimes, who couldn't hold their own against his might. The swings of his sword stirred up a storm, creating a wind barrier that stopped the black slimes in their tracks. Stunned, the black slimes were helpless against the series of high-speed slashes that eviscerated them. The fight itself lasted just 2 seconds. However, during the span of those 2 seconds, Lambert's sword was a flurry of movement, barely visible. He must have slashed his foes over dozens of times. Kaya! The very scene was enough to make Fiona and company, who were all staying away from between Lambert, scream. After the gale had finally receded, the scattered slime's cores splattered across the walls. My eyes have gotten used to this, but I suppose I'm still overreacting a bit, since I almost ended up going all out. Well, since I'm getting a hang of the position of their cores, I guess I can take care of them in 5 hits next time. I see. Sorry, Fiona. Your clothes must be wet after getting splashed with all that water. Please, don't mind it. The water also splashed me and Lily too. Nay, please, don't mind us either. After Lloyd said so, he waved his hands in panic. In short, Lloyd wanted to ask Lambert a certain question. Why did he only care about Fiona? This was the first time Lambert realized he treated Fiona differently from the others. However, it didn't take him long to arrive at the reason. It was simply because Fiona greatly resembled Aurelia. My bad, Lloyd. Lily. No, I don't really mind about my clothes, but still. Old man, just who in the world are you? I told you before, right? I'm Lambert, a man who was killed for betraying his lord. Lambert replied to Lloyd and then continued on along the passageway. Lloyd was stupefied, staring dumbly at Lambert's back. Lily bonked him lightly on his head with her cane and tugged him to follow after Lambert. Lambert's words caused Lloyd to sigh and recall what the Spirit's Dusk Guild Master, Germain, had said. Though Germain told Lambert that he might be ridiculed due to his name, Lloyd honestly couldn't imagine anyone laughing at Lambert after they saw his raw skill and swordplay. You might be even more powerful than the real one. Soon, they reached the end of the passage, which led into a huge room, similar to the previous one. Lambert sent his miasma into the pyroxene, lighting the dark room. It seemed that only the specific passage they were using was connected to this particular room. However, the fact that there was nothing but a spacious room was beyond Lambert's expectation. After advancing several steps, Lambert waved his hand, signaled Fiona and the rest to come to his side. I can feel something strange in this place. This might be a little bit troublesome, so be prepared to escape at any moment. But if even someone like you, Lambert, old ma. Lambert shook his head in silence. It's because I might not be able to protect you guys. Ritra. Before he finished his sentence, Lambert felt the presence of 5 people approaching from the passage they just came from. Those 5 people seem like measly thieves, but will you go back and fight them, or will you follow me to fight against an unknown monster? Please understand that I've no intention to be distracted by that monster lurking here. Fiona, Lloyd, and Lily exchanged glances with each other and then nodded. We will go with you. The 3 of them declared without a shred of hesitation. There was no way the 3 of them could survive a frontal clash with the 5 people who were following them through the 4th floor. Thus, they rather stay with Lambert, who could at least guarantee their safety to some extent. I see. Then come with me for a bit more, and in case a monster appears, make sure to stand back and give me room. Is the monster you're talking about such a dangerous creature, old man? Well, that fellow aside, maybe it's somewhat of a last guardian of the research facility. That fellow could never have used that kind of monster before, but I see there's a high chance that person has a successor. What are you talking about? Lambert didn't even bother to answer Lloyd's question. He just went on ahead while unsheathing his great sword and dropping the scabbard. Despite standing at the ready like that for a few minutes, there was no sign of enemies leaping at him. I don't see any monster coming at you, old man. After he said this, the sound of footsteps coming from the passage they came from became louder and more distinguishable. So, you're that armored bastard, huh? I wanted to meet you so much. The one who appeared first was a muscular man equipped with claw-like gloves in both of his hands. His bright red, bristly hair combined with his prominent sideburns and beard made him appear like a lion. He chuckled as he looked at Lambert, like a predator eyeing his prey. He wore white clothes and a red mantle. It was a modified version of their dragon's enchanted metal formal uniform. He was followed closely by another 4 people. Everyone wore the standard uniform of dragon's enchanted metal, and amongst the 4 was the figure of Cradle, who got his ass kicked by Lambert. No way. Don't tell me you guys were following us the entire way up until this place? Responding to Fiona's words, the lion-like man, Titan, the guild master of the enchanted metal, opened his mouth. Indeed. It's moi. It seems you guys have offended Earl Sama. Thus, Earl Sama sent me to hunt you guys down. Though I, myself, am interested in you, armor weirdo. Lambert lowered his great sword and then turned around to see Titan. Oops, you better not be thinking about escaping from this place alive. Aside from us, there's another 50 people of Dragon's enchanted metal standing by in this labyrinth, waiting for the signal. Cradle went one step ahead of Titan, his bandaged face sneering at Lambert. Remember what I told you before? I warned you, right? The meaning of making an enemy of me. Cradle glared at Lambert as he spoke, an eerie smile on his bandaged face. Now, behold, by making an enemy of me, you made an enemy of the entirety of Dragon's enchanted metal, the largest guild in this city. Even more so, you made an enemy of this city, the Ainsas itself. Have you prepared yourself for that? Lambert, paying no heed to Cradle, was carefully surveying the room. Opening parenthesis. Great, that monster has yet to make its move. I guess I'll take care of these people first. Closing parenthesis. As Cradle was preparing to attack Lambert's companions, Lambert approached Titan and his followers. Leave them to me. You geese make sure to escape through the passage once it's free. Lambert was even more vigilant at this moment, ready to fight the monster that had yet to appear, but Cradle's nose flared, mistakenly believing that his speech finally cornered them. You're going to go easy on them as usual, right, Titan-sama? Still looking down on your opponent, huh? Armor bastard. That guy is my prey. Do not disturb our battle. You geese may kill the other 3, ha. Titan's subordinates then surrounded the entrance of the passage, completely blocking it off. Titan sent a sidelong glance toward Fiona and the rest of Lambert's companions, but finding them uninteresting, he returned his gaze toward Lambert and smacked his lips. The battle between true men is naturally a one-on-one battle, right? Stop thinking about boorish things. Let's enjoy this, shall we? Chapter 24. Titan pounced at Lambert, going straight for the kill. Titan's personal weapons, the gloved dragon's enchanted metal claws, tore through the air. As it shredded by, a sonic boom resounded in its wake. As Lambert skillfully dodged to the left, Titan followed through with a quick punch with his other hand. However, Lambert simply stabbed his great sword into the floor to block that attack. The impact of their exchange created a water pillar. Titan spun his body, using the spray of water to shroud his figure from Lambert. Using the centrifugal force of his spin, he attacked again, but Lambert just as easily dodged that too. Titan's glove struck the floor, and in that moment, he used the recoiled retreat, creating some distance between him and Lambert. A wide smile formed on his face. Gahahaha. It seems your rustic armor isn't hindering your movement at all. Now I'm getting more and more excited. Let's enjoy this fight to the fullest. Titan leapt up immediately. Seeing that, the other Dragon's enchanted metal adventurers, who blocked Fiona and company, revealed vicious sneers. That man is done for. Despite what he said before, it seems Titan-sama wants to finish him off immediately. Fiona's gaze was fixated on the fight between Lambert and Titan while her hand quietly rested on the hilt of her sword. Titan kicked the wall behind him in the midst of his jump, propelling himself straight toward Lambert from above. He was basically a human cannon right now. Titan pulled back his hands and punched towards Lambert at a terrifying speed. The impact of Titan colliding dispersed the water beneath his feet. Everything crashed off to the side, leaving an empty area around them. Titan spun his body in midair right in front of Lambert, flipping around to Lambert's side and punching with his right fist. Lambert didn't even try to defend against Titan's signature move. Thus, Titan's punch connected with Lambert's flank without meeting any kind of resistance. Titan landed right behind Lambert. Upon seeing the impact, Fiona worriedly looked at Lambert, forgetting the enemies who were in front of her. Lambert-san. He reacted to her shout, and Fiona heaved a sigh of relief. Even the other adventurers, who were blocking Fiona and company's path, were fixated on Titan's fight, in no hurry to kill them. Ha 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 ha, you're not bad at all. This dragon's enchanted metal claws is my personal weapon. It specializes in armor destruction, and yet it failed to destroy your armor. You really are an interesting fella. They moved toward each other to clash again, and Titan aimed for Lambert's great sword. To counter him, Lambert adeptly swung his sword. It neared Titan's glove, preventing his enemy's attack to gain more momentum. You insist those things in your hands are dragon's claws, and yet you do not even have any resemblance to a dragon. Eh? Titan's brow furrowed as soon as he heard those words. You think you can rile me up with such cheap provocation? What a boring bastard. Even though it's been a really long time since I found someone who could clash head-on with me. Oh whatever, shall we continue then? Till death, of course. Titan readied himself as he pulled his right arm to fix his stance. But then, without any notice, his right arm dropped with a thud. A moment later, he felt a piercing pain from his right arm. In that moment, he discovered that his prized glove had been smashed to pieces. Its fragments scattered around, floating on the surface of the water. One could see a line of blood trickling down from the back of Titan's right hand, which hung limply due to his now dislocated elbow. Titan fell to his knees as he wallowed in pain. His blood mixed with the water, slowly diluting and turning a translucent shade of red. Impossible. It's made from an alloy with plenty of organ. This is. You should choose a lighter weapon if you can't even use that glove properly, Lambert advised bluntly as he slowly lowered his great sword. The sword struck the floor, causing a loud boom as it collided. That sound made it clear that his great sword was far heavier than Titan's gloves. Leave those brats. Kill him. Titan howled, a blue vein popping on his forehead. The other 4 dragons' enchanted metal members who blocked the entrance of the room sprung toward Lambert at once, completely disregarding Fiona and company's existence. Titan, whose expression had changed one of rage, stood up slowly as his gaze locked on Lambert. You're better than I thought. You might be a monster, but there's nothing you can do against 5 of us. Cradle shouted those words while charging at Lambert, but Fiona blocked his path. Get the hell out of my way, you useless woman. Cradle thrust his sword, aiming for Fiona's throat, but he rolled away in a hurry when he heard the sound of splashing water from behind. Lloyd's sword aimed right for Cradle's back, and Cradle was barely able to dodge by springing up immediately, also dodging Fiona's sword that came at him from the front. Do you think the 2 of you can beat me? Lily, who was shielded by Cradle's blind spot, shot a fireball at the enraged Cradle. Cradle barely dodged the fireball with a jump, glaring at Lily in the middle of his jump. It's not just 2, it's the 3 of us. We won't give you any chance to fight back. Lloyd raised his arm, as he slashed at Cradle who was still midair from his jump. Cradle parried Lloyd's sword, jumping again by using Lloyd's face as a foothold. This time, it was an attack from Fiona. Legs stretched out after kicking Lloyd, Cradle missed his landing, fumbling to react to Fiona's attack. Though Cradle managed to dodge at the last minute, Fiona's sword grazed his cheek, leaving behind a long line of blood. Cradle touched his face. His face became even more vicious after confirming the wound on his cheek. You've done it. You still can run if you escape now, you know. Lloyd raised his sword, readying his stance, yet his body trembled in fear as soon as Cradle released his killing intent. "Lambert-san will try to hold back one of them," Fiona shouted at Lambert while pointing her sword toward Cradle. Numbers could have an overwhelming advantage in battle. On top of being able to attack their opponent from their blind spot, going up against overwhelming numbers was really troublesome. No matter how powerful one was, it was not as if one could have eyes on every inch of them. Everyone had a blind spot, but the probability of revealing one's blind spot became exponentially larger as one faced against even larger odds. Fiona and company, who expected that even the extremely powerful Lambert would have a hard time facing several first-rate adventurers, were trying to detain one of the five, thus decreasing Lambert's burden. "I won't chase after you if you choose to escape, you know. But I don't mind if you guys really want to die." Cradle decided to aim at Fiona first. As long as he could get rid of one of them, it would be easier for him to kill the rest. "Take this, and this, and this." Gah! Cradle's attacks were mainly focused on Fiona, yet he was still able to parry Lloyd once in a while. At the same time, he used Fiona's body as a shield to protect himself from Lily's magic. Despite his rotten personality, he lived up to his claim as one of the strongest five in the guild. Fiona was simply no match for him. An opening. After a series of attacks, Cradle used his free hand to punch into Fiona's abdomen. Cradle's hand landed squarely in Fiona's gut. Gah! The pain caused Fiona to drop the sword in her one hand while her other clutched her abdomen. "Fine, ha. Where's your bravery from before?" Cradle bent down to dodge Lloyd's attack, slashing with his sword to cut Fiona's arm. But then, an armored figure appeared between them. That armored figure crashed into Cradle, impacting his face. It might have been just a simple collision between two people, but the one who crashed against Cradle wore full-plated armor that covered his entire body. Cradle's lightweight sword broke as soon as it struck against the heaviest enchanted armor, organ. The collision also dislocated his shoulder. Cradle's body was blown back like a twig, arching through the air in a perfect parabola and landing headfirst on the floor. The water erupted in a loud splash. "I told you to run as soon as I created the gap, right?" Lambert-san. Those foo. When Fiona looked at the place where Lambert should have been engaged in fierce combat against the members of Dragon's Enchanted Metal, she saw what was left of Guildmaster Titan, whose left arm had been lopped off by Lambert. She had no idea whether Titan still had his life or not, since his body was frigid and he wore a dumbfounded look on his face, standing still in the center of a pile of mangled corpses. Titan, in his arrogance, thought that it was by mere coincidence that Lambert managed to pulverize his right glove, but Lambert stopped playing around and easily lopped off Titan's left arm along with his glove as soon as Fiona attacked Cradle. When she looked at the corpse of the other three, her mouth hung agape. Lambert had gone for one-shot, precision kills, finishing them off in the shortest amount of time. "Thanks to you guys holding him back, I was able to kill the rest faster than I expected." You are welcome." Though Fiona was left dumbfounded seeing the tragic state of their supposed-to-be hunters, she pulled herself together when Lambert called out her name. She replied appropriately, though now she was convinced that their help was unnecessary. "We really got no turn at all," Lloyd muttered. Chapter 25. Why did the members of Dragon's Enchanted Metal try to kill us? Fiona wondered while glaring at Titan's body, who might have died with a dumbfounded look pasted on his face and both arms lopped off by Lambert. Naturally, Titan, who might had long since crossed over the Sanzu River, couldn't answer her question. "Of course, it's not as simple as capturing us." Maybe they wanted revenge too, especially Cradle. Otherwise, they wouldn't have gone on such a suicide mission if they had known of Old Man Lambert's strength. Lloyd offered his conjecture. Though Lambert's conclusion was the same as Lloyd, there were some parts that he couldn't understand. It felt like they were going way overboard, just to exterminate a small and weak guild. Although, Titan himself said that part of it was because he was keen to test Lambert's strength. "You guys, are you sure there's really nothing going on between your guild and this Dragon's Enchanted Metal, aside from your confrontation with Cradle yesterday?" "Nay, there should be no problems between us." "Yes, there's been nothing for as long as I can remember." "Thus, Lambert came to a conclusion that he needed to cross-examine their guildmaster, Germain, once they got back to the surface. Come to think of it, strangely, Germain wants to leave this city as soon as possible. Though the matter of being pursued by Dragon's Enchanted Metal Guild might be outside of his calculations, his instinct could realize that it's dangerous for his guild to stay in the city any longer. Now that he recalled it, there were many worrying points in Germain's speech from back then. Deeply involved in the matter by this point, Lambert felt the need to make Germain reveal everything he knew about Ainsaz's current situation. There was a man who looked at their conversation with indifference. It was Cradle, though his whole body was throbbing, especially his shoulder because Lambert had rammed his heavy armor into him. He'd suffered minor injuries compared to the tragic state of the other Dragon's Enchanted Metal members. Titan's arms were completely gone. He was either dead or had suffered a mental breakdown to the point of incomprehensibility. The other three were clearly dead with their bodies cleaved in half by Lambert. Of all the members, only Cradle survived the whole ordeal with both limbs and sanity intact. Originally, Cradle was extremely persistent about being the strongest man in Dragon's Enchanted Metal. However, that resulted in him garnering more hate within the guild. I'll escape from this place as soon as I find an opening. Nay, should I take that useless chap's sword and that woman as my hostage too? No, calm down, don't get impatient. Escaping from this place is priority. Later, I'll gather everyone to kill all of them. I guess I'll use poison to kill that armored bastard. Cradle desperately suppressed his breathing and movement as he observed Lambert. The other three aside, Lambert had yet to lower his vigilance. He fought 4 Dragon's Enchanted Metal adventurers at once, swiftly killing them all with ease. His strength was clearly beyond human comprehension. I guess I need to kill that guy who's pretending to be asleep over there to guarantee Fiona, Lily, and Lloyd's safeties. Thanks to his keen perception due to being an undead himself, Lambert could easily see through Cradle's ruse. Since he had a clear grasp of Cradle's rotten nature from the previous meeting, he was convinced that the latter would do anything to exact his revenge. Lambert wasn't as naive to let a guy like him, who wanted to kill them so badly, go scot-free. What is this? Why does it smell like overripened fruit? Fiona's face grimaced as she asked. Lloyd's eyebrows wrinkled as he exchanged glances with Lily. It seemed the three of them were overtaken by the same odor. To be exact, it was a sickly sweet aroma wafting over them, like lumps of rotten fruit with flies drawn to it, rather than the mellow smell of ripe fruit. Unfortunately, the current Lambert lacked both the sense of smell and the sense of taste. Instead, the mana in his skull that served as the replacement for his eyes confirmed the presence of an amazing amount of mana starting to gather inside of this very room. In Lambert's eyes, it was as if the room was filled with pinkish purple mana. And then it appeared from the wall. You guys, leave this place as fast as possible. Lambert-san? Fiona and company were confused, because they were still in danger of encountering other members of Dragon's Enchanted Metal if they were to leave this place. Compared to that, staying at Lambert's side, despite the never-ending onslaught of terrifying demons, was a better choice for them. Lambert looked at Fiona and company, who still hesitated to leave his side, and shouted at them while releasing some of his miasma. Leave this place, now. Fiona's body twitched when she heard Lambert's shout. Lily pulled her hand and they ran, Lloyd following close beside, toward the entrance of the area. Aha! An opening. Cradle leapt upright at that moment, his hand gripping the sword of one of his guildmates, whose body had split in half and crashed against the wall close to him. Then, when he took a detour toward the entrance while avoiding Lambert, a large hole suddenly formed in the wall behind him. The thing that poked out from that hole was a 3-hind-tall bear chimera with various stitched-up wounds covering its body. The patchwork really stood out thanks to its conspicuous pinkish-purple color. Its appearance was just like a tasteless and ugly stuffed doll, and yet, contrary to its stuffed doll image, it was strong enough to break through the wall. It widened the hole it came from till its entire body had entered the room. Wow! What there? As soon as it entered the room, the stuffed doll radiated the might befitting a strong one along with a sickly sweet smell. Even Fiona and company, who had entered the passage, couldn't help but stop in their tracks seeing the appearance of that stuffed doll. The stuffed doll then swung its giant wooden club toward Cradle. Though its movement was fast, Cradle was a first-rate adventurer. Even so, he barely dodged that surprise attack. The attack with that wooden club struck the wall, shook the entire room. Cradle fell on his rear. He crumpled on the floor. Cradle instantly concluded that he needed to leave this room as soon as possible. The wooden club was going in for another swing. Damn. Cradle stabbed his sword toward the stuffed doll as he tried to stand up. His sword, however, couldn't even pierce the skin of the stuffed doll. Although he saw unidentified liquid gushing out from the stuffed doll's legs, he couldn't comprehend how a liquid could be pouring from a stuffed doll. Then, it slowly raised its wooden club. Wait, I am. Splash! A loud splash cut him off. As if getting bored of Cradle's reactions, the stuffed doll swung its wooden club 5 times, each faster than the previous one. The room shook again. Water sprayed into the air with each resounding swing of that stuffed doll. Cradle instantly turned into what could only be described as minced meat. What's with that monster? Lloyd barely managed to utter the words. It's just illusion magic. Its real form is completely different from what you see. The sorcerer, Lily, realized that the cutesy stuffed doll was its fake appearance. You're right. Removing that illusion is a simple matter. But if you do that, you'll probably be scarred for life by what lies beneath. I'll look into the room behind that crumbled wall. Be wary, I won't be able to protect you guys from this point on. I understand. Pulling herself together, Fiona nodded at Lambert, and then exchanged glances with Lily and Lloyd. Fiona turned around to see Lambert for one last time. Please, don't die. Lambert squared off against the stuffed doll without even replying. He was experiencing nostalgia after hearing the retreating footsteps of Fiona and company. Please don't die. Her Majesty often said the same thing. You absolutely must come back alive, Lambert. Suddenly, Olia's worried face flashed in his mind. She'd said the same thing on the eve of the last war too, but... The stuffed doll raised a war cry and charged right towards Lambert. Its danger level, about as strong as a troll. The danger levels of demons could be separated into 5 tiers: small demon, goblin, level, medium demon, orc, level, great demon, ogre, level, giant demon, troll, level, and dragon level. When it came to troll level or above, they were the kind of demons that were strong enough to match an army of a kingdom. As for dragon level, it was a tier reserved for one legendary monster whose name was etched into history. Lambert himself have never tried to subjugate demons above troll level. I see now. The ones who never returned had to face off against the sky. Lambert kicked the ground as he made a beeline toward the plushie. The plushie swung down its wooden club to strike the flat side of Lambert's great sword, but Lambert skillfully redirected the impact towards the ground beneath him. He then used the blast from that impact to jump above the plushie, landing right by its side, and then swung his great sword toward the plushie's abdomen. As expected, not just its wooden club, that is also an illusion. After opening some distance between himself and the stuffed doll, Lambert pointed his great sword toward the plushie. As soon as his feet landed on the ground, the plushie calmly turned around, despite the gooey fluid that flowed from the /wound on its abdomen. Stop your fuss and show me your true self already. Lambert went all out, finally releasing the miasma that was sealed in him all this time. The air around the plushie squirmed alongside its transformation. Chapter 26. The plushie was squirming around. Its outer skin tore away, revealing something that resembled the sinewy muscle beneath human skin. Dark-colored mucus dripped down from the long slit that formed its mouth. 3 rows of teeth lined the inside of that insidious-looking mouth. Its 2 big eyes were unfocused, moving erratically. Around its entire body were patchwork wounds. 10 long fingers gripped onto a giant metal club. Its appearance was simply disgusting beyond belief, as if everything grotesque in the world was embodied in a single being. As I thought, I'm glad those young-ins didn't stay to see this repulsive thing. Lambert heaved a relieved sigh as he looked at the monster before him. It wouldn't have been strange for Fiona and company to go mad after seeing that thing had they chosen not to escape from this place. Even Titan, who apparently hadn't died yet, retreated while screaming like a scaredy cat. No sooner that the monster revealed its true form. Save me, someone please save me. That grotesque monster then grabbed Titan's feet with its other 10-fingered hand. With a maniacal smile, it swung him around. Despite how loudly he screamed before, Titan fell silent after the grotesque monster slammed him twice on the floor. His upper body was torn apart when it was slammed for the third time, leaving only his lower body in the grotesque monster's hand. That monster then threw Titan's lower half toward Lambert. Lambert lightly slapped Titan's lower body with the blunt side of his great sword, changing its orbit and sending it far behind him. As expected, the thing that appeared before Lambert was a flesh golem, a being created by using human flesh as its raw material. The development of this project was banned even during the 8 countries' unification war due to its extremely repulsive nature. Though inhumane research was used as the pretext, the real reason was because the sorcerer who performed this research would go as far as to commit crimes like wanton killing just to get a fresh supply of corpses. That was ultimately the reason behind the order for Lambert to hunt down Sage Tommy Leun, who massacred dozens of villages to continue the Flesh Golem's research. So that person created dungeon-like research facilities to bait adventurers, and then took their corpses as the material for the Flesh Golem. This style, it's truly like that of Tommy Leun. Lambert pointed his sword toward the Flesh Golem while recalling the anger he experienced 200 years ago. The Flesh Golem approached Lambert while randomly swinging its iron club. Each of its swings held an unimaginable power, enough to decide the victor of the battle. Lambert parried each swing with the flat part of his blade, letting it glide off to his sides rather than trying to stop it. This bastard's movement is fast and accurate. Just how many lives were sacrificed to complete this single Flesh Golem? The Flesh Golem leapt toward Lambert as soon as he entered its range, roared loudly while doing so. It didn't waste a moment to regain its balance. Though Lambert sidestepped as quickly as he could, circling behind the Flesh Golem, its large eyeball didn't miss a single detail of Lambert's movement. The Flesh Golem leapt back, readied its stance, and then swung its metal club toward Lambert again. Its eyes are surprisingly sharp. How about this? Lambert retreated, barely dodging the iron club. The club that missed its target struck the floor, making the water splash up in a large pillar. The next moment, the Flesh Golem swung its club upward, as if to scoop up Lambert, who it believed was shrouded in the water. The club then hit something that felt like a lump of metal, sending it flying until it crashed against the ceiling. The Flesh Golem then readied its stance with the metal club again while chasing after the lump of metal that fell from the ceiling. It seems to be equipped with excellent reflexes and speed, but its intelligence is clearly lacking. Only a moment later, the Flesh Golem realized that Lambert had leapt on top of its head by using the giant water pillar from before. The Flesh Golem's eyes opened wide. The thing that crashed against the ceiling wasn't Lambert, it was his great sword. This confirmed Lambert's suspicion. The Flesh Golem perhaps had superior dynamic vision, but its eyesight was falling behind. Even without a weapon, this was the best situation for Lambert. He could freely aim for its head, the weak point of every single living being. Lambert's armor-covered fingers mercilessly jabbed into the Flesh Golem's big eyeball. Lambert's gauntlet that pierced through the eyeball was covered with the monster's bluish-green body liquid. After his hand was submerged into the eye socket up to his wrist, Lambert pulled back slightly and then clenched his fist. The Flesh Golem raised a pained cry as it shook its head, trying to crush Lambert against the floor. Lambert was clinging onto the Flesh Golem's skin, his hands gripped tightly. Just before his body struck against the floor, he circled around toward the back of its head while maintaining his vice-like grip on its skin. He then used the weight of his armor and kicked the monster's head twice in the back, added even more damage to its head when it was crashing against the floor. Lambert leapt using the recoil from his kicks and the impact when it crashed against the floor. His hand then grabbed onto the hilt of his sword that was stabbed into the ceiling, pulling it down with all his might. He then somersaulted as he fell and landed again with a flawless fighting stance. Come what may, pitiful Golem, I'll put an end to your suffering. The flesh golem glared at Lambert while pressing its hand to its forehead. And then, it retreated slightly, its heels scraping against the floor. The flesh golem, who had been filled with destructive impulse up to now, was terrified. The flesh golem was terrified of Lambert, whose strength was clearly superior. The flesh golem's one remaining eye became bloodshot, turning a bright red. The blood vessels in its arms were twitching vigorously as it strengthened the grip on its club. The flesh golem charged toward Lambert while raising a war cry. This powered-up attack was its heaviest and fastest attack. And yet, this was the last-ditch effort of a cornered creature. But that also made its current attack far more simple than its previous attacks. Lambert widened his stance and raised his sword vertically. The flesh golem swung its club toward him. Lambert slanted his sword to catch the flesh golem's blow with the flat side of his blade, making sure that the club and the sword were locked together. He let it slip till his waist, and used his body as the axis to reverse the blow. Thus, the flesh golem's attack with its club was sent back to its owner's chest at full power. The club that struck its owner's chest then fell, crashing on the floor. This move, called Heaven-Earth Reversal, was a gift from one Quixote, a demon general and Lambert's swordsmanship teacher. It was an ultimate counter, designed to redirect the vector of an opponent's skill back to its owner at full power. This was the first time Lambert executed this technique, making full use of every single joint in the human body, without allowing even an inch of error. Originally, it was a specialized anti-personnel skill that required the use of the opponent's body, but Lambert's battle sense supplemented the lacking parts and executed Heaven-Earth Reversal perfectly against the golem. Lambert circled around toward the stunned flesh golem's blind spot, and sent a powerful blow toward its thick leg. The flesh golem quickly swung down its club, but Lambert, who had predicted such an attack, leapt first. He ran along the top of the club, which was buried in the floor, and approached the monster's head. The flesh golem tried to meet Lambert's attack with the head, but Lambert adjusted the position of his sword as it pierced through the flesh golem's head and then jumped back to neutralize the impact toward his body as much as possible. The flesh golem's movement ceased after Lambert's great sword pierced through its head. He once again swung his sword and then leapt up. Lambert raised his sword in the air as soon as he landed right in front of the flesh golem's head. His great sword struck toward the flesh golem's head. The sole remaining eyeball of the flesh golem flew from its socket due to the impact. Its head got smashed, revealing clumps of pink flesh inside. The flesh golem fell forward right there. May you rest in peace. Lambert offered his prayer while looking down at the flesh golem that was left in such a pitiful state. Clap 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 clap. Suddenly, the sound of clapping hands resounded in that room. At the same time, a sickening sweet yet rotten smell, even more powerful than the smell that came from the flesh golem, filled the entire room. When Lambert looked at the source of that sound, he saw a young lady standing on top of the hole that was created by the flesh golem. She had big, round eyes and raven black hair. Despite her beauty, the bizarre air around her made anyone who saw her feel uncomfortable. If it isn't Lambert-kun. How unexpected, for me to meet you in this way. Nay, this might be the blessing of my longevity. The young lady was smiling cheerfully as she offered her hand, as if she would accept Lambert's everything. But the look on her face made it look like a blatant lie. Don't make such a scary face. Let our past be water under the bridge. It's not like I Boku hate you either. You might even say that I love you. I knew that you are a monster, but I never expected that you didn't die even after you lost your lower half. As if it was just a ritual that automatically invoked after I died. I died once before, when you cut my upper half along with my heart. Jeez. You were such a brute. Your last attack was really painful, you see. The young lady licked her lips with her pink tongue as she retold her story with an entranced look on her face. She then continued on with the same smile as before. But unfortunately, you couldn't confirm my death for sure due to the collapsed building, right? Sage Domiliun. She appeared just like Lambert remembered her. At that time, Domiliun had modified her own body, turning her body into an ageless one. That's why, even back then, no one knew her real age or origin. Despite her blatant research on forbidden sorcery arts, the reason why the previous kings of that era couldn't punish Domileun was mainly due to her overwhelming achievements in research about magic. No one could rival her innovation or sheer power. Though she was finally killed by Lambert after a fierce battle to the death, Domileun ended up surviving and continued her research, kidnapping the adventurers who dove into the underground labyrinth. Chapter 27. Oh come on, don't glare at me like that. It's scary, yeah no. Look. We ended up in the same situation. Despite what we did for Regos, they eventually betrayed and killed us after we had served our purpose. As Domileun spoke, she cowered in an unnatural way. Same situation? Yeah, exactly. If we're speaking of who lost the most during the 8 countries unification war, the answer would be the Kingdom of Regos. But then, the reason is because that stupid, ungrateful princess decided to get rid of you after you served your purpose. I'll never work alongside a bastard like you, Lambert indifferently replied to Domileun's fervent speech about her achievements. Though his voice was laced with underlying killing intent, Domileun just smiled at him, not seeming to mind his answer. Come on, we ended up with similar fates. Look, once she thought I wasn't useful anymore, she sent you to kill me, right? In your case, that stupid princess was waiting until right before the Makiura's kingdom surrendered, and then sent Glyph to kill you? See? We're basically the same. Her Highness felt anxious that a remnant of foreign royalty could use my name to incite another war. If that were to happen, thousands more would die. That's why my death was necessary to prevent more tragedies. And I'll never forgive you for scorning Her Highness. During the 8 countries unification war, the Kingdom of Regos absorbed many other countries, and afterward, it continued on toward the unification of the entire western half of the continent. But then, the nobles and royalties of the countries who surrendered to the Regos kingdom then started to move behind the scenes. One wrong move, and Aurealia's secret and Lambert's overwhelming popularity amongst the masses could be used by them to cause another bloody war. As the king, Aurelia had to prioritize the safety of her citizens and the throne over her personal feelings. In her position, the decision was probably the correct one. After becoming an undead, Lambert came upon an understanding in regard to her decision. I've accepted my death, but you're just a wicked woman, Domileun. However, she was unperturbed by Lambert's remark. An eerie smile was plastered on her face. You're wrong. If you've accepted your death, then you would have never become an undead. Lambert-kun, you're not a loyal retainer at all. The current you is the reincarnation of your filthy desire, regret, and envy. You dream of something out of your reach, betrayed right before you could attain it. And yet, you're still blinded by that stupid princess. That's why you can't move on. Yoro, the one who's wrong is you. I've been researching the undead for a long time, that's why I could tell as soon as I saw you. Domileun cut off his retort. Moreover, if you were serious about killing me, you would have attacked me as soon as you saw me, instead of wasting your time talking. Just like in the past. That's a nice idea you got there. Domileun then pointed upward with her index finger, and the moment she did so, Lambert threw his great sword toward her. Domileun heaved a sigh as if to say good grief. Contrary to its bulky appearance, the great sword traveled at breakneck speed, creating a thunderous sound as it struck Domileun's abdomen. Domileun's petite body, which was too small to win against such a force, flew back and right into the wall. Skewered by the great sword, Domileun's body dangled lifelessly. Her abdomen was crushed, black liquid flowing out from her nose and mouth. Ah ha ha ha. You're pissed off, huh? Did I hit the bullseye? Domileun suddenly lifted her chin, laughing while clenching her teeth, as if to prevent the black liquid from spilling even further. Her jaw turned black, covered by the mysterious black liquid. Lambert closed in and then punched Domileun's face with his gauntlet-covered hands. Her head sunk into the wall, causing a thunderous sound. After the dust settled, her head hung lifelessly. However, Lambert didn't let his guard down since he knew that Domileun wouldn't fall that easily. He spun around midair, sending a roundhouse kick toward Domileun's head again. Domileun's body twisted as it slipped down the sword that nailed her body to the wall. Lambert's roundhouse kick missed its target and struck the wall, creating a huge crater. Domilyun crept on the ground, even with a snapped neck, and then stood again as if nothing had happened. Her hands fixed her head back in place with a crack, and she turned back to face Lambert, smiling eerily as she did so. "Ah, that hurt. I think I died 3 times with each attack." "As if a fucking monster like you can feel pain." "My bad, I've left some of my pain receptors." "I don't hate pain after all." Domilyun stabbed her fingers into her own chest. Making a hole in her abdomen, she dug inside and then gouged out some of her own flesh. Though she looked enraptured as she mutilated her own body, her expression went back to normal as soon as she removed her hand. "Well then, have you calmed down? If so, then let's start again. The reason you became an undead is because you were betrayed by that Aulia, right? You're simply afraid to know the truth. That's why you've come to kill me again. I need to make you understand." Lambert pulled out his great sword that was stabbed into the wall and made a beeline toward Domilyun. Domilyun didn't seem to care about Lambert's incoming attack. She just spread her arms to the side in silence. "Don't you think that we, who were betrayed, should get along? We should lick each other's wounds in this place, forever." "I can grant your wish too, as long as it's within my ability. In exchange, become my knight and protect me from danger." "How's that? A lovely offer, right?" "I'm also happy with it. I took a liking to you too after all." "Are you wondering whether I'm jesting or not? Or could it be that you're ignoring me?" "Should I entice you slowly then? I'm a poor talker, after all." "Now, will you take off your helmet? I really like your current figure." Lambert simply ignored Domilyun's words, swinging his great sword and aiming for her head. Domilyun couldn't dodge in time. Lambert's great sword struck her temple. Though her body was knocked back again and slammed against the wall for a second time, she instantly recovered in a moment. Especially her head, despite being struck directly with Lambert's great sword. There was only a single scratch on it. Even with a huge wound in her abdomen and twisted limbs, liquid only poured from her mouth. Overall, it was as if Domilyun wasn't injured at all. "I put even more power in that last attack. Closing parenthesis. Ah, that really hurt." "I'm happy that you're finally reacting, but what will you do since killing me is futile?" "I've obtained immortality. You can't kill me. I'm even protected by layers of magic that have accumulated for 200 years. "Cut the crap. I already know your weak point. Your head is protected to an abnormal degree for an immortal. Ha. Foo-fa-foo, as sharp as ever, aren't ya?" Lambert also had a core as an undead, but for some reason, he knew that the location of his was right inside his cranium. He judged that Domilyun's existence was closer to that of an undead, thus concluded that the location of her core was right inside of her head as well. This conclusion was not mere conjecture. He observed that the body parts below her neck were extremely brittle compared to the parts above her neck. But still, this state of mine is closer to an immortal, you know. You might need to beat my head hundreds of times with that great sword of yours to crack it open. And it's not like I'm going to be a good child and just wait for you to crack my skull open without fighting back." After speaking, Domilyun leapt back and then vanished inside the hole in the wall that was opened by the flesh golem. Lambert readied his stance with his great sword and jumped into the hole to chase after Domilyun. But Domilyun's figure had already vanished. "Well, I don't mind, with you being like that. I've known since long ago that you're quite a stubborn man, after all. Now that you're giving your all, let me show you mine." Domilyun's voice resounded in the passage. Lambert raised his vigilance against any possible trap as he went after the owner of that voice. "I'll crush your body, trap your soul, and toy with it forever. Now come. Let me show you the results of my 200 years of research." Chapter 28. The place where Domilyun's voice came from was at the other end of a long and echoing passage. While the dungeon had seemed almost palace-like before, this new area was filled with cutesy decor, pink covering almost every inch. The image of this place completely overpowered the old and strict image from the previous area. Though the shallow water was still there, the color had changed from a muddy brown to a transparent, crystal-like shade. The surface of the water reflected the design of the passage with amazing clarity. On both sides of the beautiful yet prison-like passage, There were cat-like plushy creatures inside cages. The size of the plushy cats was more than double that of a normal cat. They were almost as big as a human. They were moving around inside of their cages as if waiting for something. Perhaps because it didn't feel its cage was too small, one of the cats plopped down while scratching its head. Moreover, there were bookshelves placed along the wall with multicolored wine glasses stored inside of them. Although the words written on the signboards that appeared once in a while had welcoming words like "Welcome, dear guest," or "Feel free to enjoy the dishes," the crest was undoubtedly that of Domiliuine, drawn wings peeking out from the crevice of an egg. The passage was overpowered with a sickening, rotten sweet smell. Although the change of the interior seemed like nothing, Lambert's honed instincts told him that there was something fishy about it. And then, he saw a plushy cat outside of its cage, blocking the passage ahead. The plushie, who approached Lambert with an unsteady gait, glared at him as if to ask what's the matter. With its black eyes, Lambert just stood still as he released his miasma that was roused due to the previous battle with the plushie. The pretty and colorful wall suddenly transformed into an ordinary wall drenched in the color of blood. The hanging signboard that welcomed visitors was gone. In its place was a grotesque picture instead. The contents of the shelves were replaced with heads of various animals and suspicious-looking medicines. The crystal-clear water below his feet transformed into a muddy green bog. The bright and happy interior from before, all of it was created by Domiliune's illusion magic. Using the very same illusion magic, she had hidden the previous flesh golem's appearance. Naturally, the plushie in front of him was also affected by her illusion. Kill. The plushie who stood in Lambert's way had vanished. In its place was a strange aberration that was composed of a haphazard patchwork that stitched together the upper bodies of 3 people. Its 6 eyes bore into Lambert as if begging for him to end their suffering. Lambert raised his great sword in silence. His great sword killed the monster in one hit. Lambert set his stance again as he passed by the side of the crushed monster, but then he stopped and turned around to see the monster that he killed just a moment ago. And then, he ran ahead, destroying the cages and shelves while raising a war cry. In the deepest place of Vainsaz's underground labyrinth, Domiliune sat on a huge chair of the reception hall, waiting for Lambert. Not only had her wounds from before vanished, but there was also almost no trace left of her previous battle against Lambert. In addition, her shoes that should have been wet from the water were dry for some reason. Although the chair Domiliune sat on seemed to be made of a conglomeration of numerous white-colored materials, upon closer inspection, it was evidently composed of human skeletons. The water around the chair had a different, bluish tint too. "Welcome, Lambert-kun. Even though I went out of my way to change the theme of the passage, you didn't seem to like it?" Domiliune whistled a little as she drank a mysterious liquid from the cup in her hand, and then dropped the cup on the floor. Lambert remained silent as he readied his stance. With his sword, he had no intention to speak with Domiliune. Lambert observed the room, trying to grasp any suspicious movements of mana. This place was Domiliune's home ground after all. Although Lambert had expected various traps to greet him along the way to this place, in the end, he didn't meet anything that served to hinder him, but it only raised his vigilance even further. That bluish water is different from the rest. It's literally a lump of mana. As a result of inspecting the surroundings, Lambert drew a conclusion that the blue-colored water below Domiliune's chair was rather special. But since that's all he knew, he couldn't just recklessly charge toward Domiliune. The off-color water spread into a large area. That's why it would be a checkmate against Lambert if that water turned out to be a hidden weapon. Lambert set his stance with his great sword, bracing his legs, and then leapt out at once. "You're aware that my common sense is greatly distorted from the norm, right? That's why I created those illusions after so many years of research to narrow the gap. Doing that kind of thing itself isn't that important for me, but, even though I showed those large-scale illusions after inviting you to this place, your reaction truly surprised me. I mean, I prepared all of this just for you. Then, how about you undo the illusion that you cast upon yourself? Foo-fa-foo, busted, huh? Even someone like me wants to look like a lovely girl. So don't you think that it's rude for you to ask me to undo the illusion? That's exactly the reason why Aurelia didn't choose you back, the whelp. Domileon theatrically covered her lips with her hand while sending a sidelong glance at Lambert, trying to provoke him. However, her cheap provocation did little to incite Lambert, and she tilted her head to the side with a bored expression. In that moment, Domileon's figure suddenly became limp. The color of her body and clothes became darker as the contour of her body became even hazier. Her body dissolved, mixing with the blue water underneath her, leaving only her head. Not stopping at that, even the skin of her head peeled off as if it was melting, leaving only a black skull. That water and her sticky body. A slime variation, huh? Domileon's true form was that of a grotesque figure composed of slime and a black skull. A pair of huge gauntlets suddenly broke through the ceiling, landing right at Domileon's side. Your reason for researching slime is to create armor to protect your real body, huh? That's right, my head is my weakness, after all. No need to test it because you'll experience its might firsthand. I'm kind, right? I mean, I'm even telling you about my weak point. Domileon spread her metal arms and then pointed at the black skull floating in the slime's body. In addition, I won't attack your head, the important place that keeps most of your vital mana. I'll start with your feet and then your arms, your abdomen, your chest. I'll slowly pulverize it till nothing but your head remains. Domileon closed in on Lambert with a speed that seemed unfitting for her large body and then stretched out her metal arms toward him. Lambert kicked her arm and then used the recoil from his kick to circle around toward Domileon's side. He swung his greatsword to crush the black skull inside of the slime body. But then, his greatsword suddenly slowed down when it was about to reach the black skull. Such viscosity. Nevertheless, Lambert added more power into his swing and struck the black skull, but the skull just dove down into the center of the slime body, as if to disperse the power behind Lambert's strike. That strike was packed with considerable power, but it seemed that Domileon's slime body could neutralize even that force. Though he tried to extract his great sword, it ended up covered in sticky mucus that wouldn't come off. Meanwhile, Domileon's metal arm punched him and sent him flying back along with his great sword. As expected, a pure organ is tough, indeed. Your body would have turned into a bloody mess by now if you had living flesh. Lambert had confirmed in their first fight that Domileon's black skull was a tough one. There was no doubt that Lambert's previous attack was strong enough to crush Domileon's black skull, if not for the slime's protection. In addition to the slime's protection, she was also equipped with a pair of super heavy metal fists. See that? I've honed this for 200 years, now I'm invincible. You told me before, right? In a one-on-one fight between a swordsman and wizard, the swordsman will definitely come out on top. And that's true since you managed to kill me. But how about now, I wonder? Domileon approached Lambert while gloating in a shrill voice. Both of her heavy metal fists clenched. After that, she launched a series of consecutive blows at an unimaginable speed. Take that, and that, and that. Ha 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 ha. Till how long do you think you can escape from my attack? Her consecutive attacks created a giant pillar of water, destroying the floor. The power behind the consecutive attacks just now was extremely terrifying to the point that even a troll would be reduced to mere mincemeat in a moment. Lambert kept dodging the giant, metal fists, using his greatsword to redirect the blow from her right fist to the floor. He calmly dodged the more simple attack from the left fist, launched an attack toward the back of the metal hand to test its durability, and then used the recoil to leap out of the range of the onslaught of attacks. So, you spent 200 years killing so many adventurers in this labyrinth just to make this junk. Lambert sent a glare at Domileon's skull while firing his miasma at full throttle. Although Domileon turned silent as if she was surprised by Lambert's remark, the shape of her mouth crooked upward as if sneering at Lambert. Even if we scoured the entire Warimia continent, you're the only one who dare to say those words to me. It's truly regrettable that the current you is completely dancing in the palm of my hand yet still tries to provoke me. The two heavy, metal hands entwined together and swung downward at Lambert. Though Lambert managed to dodge the attack, the hands rose again and went after Lambert. Chapter 29. The two heavy, metal hands entangled and swung downward onto Lambert. Lambert dodged that attack with a backstep. The hands smashed the floor where Lambert stood just a moment ago. Though Lambert leapt back as if flicked, he still managed to do a 360-degree somersault, landing with beautiful posture on the ground. I guess I've got to think of them as a pair of Gillam subspecies. But then, their power is the real deal. The heavy lump of metal hands floated again and then went straight toward Lambert. Where's your cockiness from before? One of 4 demon generals, or should I call you, Lambert the betrayer? You of all people can do nothing but focus on defending since a while ago. Tommy Leun's unique voice taunted as she chased Lambert. I can't even attack properly. Lambert opened some distance between them as he kept his grip on the sword. Seeing that, Tommy Leun launched an all-out attack with her 2 metal hands. She untangled her hands, using them alternately for an all-out attack. Straightening its fingers, she fired a piercing beam and tested various other techniques. Although Lambert dodged every attack, it wouldn't be strange if any one of those heavy metal hands caught him. Sure enough, your agility is quite abnormal. Added to that element is your courage. Any run-of-the-mill swordsman would have long since trembled in fear before me and lost their will to fight. Yes, although this is enjoyable, you also know that both of us can't do this forever, right? Let's see how you handle this. The hands then split into an upper part and bottom part. The lower one dug into the floor while the upper one came toward Lambert, destroying the ceiling in the process. Now, he couldn't just focus on the 2 hands. He had to split his attention between the hands coming from different directions, the debris from the ceiling, and the unstable scaffolding. Lambert raised his great sword, swinging it toward the hand that came from above. The hand then stretched its fingers and pinched Lambert's great sword. Lambert stepped back, using his momentum to pull the great sword that got pinched by the metal hand's fingers. He did his best to get away from the metal hand, despite the risk of crumbling his own stance. But, even the slight wavering of his stance could be fatal in this kind of battle. This is the end, Lambert-kun. Now you can't even swing your sword properly due to my special skill both hand. Well, I mean, look at this slime armor. Your slashing attack is useless against this armor, and even if you try shockwave to attack me, it will barely hurt me. Frankly speaking, you're too reckless, charging into my nest without making any preparation. The 2 hands charging relentlessly toward Lambert, whose stance had crumbled. The right hand moved in a complex pattern, shifting its fingers bit by bit. The left hand waited for Lambert to make an opening while clenched in a fist. Tommy Leun was controlling the right hand to bait Lambert to leave himself open, meanwhile preparing the left hand to strike as soon as he let his guard down. It was ready to unleash its most powerful force. Tommy Leun's aim was to destroy Lambert's lower half. Lambert, who ran away from the right hand's relentless assault up until now, was actually being guided toward the most suitable location for the left hand to launch its most powerful attack. The left hand then mercilessly fired toward Lambert. This is the E. I've been waiting for you to do this. Lambert adjusted his footwork in that instant, dropped his waist, and then fixed his stance on top of the unstable rubble. Lambert switched directions and guided the orbit of the incoming heavy metal left fist with the flat side of his great sword, making it crash against the right hand that was about to catch him. It was the counter skill that he used before on the first flesh golem. Heaven and Earth Great Shift. The 2 metal hands crashed against the wall, a collision so great that it shook the entire room. Lambert didn't let go of the chance and struck the 2 hands thrice with his great sword. His 3 strikes destroyed the surface of the hands, scattering numerous metal splinters. Lambert was, in fact, the one who was baiting Tommy Leun by deliberately crumbling his own stance to bait her to make a big move. Amazing. Truly amazing. That skill has evolved even further compared to when its own creator, Quixote, used it, right? But, that degree of damage is far from a no. This is the end. You're too focused on chasing me. The reason why Lambert went through the trouble of running away to only instantly fix his crumbled stance was not because he was looking for an opportunity to use Heaven and Earth Great Shift. He baited Tommy Leun to keep chasing after him, thus separating Tommy Leun from her metal hands. To be exact, Even Lambert's defensive stance with his great sword was a bait to lure Domileun to go all out in her attacks. The action of baiting Domileun to attack him with her heavy metal hands, her greatest protection, was not a simple matter. However, Lambert, pretending to be gradually cornered, gave an illusion to Domileun that the next attack was enough to end him, and thus she was baited to chase after him. Too late. At this distance, my sword can crush your head even faster than the time you need to recall your hands. Is this your aim from the very beginning? But unfortunately, your sword can't even pierce through my slime armor. Shall we try it then? The next moment, Lambert had arrived right in front of Domileun. He swung his great sword at her slime body with a series of slashes that couldn't be seen with the naked eye. He sent the series of 8 superhuman slashes to Domileun in a mere second. The blade of his sword gouged into the slime body. However, Domileun's real body, her black skull, was moving inside the slime's body along the directions of Lambert's slashes, greatly reducing their effectiveness. Splendid sword skill. But it's futile. Now, it's my turn. The metal hands that finished its self-repair then punched toward Lambert's back. After confirming the incoming metal hands with a backward glance, Lambert stabbed his great sword into the floor. Then, he plunged his hands into the slime's body, catching Domileun's skull. His 8 slashes from before greatly reduced the slime's viscosity, thus allowing Lambert to reach his hands in. Lambert then pulled out Domileun's black skull and held it in his hands. Impossible. The power of a mere undead like you shouldn't be able to penetrate this slime body. Lambert's arm then slammed Domileun's black skull on the wall. The slime body, having lost its master, grumbled down and mixed with the water below. Impossible. Lambert continued on by pulling out his sword from the floor and using it to quickly slash at Domileun's defenseless skull. Every single one of his slashes struck Domileun's skull, hitting their mark perfectly. With the wall behind her, Domileun couldn't escape from Lambert's relentless attacks. Lambert's downward slash buried Domileun's skull in the floor. Naturally, Lambert increased his attack speed even further. Stop it, Lambert Kun. Alright, I've some useful information for you. How about that? Will you put down your sword for the time being and have a nice chat with me? The weight of his heavy organ armor compounded with Lambert's attack created a fine crack in Domileun's black skull. What's the matter? 100 strikes can't even crush your skull, huh? Still ways to go. Huh. Domileun's black skull suddenly changed its shape. Numerous thorns grew from its surface and then whipped toward Lambert. That change happened in just a moment and had the potential to change the tide of battle as soon as it got deployed. If her metal hands Gillum were her first shield, and the slime armor that could absorb shock-type attack from close range was her second shield, her real body's extreme toughness was her third shield. Lastly, in case the previous 3 shields failed to protect her, she had the final shield in the form of countless black tentacles, which were almost impossible to dodge. Those tentacles would continuously chase after its target. They were both extremely fast and nearly impossible to avoid. This was even more so the case in a narrow place like this labyrinth. When Domileun said that she had gained immortality, she didn't mean that she gained an immortal body. She was referring to those 4 nearly invincible defensive mechanisms. Even if she lost the first 3 defense mechanisms, her last line of defense would guarantee her safety. But this was only the case if she were fighting against the average warrior. This is the end. Lambert swung down his great sword again. Domileun's tentacles stopped moving and fell as Lambert's last attack crushed her skull. Chapter 30. Domileun's black skull was thrown against the wall, and then it fell on the floor. Domileun's skull looked up at Lambert as it went into spasms. I should have been able to live for eternity. Gaining the truth of the world. Only a few hundred years is far from enough. Why, just why did this happen to me? I gained a body that should have been able to live till the end of time and yet. No, my wisdom. Lambert silently set a stance, gripping his great sword and pointing its tip toward the fine crack on Domileun's skull. Lambert, killing me would be the greatest loss for the kingdom of Regos. Why, you can still save me. Please. In the bin number 23,568, in that passage. My bad. I smashed it when I chased after you. Lambert had destroyed quite a few medicine containers and flesh gillums when he chased Tommy Leon, but he couldn't remember the number written on the medicines. He was already too lazy to listen to Tommy Leon's rambling. Even if it's only my thesis. Lambert swung his great sword to the side. The skull was once again struck against the wall, and this time split into two halves. That mysterious fella finally died for sure this time. When Lambert said those words, the eyes in the upper half of the skull let out a bright red light. My bad, Lambert-kun. Well, I guess you should understand the situation by now, right? Tommy Leon continued on as Lambert relieved his stance. Don't worry. Currently, my mana, which also contained my will, has been dissolved. I'm currently diverting the leakage for energy maintenance. The current me has lost everything. Nevertheless, my deepest apologies that the result of our battle will turn out the same as last time. After Tommy Leon finished her sentence, the underground labyrinth began to vibrate. So please die alongside me, Lambert-kun. You see, I'm the kind of woman who easily gets lonely. Granting this last wish of mine should be a piece of cake for you, right? Tommy Leon's final laugh resounded inside the room. Lambert inserted his great sword into the skull's eye socket. They might leave this floor earlier than you, but you've got to catch up to them before it's too late, you know. Lambert silently destroyed what was left of Tommy Leon's skull, completely pulverizing it. Maybe because it had used up almost all of its mana for the last tentacle attack, Tommy Leon's skull lost its toughness from before. Her skull turned into ash and scattered on the surface of the water. A fragment of the ceiling fell right beside Lambert. Lambert lowered his sword as he glared upward. The underground labyrinth was on the verge of collapse. I need to catch up with them as soon as possible. Her mage. No, Fiona should be able to save herself. Lambert turned around and ran through the tunnel he came from. On the way back, an undead that should have been inside of its cage was blocking his path. Out of my way. Lambert fired his miasma full of killing intent toward the undead. The undead's shoulder trembled. It then stepped back while raising its guard against Lambert. Without even stopping, Lambert swung his sword and cut the undead as he passed right beside it. Keeping his guard up for pieces of falling ceiling, Lambert destroyed the undead. However, he couldn't help but look back when he heard a loud sound from behind. There, he saw that the pair of metal hands was still chasing after him, even though its master, Tommy Leon, had been killed. However, the accuracy of its movements had fallen considerably compared to when Tommy Leon personally controlled it. Maybe because it had lost its auto-repair function. The surface of the left hand was riddled with cracks, and its pinky finger was missing too. Even so, it didn't seem to affect its speed or destructive power, making it even more troublesome for Lambert since he wanted to avoid fighting inside the collapsing labyrinth. Worst of all, in the previous battle, the top priority of those hands was to protect Tommy Leon. Now that they'd lost their purpose, the hands might resort to anything. It wasn't hard to imagine what kind of destructive power they would unleash to kill Lambert. What a stubborn fella. Lambert leapt toward the approaching right hand. However, the left hand arrived faster than he thought, so Lambert struck the wall with his great sword to dodge the sudden attack. The left hand struck the place where Lambert would have been a moment ago. That strike gouged deeply into the floor. Lambert used the left hand to jump high in the air, raised his great sword overhead, and then pierced its blade into the fissure in the ceiling. He kicked the ceiling and, making full use of his heavy armor, pinned down the left hand upon landing on top of it. Lambert got away from the left hand. As soon as he did so, the ceiling he kicked a moment ago collapsed, crashing right on top of the left hand and skewering it in a rain of shrapnel. The left hand was buried under the rubble. The remaining right hand came after Lambert, but it was no big deal for Lambert who could face two at the same time. After all, the most annoying thing about the two hands was its seamless combination attack. Using both hands, Lambert grasped the blade of his sword tightly and swung it like a bat, aiming for the right hand. Lambert's great sword was custom made with special alloy for the four demon generals. Just like their armor, it was far heavier than it looked. This was especially so for the slightly heavier hilt part, since it was mixed with a lot of organ. In fact, the hilt was intentionally made that way to prevent its user from getting overwhelmed by the extremely heavy sword. That's why attacking with the sword guard, which was also part of the hilt, would cause terrifying damage due to the centrifugal force behind the blow. But it was only possible in theory. Not just anyone could perform that superhuman feat, since one wrong move would make the user lose balance due to the overwhelming centrifugal force of the great sword. Only if that someone had talent and raw strength rivaling Lambert could they have the chance to master this extremely powerful method of attack. He swung down the sword's guard toward the right hand. This one attack was enough to destroy the metal coating of the right hand, scattering it around the passage, and one of its fingers was ripped off, flying off in an entirely different direction. But that alone was far from ending their battle. His 8 slashes in a single second relentlessly pulverized the metal right hand. Lambert continued on, even after he pulverized the right hand until it lost all of its fingers. It no longer had the mana source to protect its physical form. The right hand that received one of Lambert's most powerful strikes was thrown back, nailed on the wall behind it, and buried under the rubble. Chapter 31. While Lambert fought to the death against the Metal Hands, Gillen, Fiona and company clashed with the people wearing Dragon's enchanted metal uniforms on the second floor of the labyrinth. A man with bandages covering his face glared at them, with his narrow, squinty left eye. His visage basically screamed, "I'm a bad guy." The mummy man blocked Fiona and company, who were heading toward the first floor. They were just about to reach the base of the stairs to reach their destination. "Out of our way." "You know what's happening in this place right now, right?" Lloyd shouted at the mummy man. It was just as Lloyd had said. Ainsaz's underground labyrinth was on the verge of collapse. Although they couldn't hear the fight ensuing between Lambert and Domilion way back on the 4th floor, they could guess what was happening due to the abnormal condition of the labyrinth. Huge tremors shook the foundation, massive cracks spread across the walls like snaking wounds, and large chunks of the ceiling broke away and crashed to the ground. These facts were enough to convince them about the danger of staying inside of the labyrinth. "Of course I know, but you shall not pass." "Use your strength to convince me otherwise." The mummy man set his stance while goading them. His weapon was an irregularly shaped sword. "Still following your duty, huh? Let me tell you this, then. Your leader, Titan, is dead. I've no idea what your plan is, but this is the end for you guys," Fiona shouted at the mummy man. But the mummy man didn't budge, even after hearing that. "Master's death aside, the situation is undoubtedly strange. But that's even more reason for me to not let you guys pass this point. Otherwise, the Earl's gonna kill me." After finishing his sentence, the mummy man smirked at Fiona and company with his slitted eyes. "Moreover, seeing 3 frantic youngsters unable to escape the collapse makes me excited. And I'll still have enough time to leave this place after I'm done playing with you guys." Fiona and company were rendered speechless. The mummy man smacked his lips, laughing in glee at the situation. "Whoopsie, how rude of me, of all people, to forget to introduce myself. My name is Julius Zidelrook." "What's with that face? Don't you guys want to know the name of your killer?" Assuming there was no avoiding this battle, Lloyd promptly readied himself. This guy tasked with intercepting anyone going from the 2nd floor to the 1st floor doesn't seem like a big deal. "Let's kick his ass." Lloyd then lunged toward Julius. Fiona and Lily were following behind, slightly confused about the situation. Julius lowered his stance until he was about to hit the floor. The tip of his uniquely shaped sword was positioned parallel to his head, pointing at Lloyd and company. That stance was a ruse. Lloyd couldn't help but think so. In regards to the Julius house, it was an infamous underground family of assassins. Every member was an assassin, hitman, or at the very least, a first-rank adventurer. The family was also notorious for their brutality, even from their women and children. Anyone who knew even a bit about the darkness of society would tremble upon the mention of their name. In order to not stand out, Julius had a proper job as an adventurer. Not even his fellow guild members knew about his family. However, his skill and competence were second only to Titan, the dragon's enchanted metal guild master. The reason why he volunteered himself to guard the stairs was for his own entertainment, so that he could torture and kill anyone who tried to leave. Ever since he was a child, he loved to observe humans as they fell into despair. Take the eyes. Lloyd's sword pierced Julius' head that was lowered so close to the ground. Or so Lloyd thought. But the blade of his sword broke before it hit its target and fell on the floor. WHA, smashing giant's first swing. Julius smirked as he said those words. The strangely shaped sword in Julius' hands was called Smashing Giant. It was a strange sword with uneven ridges spanning its blade. It was a sword that, true to its name, specialized in smashing the other party's weapon by utilizing its unique shape and the power of the opponent. Note: Sword Breaker. It was a weapon that required extreme power to control, but every single user of Smashing Giant was an undisputedly top-class warrior, and, facing that sword master was an amateur who didn't even realize how his beloved sword was destroyed. A total beginner. The Smashing Giant's ability to break both the heart and the weapon of its wielder's opponent was fitting for his sadistic nature. Fiona tackled Lloyd to the side, opening some distance from Julius. Fiona immediately charged toward Julius, throwing her sword's sheath at him. Julius' sword knocked it easily aside. However, as soon as he was distracted, Fiona entered Julius' range. Julius received Fiona's attack with ease and sent her flying back. Fiona didn't dare to close in again and chose to keep her distance from Julius. My sword is made from durable materials, up enchanted copper. That kind of flimsy sword will. Fiona then realized that her sword's blade was covered with numerous cracks. No way. There's nothing that this Smashing Giant can't break. No matter how durable your sword and courage, they're nothing more than toothpicks in front of me. Now then, let's see what you can do with that broken weapon of yours. Show me your face in despair. Smashing any kind of sword? I see. Truly an intriguing weapon. The voice that interrupted Julius' speech was followed by heavy, resounding footsteps. Lambert had arrived. The undead general had already set his stance, ready to enter combat at the slightest provocation. Lambert-san. None of them are dead. Earl Sama will be really angry if he hears. Good grief. Just what in the world are the guild master and the others doing down there to miss them all? Julius heaved a sigh and then focused his attention on Lambert. He had never met Lambert before. He could tell that Lambert was a sword master who wore full plate armor. Thanks to his vast weaponry knowledge, Julius could instinctively feel the weight of Lambert's armor. But he half doubted his own intuition since it was literally impossible for a human to wear full plate armor composed of pure organ. The first reason was its rarity. Even an alloy with a tiny percentage of organ in it could fetch a hefty price. The second reason was its weight. It was a type of super heavy metal, so that's why pure organ-made armament was deemed impractical. For this reason, a man who came closer with such ease while wearing a lump of organ-made armor was nothing but the devil incarnate. Julius could only look at Lambert with a dumbfounded face. He finally got a grip on himself after he saw Lambert's figure. With a loud war cry, Julius swung Smashing Giant to his side, holding it horizontally, fully prepared to attack Lambert's great sword. This was a counter designed to destroy his opponent's sword by trapping it in the uneven part of his sword's blade, using his opponent's own strength to destroy their own weapon. Julius could tell the difference in skill between him and Lambert, so he quickly switched to a counter stance. The Zelric's blood in him, which always came out victorious, guided Julius toward his biggest chance of victory. The dull, metallic sound of their swords clashing against each other resounded as soon as the battle began. The smashed blade fell on the floor, but the smile on Julius' face was no more impossible. The smashed sword was Smashing Giant itself. Lambert swung his sword dozens of times, crushed Julius' sword as a result. Smashing all swords sounds like a big fat lie to me. Julius kept swinging the broken Smashing Giant at Lambert while letting out a maddening cry. Lambert's first swing destroyed the hilt of Julius' sword, and then continued on to split Julius' body right in half. Lambert returned his sword to its sheath and turned around to see the trio. "What's the matter? Let's get out of here," This building is about to collapse. Chapter 32. When Lambert and company entered Ainsiz's underground labyrinth, Germain, the guild master of Spirit's Dusk, went alone to the company that sponsored his guild. They were the ones who gave the harvesting commission. He wanted to talk with the other party about moving their Spirit's Dusk base to another city, and whether they would keep the contract or not. Germain had been using his position as one of the guild masters in Ainsize City to investigate Earl Orbach, the region's feudal lord. But he stopped his investigation immediately, judging that it was too dangerous to continue due to the dark rumors surrounding the Earl that he discovered with a mere cursory investigation. He was originally unwilling to halt, but upon hearing Fiona and company's story about Cradle, an adventurer of the Dragon's Enchanted Metal Guild, he was forced to reconsider as to not involve unrelated people in his problems. Germain turned around when he came close to Ainsize's back street. He noticed that someone was following him. It appeared that they were planning to kidnap him when he entered the back alley. "Since how long have you guys been following me? It's about time you come out from your hiding place." A man appeared from the corner as if to answer Germain's question. It was a man with a stubbly beard and bluish-purple hair. That man had a rather slovenly appearance compared to his well-ordered clothing. In spite of his handsome face, he clearly lacked any semblance of ambition. He carried two swords on his back and another one strapped to his waist. "Who are you?" "Someone related to Earl Orbach." The man just shrugged his shoulders with a bored look on his face upon hearing Germain's question. "My bad. I've no intention to introduce myself to a small fry like you. Suddenly sending an assassin like this to kill me. It seems the Earl is far more of a scaredy cat than I thought." Germain drew his long sword and readied himself to fight. "To think that I've been marked since quite a while ago. Well, I just need to defeat you and lay low after that." "Too late. If I'm not wrong, your subordinates were exploring the underground labyrinth, right? How did you know that?" After asking that question, Germain realized that Earl Orbach might have made his move faster than he expected. He thought that it was only his life at risk, but he never expected that the Earl would stoop so low as to aim for his subordinates' lives too. And most of all, the company that was partnered with the Spirit's Dusk Guild also acted as the Earl's spy. In short, the whole Ainsize City was like a nest, mired in Earl Orbach's spider web to catch any who dare oppose him. Doing something like entering the nest was asking for death. None of them should be alive by now. "Well, I've no interest in dead men anyway." Why? They've nothing to do with this. There might have nothing to do with this matter with the Earl. But we've got no idea how much they know about your investigation into the Earl. That's why crushing them all is the best choice for him. Not involved in this matter? Ha, you're too naive, aren't you? It didn't mean Germain was too naive to not consider this outcome. If one had to guess, this failure was caused because he underestimated Earl Orbach's cruelty. The Lord was quite thorough, nipping his problems in the bud. "I've to say that Earl Orbach has investigated your background. You might have forgotten about your house name, but surely, that weak house's lazy son won't forget about his enmity toward Earl Orbach, right? Even though you'd be alright if you forgot about your past, and yet, you chose to poke the hornet's nest." Germain's background was exactly as that man had said. He was the second son of a baron house that, because of their hostility toward Earl Orbach, was wiped out on false charges. He, the second son who ran away from the house to become an adventurer before the age of 10, never returned. For this reason, he wasn't dragged into the conflict that resulted in his entire family's execution. But Germain, who vowed to himself that he'd clear his family's name to repay their kindness in raising him until he was 9 years old, set up an adventurers guild in Ainsize City and began his investigation. Germain drew his sword and then stabbed toward his foe. "Give it up. You probably think that you can do something about the situation since you're fairly powerful, right? Don't get cocky. Fighting small fry like you will only dull my blade." The man spoke with an emotionless voice. Surprisingly, the man didn't act cocky. He was simply stating the truth to Germain. That man had absolute confidence in his own power. Even so, that didn't mean that Germain would just obediently let the man capture him. He maintained his stance as he kept glaring at the man. "Ha, guess I've no choice, huh? the man shouted. He dashed toward Germain while swiftly drawing his sword. A metallic clank resounded as their swords crossed. So heavy. And swift too. Though I barely managed to counter his attack, this man, he is clearly holding back. Despite crossing swords with Germain, the other man did not flinch in the slightest. His face remained expressionless. He seemed effortless with every movement, as if he couldn't care less about what happened, and yet there was no hesitation. Each attack was as swift and ferocious as the last. Despite having such a twig-like body. Hey, I'm not done yet. The man raised his hand and then swiftly slashed down at Germain. Germain barely managed to raise his sword to block the attack from above. Before Germain could regain his stance, another attack quickly followed, aiming for his head. Germain barely managed to dodge the third slash. He tried to counterattack, but he realized that man had been ready to launch his fourth strike on Germain. All Germain could do was parry that fourth strike. I thought he was all talk, but it turned out he was a master. I need to end this fight before this man goes all out. Germain changed his tactics, focusing entirely on dodging the mysterious man's attacks, while looking for an opening to take advantage of. Germain analyzed the mysterious man's eyes to anticipate the trajectory of his next strike. Then, he noticed something. That mysterious man still had that bored look plastered on his face. There was almost no ripple in his eyes. And instead of looking at Germain, the mysterious man's eyes were fixed on a location far behind Germain. Such sharp and terrifying swordplay even without looking at me. Just like a puppet. The sound of clashing metal resounded as their swords met. Germain slashed his sword to the side to parry the mysterious man's strike, and then, he noticed the truth behind his opponent's bizarre swordplay. No way, that sword is. Took you long enough to notice, huh? This is a special move created by the sword master Belgain, which was then inherited by his eldest son Alrux and passed down to his descendants. It's known as the 49 Sword Rain, and you're already under the downpour. The most important thing in a sword fight was how much someone could take advantage of their opponent's moves. As long as someone could cram all of the sword skills into their head, it was a simple matter to gain an upper hand against any kind of swordsman. But it was basically impossible to do so. But 49 Sword Rain was the kind of sword skill that forced any kind of opponent to attack the user. Note: 9 Sword of Dugyukubai. The user would then use the counter that he prepared beforehand. It was the kind of sword skill that always made the other party lose their initiative to attack. In theory, it was the best sword skill to corner an opponent. In short, no matter how careless that mysterious man was, he could launch the 49th attack in a seamless strike, leaving Germain with no gap to launch a counterattack. There wouldn't be any opening before the mysterious man launched his 49th strike. I'm not done yet. I'll definitely spread the word of Orbuk's evil deeds and restore my family's honor. Germain, who was getting impatient, forced himself to make his own 13th strike. That mysterious man calmly changed his grip and struck Germain's skull with the pommel of his sword. That strike almost knocked Germain unconscious, and he fell down. Blood dripped down his injured head, as he raised his face to look up at the mysterious man. Could it be that you are someone from Alrux's house? Wrong. I just learned this sword skill after I saw it used once when I had a dispute with that house. It was designed to be easy to use, after all. The man lightly muttered those words. Germain was dumbfounded. He couldn't believe what he heard a moment ago. I tried to learn this sword skill since it looked interesting, but it turned out to be just a child's play. Definitely not worth my time. I quickly got bored of it. The mysterious man then cracked his neck and returned his sword into its scabbard. Even though I've learned it up to the 49th strike, I've rarely met anyone who could survive more than the 20th strike. Good grief, what a boring job. It was clear that the gap between Germain's skill and that of that man was insurmountable. Germain, who understood that fact, lost his will to fight back. He detested Earl Orbuk, who had executed his entire family and smeared their honor with dirt. Even the swordsmanship that he learned after shedding blood and tears couldn't defeat his nemesis pawn. He felt guilty and wanted to apologize to his subordinates who ended up involved in this matter, and lastly, he wanted to confirm their safety. But he really had no way out of the current predicament. He knew that wish was impossible, I've heard a rumor before about the Earl's most powerful subordinate who rarely appeared in public. Are you that rumored person? Earl Orbuck's order was to capture you and kill that armored bastard along with the other three. Rest assured, that Earl is a real asshole. It'll be better if you die here rather than meet him in person. The mysterious man ignored Germain's question as he stated that fact. Thus, Germain's consciousness descended into darkness. Chapter 33. Lambert and company ran through the passage that was on the verge of collapse. Their goal was the entrance of Ainsiz's underground labyrinth. Although Fiona, Lloyd, and Lily were terrified running through the crumbling and narrow passageway, Lambert, who was accustomed to this kind of situation, was moving as if it was just a walk in the park. Occasionally, he swung his sword to get rid of the fallen debris, protecting the trio. Get a hold of yourselves. Lambert stopped the debris that looked like twice his weight to protect Lily, who had fallen on her butt, unable to stand. It was his way of warning Lily to not lose focus, especially in this kind of place with so many heavy objects falling down from above. A single misstep could spell their demise. But that didn't mean that Lily was entirely at fault. The one who forced them to be calm yet swift while running in the collapsing building was none other than Lambert with his distorted common sense. The underground's situation on the first floor that they were currently in wasn't as precarious as the floor below them. It was only due to following Lambert that they were able to make it this far. Look. The gate is just over there. Fiona was pointing at the stairs that led outside while gasping for breath. Their simple material gathering mission had turned upside down when the strongest guild of Ainsize began chasing them. This, compounded with the fact they were on the constant run. The trio's stamina and mental strain had reached their limits, so just to be safe, they asked Lambert to take the lead. Lambert, the man who trampled down everything in his path from demonic beasts, those members of their dragon's enchanted metal ambush, to the evil plans of the mysterious person named Domilion, was walking calmly with a steady gait. And that wasn't the sole reason, it was also thanks to him being an undead that he could move until his mana ran out. Due to a tremor that shook the building's foundation, they found out that there were a lot of people hurriedly going toward the entrance. When Fiona and company were still waiting, Lambert raced ahead to open the path for the trio. Although the others were stunned for a while due to Lambert's appearance, as if suddenly recalling something, a man walked toward Lambert. You over there, just what in the world happened in this dungeon? Sorry, but you need to get out of this place as soon as possible. Lambert glanced at the man who asked him that question, but he didn't fall to his step as he replied. The man was astonished by Lambert's forceful attitude, standing there with a dumbfounded look on his face. Hey Lambert, you old man, is something the matter? He didn't even stop to look at Lloyd when the latter called out his name. Since it couldn't be helped, Lloyd ran to Lambert's side to let the other see him. No, I think you should explain the situation. I mean, we also have no idea what's going on. Everyone here is dying to know the situation. Since we were sent here by orders of our boss, our highest priority is reporting back in case something unexpected happens. The current me is working as the temporary member of your guild, and the same goes for you guys too, right? No, I mean. Lloyd was too flustered to sort out the information presented to him. He was speechless after hearing Lambert's reply. Shall we wait until the situation calms down first? He should be heading to this place right now after hearing about this commotion to confirm our safety. Lambert's steady gait suddenly stopped after he heard Fiona say those words. Fiona's shoulders quivered because she thought that she had somehow angered Lambert with her comment. It was only natural for her to consider that possibility since Lambert, who didn't even stop no matter who called to him, halted right in his place. After all, Fiona really had no idea about the reason for the labyrinth's collapse, and the reason behind Dragon's enchanted metal hunting them all the way to the 4th floor. But she was sure of one thing, Lambert had saved their lives again from that dangerous situation. However, his reaction to her words made her feel as if she had stepped on a landmine. Unbeknownst to her, Lambert was thinking about a completely different matter. Lambert, you seem to be rather tired today. As your lord, I'm happy to see such diligence in you, but can you stay a while longer here? He recalled his conversation with his former lord, the one whose face resembled Fiona, earlier. At that time, Aurealia's strategy backfired on her when the kingdom that they had a ceasefire agreement with betrayed the kingdom of Regos. The resulting conflict caused massive casualties for their army, rather than Aurealia's naive ideals. The cause was mainly due to the unscrupulous means of their enemies' officers during the Eight Countries Unification War era. Even so, it didn't mean that the heavy casualties didn't weigh on Aurealia's mind. Aurealia's expression at that time was overlapped with Fiona's current expression. You're right. Let's split for the time being since I want to meet Germain as soon as possible to confirm something. Yes. Old man. The way you treat Fiona is clearly better than me, right? Lloyd was clearly vexed about the difference between Fiona's treatment and his own. Lambert turned around as if he hadn't heard Lloyd's complaints. Why are you guys the only ones who come back in one piece? The officers who managed the adventurers entering Ainsaz's underground labyrinth gasped while glaring daggers at Lambert. However, that officer faltered and shut his mouth as soon as Lambert's gaze locked on him. Although I felt that something was fishy even before entering the labyrinth, it turned out that this was truly a trap laid out by Erlorberg. Lambert drew such a conclusion after he saw the officer's reaction upon seeing him. Erlorberg was clearly targeting Lambert ever since the incident in the village. However, Lambert was delighted by this development since the big shot finally took the bait and made the first move. The officers fell to their rear when Lambert sent his weakened miasma toward them. They were already too scared to get up. Scared shitless, they had long since lost their will to fight Lambert, the man who overpowered them with his aura alone. I have decided that it's time for me to meet face to face with the Earl, so get up and tell me the direction to his home. What there? Lambert sent a sidelong glance toward the officers as he ran ahead of Fiona and company toward Thespirit's Dusk headquarters. Chapter 34. Lambert returned to Thespirit's Dusk headquarters ahead of Fiona and company. However, despite its location in a deserted back alley, he expected there to be people inside, but he couldn't sense anyone inside. And yet, the ground was flattened by so many footprints. Upon arriving in Spirit's Dusk headquarters, which was the rented upper floor of Fairy's Stove, he found out that the wall and the windows of the building had been destroyed. He had no doubt that this incident was instigated by the Earl. So, he took control of the base, meanwhile ambushing the members of the guild. It seems he's quite thorough. Despite his nonchalant tone, Lambert was burning with rage inside. He was infuriated at anyone who dared to harm Spirit's Dusk and its members. They were the only ones who accepted someone as suspicious as him. Fiona, Lloyd, and Lily would surely be saddened when they saw the tragic state of their base. In addition, he felt disgusted with Erlorberg's vicious yet meticulous acts toward Spirit's Dusk. Even though he had never met the Earl in person, he had no doubt that that person was a scoundrel, through and through. I guess further investigation is unnecessary. Raid his base immediately. He had no idea what happened between Spirit's Dusk and Erlorberg in the past, but he deduced a few reasons that could have led to this event. After all, this sort of scenario had happened time and time again throughout history. Lambert was no stranger to it. If a man of power wanted to eliminate someone, he would take aim at the person who posed the most threat. Thespirit's Dusk Guild Master, Germain, was secretly investigating Erlorberg's evil deeds. Germain himself had hinted to Lambert that he wanted to leave the city. Maybe the reason Dragon's enchanted metal targeted the much weaker Spirit's Dusk was because Erlorberg wanted to seal Germain's mouth forever. Lambert entered Spirit's Dusk Guild's room. He didn't expect to meet any other members of Spirit's Dusk, other than the ones he knew since it was such a small guild. The room was just the right size to fit an office for the guild master, an information desk, and 2 other adventurers. Is the guild master, Germain, the reason behind this? No, the area around this place might be rather deserted, but for a city this size, it would be much better if they ambushed Germain when he was alone. He didn't find any corpses inside the guild's room, although he had no idea whether Germain was kidnapped or had managed to escape. Either way was fine for Lambert because that meant, at the very least, Germain was alive for the time being. He opened the door to Germain's office. The shelves had been ransacked, stray documents littered the floor, and drawers were left haphazardly hanging open. In this sort of situation, robbery can be ruled out since it seems the culprits were searching for something. Upon muttering so, Lambert heard a voice from outside. It seems there are still some remaining. The door of the room was suddenly kicked open as a slender man in a black coat made his grand entrance. Oh, it seems they left someone here as a lookout. Huh. Without skipping a beat, Lambert drew his greatsword and swung it. His greatsword repelled a silver needle that was fired from a gap in the window. At the same time, he took a sweeping strike at the man in the doorway. Hit with the full force of that attack, the man was thrown back and crashed against the wall. A large spurt of blood spilled out from the resulting wound in his chest. Lambert picked up the silver needle and then sent a piercing glare at the hidden assailant. One person distracted him, while another person attacked with a hidden weapon from his blind spot. A cheap trick like that wouldn't work against Lambert. You people are probably on standby to kill or kidnap anyone who returns. I know you're hiding over there. Come out and accept your fate like a good child. Lambert threw the needle through the window, back where it came from. Another man's hand grabbed the needle in midair, leaping through the window to enter the room. That man wore similar black clothing from head to toe. He was quite tall, though not as tall as Lambert. Breaking the windows as if following the previous person, 4 more people appeared. From their body shapes, Lambert could deduce that 2 were men of similar build. One was taller than the other 2, while the remaining one was a woman. The number of people was the number he sensed from earlier. In short, there was no one else waiting to ambush him. What a surprise! To think that Spirit's Dusk has such a powerful member. Though I received news that you destroyed our main force while conquering the labyrinth, I never expected that you could detect our presence. Since when did you sense us? They seemed to be proud of their ability to erase their presence. The tall man who fired the needle seemed to be their leader. He was enraged at how easily Lambert not only located them but also defended himself against their prided silver needle and killed one of his subordinates. I felt 5 malicious intents before I entered this building. The tall man's forehead wrinkled at Lambert's explanation. Lambert's reply only worked to further enrage him. However, Lambert was just stating the truth. They might have skillfully disguised their presence, but there was no way they could escape Lambert's undead perception. Now tell me, who are you people? Fine, consider this as a present before you die. We're the Dark Guild, Dark Knight's short sword. Or should I say, we are the infamous Shadow of Ainsaz, the hidden Dark Guild, the Earl's private force, Dark Knight's short sword. I am their leader, Heilzad. Don't think that we're cowards for ganging up on you. We have our own pride. The one named Heilzad crossed his arms. There were 4 silver needles in each of his hands, inserted in between the fingers. Upon seeing that, the other 3 also drew their weapons. Private army? You're quite a chatterbox. Huh. Assassination isn't our only speciality. We fight as a team when we face people head-on. In addition, we also have our pride, seeing as you so easily threw back our dark weapon. Lambert didn't understand what that man meant. There was a pregnant silence. Running away after we blatantly challenge you will only make us lose face. Be surprised, now that you're trapped in our battle formation. This silver needle will be the end of you. Hiles had sprung into action while spewing such confident words. The other 3 also followed in a similar fashion. Clinging onto the ceiling, Hiles had fired all 8 of his silver needles. At the same time, the other 3 leapt at Lambert, each from a different direction. You bastard, what the hell have you been blabbering about up till now? Lambert swung his great sword thrice. His sword easily bisected the ceiling and desk like they were made of tofu. 2 of the 3 assailants were also struck by the great sword. The last one couldn't withstand Lambert's overwhelming killing intent and barely got away from the deadly slashes. The 8 silver needles were also scattered around the room, with Lambert pinching the tip of one of the needles. From Heilzad's perspective, he only caught a glimpse of the moment when Lambert's sword hit 2 of his subordinates. He didn't see how Lambert managed to catch the tip of the silver needle. Such agility. How can you spew such nonsense right now? What? The killing intent I released just now wasn't even a tenth of what I can do when I'm going all out. At that moment, Hiles had finally realized that the man he picked to fight with was an abnormal monster. That's impose. But the scene of Lambert dispatching his subordinates in just a moment convinced Hales that Lambert was simply stating the truth. Nevertheless, Hylesard chose to not believe him. Lambert brushed the tip of the silver needle with his armor-clad finger, inspecting it closer. Colorless poison. This thing isn't my area of expertise. Lambert held up his arm, preparing to throw the needle. When he threw it, not even Hylesard could anticipate its trajectory. Hylesard's eyes opened wide in terror. The needle pierced through Hylesard's chest and struck the wall behind him. The poison might spread faster if it's stabbed near your heart, rather than waiting for it to circulate. Lambert, who could throw a thin needle until it pierced both the human and wall, was most likely the only one qualified to say those words. Hylesard placed his hand on his chest. A cramped smile contorted on his face as he looked at the blood dripping down his chest. He couldn't help but flash a glare at Lambert. Cold beads of sweat dripped down his face. Splendid. Hylesard used the last of his strength to say that word. He then fell forward, the blood from his chest pooling on the floor. Contrary to his job as an assassin, he was a prideful man. Though I couldn't bring myself to hate him, I'm starting to feel that he wasn't the right fit for this role. Lambert sheathed his sword again after making sure that Hylesard was really dead. No matter how powerful you are, you're no match for Hector Sama. Your power might surpass him, but his technique has reached the divine territory. Remember that you can't escape from Earl Sama. The one who said those words was the one who dodged one of Lambert's 3 slashes, the soul woman of Dark Knight's short sword. Oh. So you say that after seeing the difference in our abilities just now, I'll go to the other side first then. It's not like Earl Sama would spare me if I returned. I'll be waiting for you there, after you have suffered a horrifying fate in the land of the living. She was trying to act tough, but it was clear that she was bluffing. Lambert could see just how much he feared Earl Orbeck and the man named Hector. Seeing that woman putting more power into her jaw, Lambert quickly struck the side of her head with the sheath of his sword. A molar and blood flew out from that woman's mouth. There was something like a black stone on top of that molar. Poison for suicide. Lambert crushed that molar as he muttered lightly. Kill me now. Kill me. I'd rather die than face your pity. The woman screamed while blood spilled from her mouth. And yet, you're the one who fell first after getting exposed to my light-killing intent. That makes you the most cowardly amongst your peers. The reason you're not dead is precisely because you didn't jump forward. Do you really think that I'm sparing your life out of pity? No, it's because I can make full use of you. You catch what I mean, right? You. Jeeg. The woman reached into her mouth, searching the back for the place where the molar used to be, but it had been cleanly knocked out. Chapter 35. After turning the table on Dark Knight's short sword, Earl Orbeck's private army, Lambert shifted his attention to the last survivor. A woman. Tell me everything you know about the Earl. The woman trembled in fear, each shiver racking her whole body. Although she did her best to glare at Lambert, her front could barely conceal the overwhelming terror she felt. It was unfathomable. The idea that this single man could beat her and her comrades working together had never even crossed her mind. However, Lambert was a veteran of the 8 countries unification war. Once long ago, his army was cornered by an army 20 times their size. Moreover, the one who trapped him was from the strongest kingdom at that time. It was the great commander of Madaraku, Aldemia, and their elite subordinates. Lambert was an unstoppable force that day, cutting a path through the enemies and carving a path for his army's victory. Although he managed to escape that encirclement, not once did Lambert think that he would have been able to be victorious without the help of his organ. As a result, although Lambert survived without any injury, none of his subordinates made it out alive. The enemy he faced at that time was both greater in number and more skilled, so it was no wonder that the enemy he faced today was nothing in comparison. Being surrounded by just 5 members, who were raised in a peaceful era, of a corrupt noble's private army was nothing compared to the hell that Lambert survived in the past. There's nothing you can do against the Earl, even with all the information I know about him. I'm just a disposable pawn who failed my duty. Even if I wanted, it's not like I could escape from the Earl's eyes. It was just as the woman had said, Earl Orbeck prioritized safety and profit the most. The fate of anyone who dared to oppose the Earl was simply too miserable. There was nothing left for the woman, not her pride as a member of Dark Knight's Short Sword or her loyalty to Earl Orbeck. Even though Earl Orbeck took her from that orphanage and raised her as a member of his private army, the hatred she felt toward that man far surpassed her gratitude. In addition, dying under Lambert's blade was far better than returning alive to Earl Orbeck. That was just how much she and her comrades feared that man. She knew better than anyone else that the fate of anyone who dared to betray Earl Orbeck was simply too pitiful, so much so that death was preferable. The reason she knew about this was that she and her comrades were the ones who dirtied their hands and handled traitors. And to make matters worse, because she was a woman, who knew what kind of humiliation and hell would be waiting for her. That was why she had to commit suicide before the Earl's other private army came to catch her. But then, Lambert had knocked her only escape clean out of her mouth, the poison being crushed along with her molar. She knew very well how skilled Lambert was with the sword, and, if she helped Lambert escape alive, perhaps she could also escape. She was aware how naive that thought seemed, and yet, she could only hope it would come true. As for what I wanted to ask, well, I guess there's no point in you detailing all his evil deeds right now. Just lead me to Earl Orbeck's mansion for now. I'll ask more about that guy along the way. For a moment, the woman couldn't believe what she'd just heard. Even though she was desperately thinking of a way to escape from the Earl, she never expected that Lambert would choose to march into the Earl's lair on his own. On top of that, she presumed from his words that Lambert, in fact, had no idea where Earl Orbeck's mansion was located. She thought that Lambert's plan was way too reckless. Most of Ainsaz's citizens knew the location of the Earl's mansion. She wanted to be spared from the fate of being executed as a lesson for what would happen to a traitor. Woman, well, I guess it's rude to call you woman. And we've no time here. Tell me your name, or alias, that's fine too. I'm not telling you anything. Even if you try to flatter me, I should have told you from the start. Don't underestimate me. I'm trained to endure torture, the woman replied to Lambert, trying her best to glare at him. I see. Lambert discharged his undead miasma. The inside of the office was instantly overpowered by an atmosphere of pure death. The woman's body was drenched in a cold sweat. It was as if her body wanted to suck every last drop of moisture from her being, the terror of absolute death dominating her mind. When she raised her face in fear, the man whose full-plated armor shrouded both his body and expression raised his sword. The blade remained sheathed in its scabbard, high in the air. The woman's eyes locked onto the scabbard while her mouth quivered silently. She opened it one moment, then closed it the next. No matter what she wanted to say, the words would not come out. The next moment, the scabbard swung down before the woman could utter a thing. The heavy, metal scabbard struck its target, and a gust of wind followed in its wake, crushing the woman's head and reaping her life in a single moment. But, that it was just an optical illusion seen by the woman. In fact, she was only hit by the wind pressure, while the metal scabbard passed by the side of her face, stopping right before it struck her shoulder. The woman who saw such a scene gasped. Yes, she had barely escaped death. The throbbing of her heart was followed by a sense of oppression, fear, and nausea. Her mind in tumult, there were no words to describe what she was feeling. I'm in a hurry. I won't miss next time. Armais. Half-conscious, the woman unintentionally spewed her real name, because that was all she could do at that moment. Relief washed over her as Lambert pulled back his sword. Chapter 36. Earl Orbeck's mansion was located at the center of Ainsaz City. Even though the warring era had long passed, the city continued to maintain the ramparts. Due to this, the center of the city was the safest place to be in case a war broke out. Although it was nothing more than a relic of the past, Lambert considered it a symbol of Earl Orbeck's shrewd and wary nature. The other side of the rampart was painted a luminescent white, showing off its elegance and style. The building was only 2 stories high, around 10 to 12 meters, but it was built like a noble castle on top of a vast land. Lambert paused to gaze up at the castle. Now, which path I shall take? Although Amel spit out the location of every secret passage she knew, it'll take too much time. Meanwhile, I have no idea what kind of suffering Germaine has endured while I was interrogating Amel. Amel, the only surviving member of Earl Orbeck's private army Dark Knight's Short Sword, walked in front of Lambert, leading the way. When he stopped to look up, she also halted, determining whether she could use this chance to escape. Under duress, she had led him this far, but she knew that it was only a matter of time before the guards caught wind of their movements. Earl Orbeck was currently in the basement of his mansion. In contrast to the gorgeous exterior and public grounds, the basement was dark and gloomy. Most of its rooms were used for storage, but in a musty and often deserted corner, a section had been cordoned off and turned into a torture chamber. Officially, it was for the use of punishing traitors or criminals as determined by the law. However, its true purpose was as a way for Earl Orbeck to sate his sadistic pleasures. The only thing Amel wanted was to be spared from the fate of entering that god-forsaken room. But it was already too late for her. Since she had led Lambert the Fool charging in without a plan to Earl Orbeck's lair, she would be tortured to the brink of death. And yet, on the other hand, Lambert would kill her if she dared to run. Amel, who specialized in agility, knew more than anyone else that she couldn't escape after she witnessed his godlike abilities. Earl Orbeck's bedroom was directly connected to the torture chamber. I guess I really have no choice. Earl Orbeck would spare her as long as she killed Lambert. Rather, it would be a feat deserving of praise. Lambert didn't seem to be paying any attention to Amel. Amel slipped her hand into her pocket, grasping a sharp silver needle. I only have one chance. Amel held her breath, pondering where she should stab Lambert with her needle. However, the more she observed, the more she realized that there was no gap in his defenses that she could exploit. The most she could do was stab the joint of his knee, ensuring that he couldn't escape. But even more so, Amel wondered if her silver needle could even kill this man. After all, before her very own eyes, Lambert had proven that he could repel even the silver needles that were thrown by Dark Knight's short swords leader himself. Halzard. The one who trained Amel in how to use the needles was none other than Halzard. She had learned everything she knew from him. If her master, whose skills surpassed her own, couldn't do it, did she even stand a chance where he had failed? Amel's hand was coated in sweat. As she gulped down her nervousness, Lambert turned around to look at her. Amel shuddered and averted her gaze. It's nothing. Lambert interjected. Who knows? I thought I sensed some killing intent. The moment Amel heard those words, the color drained from her face. Her body became limp and refused to move. It seemed that deep inside, she had already given up on her plan to kill Lambert, even before she grasped the needle. You said that there's a torture chamber in the basement. Tell me, where is Earl Orbeck right now? He's either in his office, or the torture chamber. Amel didn't bother lying. There's a high possibility that Germain, along with the other members of Spirit's Dusk, is being held in the torture room. But I guess I should prioritize the capture of Earl Orbeck. I just need to kill him to end this mess, once and for all. On the contrary, if I prioritize saving Germain and company first, it'll take too much time. It'll give Earl Orbeck a chance to escape. Assassinating Earl Orbeck is impossible. A few of those reasons are his escape routes and secret paths for emergencies, but it's also because he's being followed by his guard 24/7. You're basically surrounded by those guards as soon as you entered the mansion, as I expected. Well, since it'll be the same no matter which route we choose, let's just storm the front. Yes, that's right. What? With that, Lambert turned around, leaving Amel behind as he walked toward the mansion's front gate. What are you doing? Come here. Your job is to guide me through the mansion. It'll be troublesome if I get lost. I told you that we'll be surrounded as soon as we enter the mansion, right? Indeed. That's why breaking through the front before the Earl gets the chance to escape is much better than sneaking into the mansion in secret. He has the home advantage, after all. Lambert rushed toward the front gate, towing Amel along despite her reluctance. The gatekeeper in front noticed Lambert right away. He grabbed his spear and stabbed its blade toward Lambert. Who are you people? Do you realize that you're barging into Earl Summer's mansion? Lambert's arm moved, grabbing his unsheathed sword and tossing the scabbard toward the gatekeeper. The tip of the scabbard pierced through the gatekeeper's chest, sending him flying back and nailing his body to the wall. Blood gushed from the large wound in the gatekeeper's chest. Even though it seemed like Lambert tossed it lightly, the result was a massive wound for the guard. The gatekeeper never expected that measly lump of metal would easily break through his sternum, sink into his chest, and still have enough power to send him flying backward, nailing his body to the wall. "Of course I know. The reason we came here is that Earl, after all," Lambert declared to the gatekeeper, who was on the verge of dying. Soon enough, Amel's prediction came true. The private army of Earl Orbeck surrounded Lambert. Lambert and Amel were besieged by 30 foes. "See, I've told you again and again that you're too reckless." Amel ended up spewing a mouthful of protests at Lambert, completely forgetting about her fear of him. The man in the armor as reported. "I see a secret forces member. Amel is with you? Did those dragons' enchanted metal fail to do their job, or you're colluding with those guys?" "Well, it doesn't matter either way." The one who welcomed Lambert and company was a tall man, whose black hair was swept to the back. He stood at the very back of the encirclement. His handsome face did little to hide the cruelty in his darkened eyes. Malkido, of all Pio. Amel's eyes opened wide as she glared at Malkido. Maybe because he wasn't interested in Amel anymore, the man named Malkido rubbed his chin while making a gesture as if taking note of Lambert and Amel. He heaved a sigh with a bored look on his face. "Just the two of you. It seems this will end in a flash." After observing Lambert for a while, as if to evaluate him, Malkido clapped his hands, drawing everyone's gazes to him. "Everyone, how about playing a little game?" "The contents of the game are, that's it. The goal is to tear off the limbs of that idiot intruder and that traitorous woman." "How's that sound?" "Legs or arms, doesn't matter. Anyone who presents their limbs will receive a reward from me." The man named Malkido spoke with a sadistic smile on his face. The soldiers surrounding the two laughed raucously upon hearing his words. Malkido Maverin. He was the current leader of Earl Orbeck's private army. He was a sadist who loved toying around with his opponent in the middle of a battle, as if it were just a game. Earl Orbeck gave Malkido preferential treatment since they were family. Thus, the latter had no problem with money. "This is my chance, you bastard. Get back and wait your turn." As soon as they heard Malkido's words, 5 soldiers sprung at once toward Amel and Lambert, each one aiming for the first kill. "This is the end," Amel muttered as she took out her silver needle and prepared to commit suicide. Lambert pulled out his great sword and swung it lightly. It was just a simple movement, and yet none of the people present could draw their weapons faster than Lambert. The first 5 who were scrambling at them suddenly stopped moving. Everyone who saw such a scene from nearby felt that something was off. They went pale. It was as if the great sword had appeared from nowhere. The next instant, the heads of those 5 rolled on the ground. Fresh blood spurted from their headless corpses as they fell to the ground, dyeing them in crimson. Witnessing such a scene from the back lines, Malkido gaped, not fully understanding the situation. "Just 30, huh?" Lambert stood in front of the frightened soldiers as he calmly counted how many of them he faced. Once again, he set his stance with his great sword. "This will end in a flash, indeed." "For you guys, that is." At a loss for words, Malkido could only stare in silence. Lambert swung his sword for the second time and then once again as he advanced forward. Each swing reaped the lives of the soldiers who surrounded the two, scattering their flesh and blood on the ground. "What are you waiting for? Kill that guy now. I'll reward anyone who can kill him." "Kill him now." Malkido's order was in vain. Anyone who dared to get close to Lambert was turned into a decapitated corpse in the next moment. "Kill him quickly. We outnumber him. Just surround him and kick him from his blind spot. With that stupidly heavy armor, like hell he can get up." Malkido shut his mouth before he finished his sentence. Lambert, who wore that stupidly heavy armor, was moving quickly, killing one soldier after another. While Malkido stood dumbfounded before that seemingly impossible scene, the subordinates at his side were killed by Lambert. Color drained from Malkido's face. You. Malkido raised a war cry as he slashed at Lambert. Lambert dodged to the side with ease. When he tried to put more strength in his grip and chase after Lambert, Malkido realized that his fingers had already rolled on the ground. Following that realization was a searing pain coursing through his entire body. My fingers. Malkido groveled on the ground, picking up his right hand's scattered fingers with his left hand. "It was you who encouraged your subordinates to mutilate their opponent for reward. right?" Lambert asked the half-crazed Malkido. "I'll give you as much money as you want, so fix these quick." Lambert's great sword bisected Malkido's body from his head to his toes before he could even finish his sentence. As Malkido's blood splattered on his armor, bathing him in a crimson red, Lambert coldly resheathed his sword. "Well then, it's only a matter of time before Erlorbeck learns of this." "Amel, show me the way." Seeing such a one-sided massacre, Amel felt the power drain from her body. She shuddered as her legs gave out and she collapsed on the ground. The silver needle intended to take her own life had long since fallen from the grasp of her shuddering fingers. Chapter 37. Erlorbeck and a certain man were meeting in the former's office on the second floor of the mansion. Standing in front of Erlorbeck was a tall and slender swordsman. His face was lifeless and his beard was unshaven. The bluish-purple hair on his head was quite slovenly, and he walked with a slightly hunched back. The two knights escorting Erlorbeck glared at the man. The man spared just one glance back with a sidelong gaze as if to say that the two knights were nothing. He then turned back to look at Erlorbeck. Erlorbeck laughed while caressing his double chin with his fingers. "That's quite an achievement, Hector. Who would expect you to easily capture the survivor of the Deuce House who has been sticking his nose places it shouldn't be? That guy seemed to be a renowned adventurer, and yet you treated him like a baby." The man named Hector listened quietly while scuffing his feet on the ground with a bored look on his face. After letting out a huge yawn, he replied, "Enough with this trivial gratitude, Earl Sama. I'll just go back to my room if you just called me here to blather on." The two knights' eyebrows twitched upon hearing Hector's words. "Hector, how dare you show such a boorish attitude in front of Erlorbeck Sama?" Erlorbeck waved his hand in dismissal to stop them, still smiling ear to ear at Hector. "I don't mind. Erlorbeck Sama, please allow me to say that making this boorish man one of your close aides while forgiving his selfishness will only lower the morale of others." Erlorbeck was known for playing favorites for those willing to lick his boots or for his relatives. In regards to Hector, since he was directly scouted by Erlorbeck, he was not part of the two aforementioned groups who received the preferential treatment. Not even 1 year had passed since he became Erlorbeck's subordinate, and yet, he was the only one who dared to treat the Earl lightly. Compared to those who leeched off the toad like Erlorbeck, the newcomer who received such favorable treatment was their target of envy and irritation. "I've said that I don't mind his attitude though." The escort knights shut their mouths as soon as Erlorbeck's eyes locked on them. My apologies, Foo, Hector. Your attitude hasn't changed, even after a year. Are you not scared of me? I'm grateful to you, Earl Sama. I've made a lot of enemies. It wouldn't be strange for me to be assassinated if not for Earl Sama's aid. Someone as skilled as you is scared of assassins? You'd be able to dispatch them with your bare hands, right? I'm just a normal human who can die from poison, you know. It's not like I want to die in that kind of battle either, Earl Sama. Once, just once, I'll gladly die against an opponent who can make me go all out. Ever since he was a child, Hector knew danger like the back of his hand. All these years, he faced foe after foe, and yet none ever posed a challenge. After putting his life on the line so many times, he had become immune to the thrill of battle. Each enemy struck down with the same bored look. Fortunately, Hector was extremely talented with the sword. He, who became stronger after overcoming numerous deadly crises, longed for a fight to the death against someone who could force him to go all out again. However, thanks to that habit, Hector became apathetic toward life. It had been so many years since he began looking for a worthy swordsman, an opponent who could make him feel alive again. As long as I can feel the same kind of excitement of those days even just a little bit, I don't mind even if I'm treated as someone with few screws loose in his head. Hector tapped his finger on his head as he said those words, heaving a sigh. I thought that opportunity would come if I remained at Earl Sama's side, but I expected too much. Erlorbeck was at a loss for words upon hearing Hector's remark. However, the two escort knights became even more irritated by such a remark. If you really want to die, then I'll kill you right here. One of them drew his sword and slashed at Hector from behind. Hector's figure suddenly vanished, and the sword tip buried into the desk. Orbach glared at the tip of the sword with an irritated look on his face. My apologies, Orbach-sama. The knight turned every which way, looking around the room with a ghastly pale face. He thought that Hector might kill him in retaliation. But Hector had already left the office. Hector suddenly stopped right in front of the door and jumped to the side. The door was flung open in the next moment, and Rykov, another member of Orbach's private army, entered the room in a hurry. My apologies, there's an emergency, there's an intruder in the mansion. You're in such a hurry, you forgot to knock. Rykov. It's probably the guys who've returned after catching the target. Leaning slightly to one side, Orbach tapped the desk with his pinky finger. That's. With his mind reeling, Rykov desperately searched for an appropriate response, but all that came out were garbled stutters. There were no words to describe the intruder. It's like Earl-sama is employing a brat. Don't you think it's time to downsize your personnel? Hector said as he brushed past Rykov in the entrance, turning around once more. He gave a faint nod at Orbach. That intruder killed Malkido-sama. Oh my, Silk Pants finally met his end. Huh. Hector stopped and sneered. The look in Orbach's eyes had changed. He glared at Rykov. Thieves? How many of them? There's no way Malkido was by himself. Where's the intruder right now? Orbach knew that Malkido was always surrounded by his subordinates. He wasn't the type of person to be reckless in the face of danger. That's why the Earl concluded that the majority of Malkido's subordinates had been slain. Even so, there shouldn't be anyone powerful enough to break into Orbach's mansion in all of Ainsaz. The nobility in the region also feared Orbach since he was backed by someone who held an important post in the capital. That was why small fry nobles wouldn't dare to oppose him. Those from the upper echelon of nobility wouldn't be so reckless as to wantonly attack him. Even if the royalty were to attack Orbach, that would only be possible if they had received reports of his evil deeds beforehand. Orbach's status itself guaranteed his safety. Following this logic, who could be behind the intruder? The intruder is just one no, it's two people. They killed Malkido and his 30 subordinates in a few seconds. A shock ran down Orbach's spine. It was as if time was frozen for a moment. And then he shuddered. Impossible. You must be lying. Gather every soldier in this mansion now. Capture those intruders. The two escort knights couldn't believe Rykov's report, standing stock still with dumbfounded looks on their faces. What are you waiting for? Do it now. And Rykov, you go back to your post and tell them my orders. I refuse. I refuse to go back. What are you talking about, Rykov? Hey, Hector, what's with that smirk? Hector stood at the entrance of the office, listening in on the conversation between Orbach and Rykov. Hector touched his lips, as if he only just realized that he was smiling. Chapter 38. Lambert steadily advanced through the passages of Orbach's mansion. Orbach's private army had been cut down like flies as soon as they sprung at him. There was simply nothing they could do against Lambert's godlike skill. Only tragic death awaiting for anyone who approached him. A commander-like, imposing man stood behind the frightened soldiers, giving out orders. Kill him. What are you waiting for? I said kill him. I'll torture anyone who tries to run. The big man had a grim look on his face, his square-shaped jaw riddled with scars. His name was Roguebottom. He was the man in charge of training the soldiers and was their leader in case someone tried to attack Orbach or on monster extermination expeditions. He was a sadistic weirdo, who found pleasure in imagining what kind of tortures he could inflict on his subordinates later. However, he was also a master of controlling his temper, using the carrot and stick to whip his subordinates. As a result, the subordinates who feared him would do anything to accomplish his order, including killing their own comrades. However, without charisma and his usual composure, his current orders were nothing more than childish rambling in the ears of his subordinates. It's impossible, Captain Roguebottom. That guy isn't a human. A newbie soldier abandoned his sword and fell to his knees. What did you say? Who's more scary, me or that armor weirdo? The new soldier shuddered. Seeing that expression, Roguebottom was filled with rage. But there was also a twinge of fear, causing him to stiffen a little bit. He's still moving forward. At this rate, he'll be at Orbixama's office. Hell, if that happens, Orbixama will torture me to death before I torture these pussycats. There's no way he is not exhausted wearing such heavy full-plate armor. How in the world can he still move? A deep sense of loyalty to Rogue Bottom had been ingrained in these soldiers as a result of long, arduous training. The exhaustion due to the seemingly never-ending violence in front of him and the sweet praise that awaited him upon his success clouded his judgment. The newbie soldier had been completely brainwashed by Rogue Bottom. At least, become a meat shield to create an opening. Another 5 charged toward Lambert, but they were quickly cleaved in half. No one could see the slash. Rogue Bottom even mistook Lambert for using magic due to the unbelievable speed of his slash. Opening. Despite moving around wearing such heavy armor, Lambert didn't leave a single opening. It was as clear as day that his subordinates alone were far from enough to stop Lambert. That armor dude is too scary. The newbie soldier retreated while crawling on the floor. Seeing that scene, one soldier after another began to lose their fighting spirit and scrambled around to save themselves. It was as if their fear of Rogue Bottom suddenly vanished in that moment. There's only 2 intruders. I'll recommend anyone WHO can kill them to Orbixama. Rogue Bottom frantically called for his subordinates. The 2 intruders were none other than Lambert and a woman, who was sitting on the floor, shutting her eyes, holding her ears, and trembling in fear. The former member of the Secret Force Dark Knight's short sword, Amel. Stop him. I'm gonna kill you all if you escape. I said stop. Rogue Bottom screamed at the top of his lungs, to the point of spitting blood. However, no one was stupid enough to follow his order. In the blink of an eye, there was only Lambert, Amel, Rogue Bottom, and a mountain of mutilated corpses in the passage. Worst of all, Rogue Bottom, the captain who stood at the rear of the formation, was at the deepest part of the passageway. Lambert's goal. There was no escape. Rogue Bottom readied his sword, pointing its tip at Lambert. The hand that was holding onto his sword trembled uncontrollably. There was not a single particle of dignity left in the man dubbed the Demon Instructor. Lambert raised his sword slowly. His extremely powerful undead miasma emanated, flooding like a tsunami over Rogue Bottom, who trembled before the killing intent. Rogue Bottom shuddered and dropped his sword. His body refused to move, despite his brain commanding himself to pick up the dropped sword. His breath became rough as he curled up into a ball. Rogue Bottom felt like his heart was about to explode from the overwhelming killing intent. What a miserable man. Lambert spoke with a bored voice. If one of his subordinates had said those words, Rogue Bottom would have surely tortured that person to death. But the current him couldn't feel anything but absolute fear. He felt the great sword's edge touch the nape of his neck. Mercy, mercy. Rogue Bottom's grim face crumpled as he boldly begged for his life, while wailing like a child. He knew that the devil-like swordsman before him wouldn't spare his life, but there was no way he would abandon all hope. Fine, I'm not a devil, just a soldier. Lambert's great sword left Rogue Bottom's neck. Rogue Bottom raised his snot and drool-covered face, looking timidly at Lambert. The sword that he dropped a while ago was thrown on the ground next to his feet. Now choose, fight me or kill yourself. I'll at least let you die as a proud soldier. You don't want to die without pride, right? This was the least amount of mercy that Lambert could give after seeing Rogue Bottom's pitiful state from before. In the era of the 8 countries unification war, Lambert followed a prideful yet strict knighthood. However, even though knighthood was not completely forgotten, it had softened in the 200 years since he was alive. Naturally, Lambert, with his old-fashioned knighthood, considered this as a righteous ending for a subordinate of a corrupt lord like Erlobuk. That was why Lambert, and his 8 countries unification war knighthood, gave one last mercy to the crying soldier. However, unaware of their vastly different values, he didn't realize that he just gave hope to Rogue Bottom, only to drop him again into the bottom of hell. Rogue Bottom stretched his trembling hand, grabbing the sword's handle. He then pointed the edge of the sword toward his abdomen. He stood up and rushed toward Lambert while raising a loud cry. It was a poor excuse for a surprise attack. Lambert's great sword bisected Rogue Bottom's abdomen with a speed that was too fast to see with ordinary eyes. The residual force of Lambert's slash sent Rogue Bottom's upper half flying to the side, breaking the manor's window. Though the method you used was cowardly, I praise the splendid resolution to get rid of your lord's enemy. Rogue Bottom, I'll engrave your name as proud knight in my memory. TL. This is just Lambert's misunderstanding, a generation gap. After granting such misdirected praise, Lambert returned his great sword to its sheath and turned around to Amel. I've taken care of all of them. Now do your job as my guide again. Amel glanced at the corpses of her former comrade and then nodded at Lambert with a hollow look in her eyes. Chapter 39. Earl Orbuck's office. Somewhere on the second floor. Lambert's great sword bisected the door to the office in one fell swoop. Even though the door was made of sturdy wood, it broke to pieces like a thin sheet of paper. The largest portion of the broken door clattered into the office, while the small shards scattered around the floor. However, the Earl was nowhere to be seen. Amel followed after Lambert from behind, her steps tentative. Even then, she didn't try to escape from Lambert. Her previous experiences with him had taught her a good lesson. He could, and would, cut down anyone in a flash if he became suspicious. Since he's no longer here, is he moving to the basement? Or else, has he run away? Lambert entered the room without a shred of hesitation. Yeah, no, from the way those soldiers reacted, he's definitely on the second floor. Additionally, even though Lambert was quickly discovered, his path didn't waver. He continued in a straight line toward the Earl. The Earl shouldn't have had time to escape, even though he was hiding right now. Earl Orbuck must have prepared an emergency escape for himself in the worst-case scenario. It seems he managed to slip away. Well, I have to say that you're a monster, but Earl Orbuck is a monster in another sense. He isn't the kind of opponent you can take down alone. Earl Orbuck was the type of man who made plans, backup plans for those plans, and backups for those backups. With Lambert's invasion, Earl Orbuck must have become even more cautious. He would obviously continue sending assassins to kill Amel and Lambert. The damage wouldn't be limited to just the two of them. Their surroundings would be involved too. No matter how powerful Lambert was, there was no way for them to stay awake 24/7. The real test was their endurance. Inevitably, they would become exhausted and die. That was what Amel felt in this situation. They had a chance of winning if they could corner Earl Orbuck before it was too late. But, that also meant prolonging their battle against Earl Orbuck. With his immense wealth and authority, it was by no means a one-on-one duel. They had to find him, corner him, and kill him as soon as possible. I found him. Lambert's great sword slashed at the bookshelves on the other side of the room. Wow, what there? Amel didn't manage to finish her words. A hidden passage was revealed from behind the collapsed bookshelves. These highborns never change, regardless of the era. Lambert muttered while looking into the underground passage. Regardless of the era, the King of Ants also prepared the same gimmick. This is typical influential people suddenly vanish when they're cornered. They either use body doubles, dress as soldiers, employ a skilled swordsman, use magic to destroy the passage, or release monsters in their prison. These kinds of people are bound to cause mayhem once they're cornered. Lambert shouldered his great sword as he spoke. But no one has ever managed to escape from me. Amel felt a terrifying chill come over the room, and the strength drained from her legs. Previously, she grumbled about Earl Orbuck being a monster. That was true, except for a huge misunderstanding on her part. Amel didn't understand most of what Lambert said just now. One thing she could understand was the fact that there was an insurmountable gap of experience between Earl Orbuck and Lambert. This was probably the first time Earl Orbuck had ever been cornered in his life. However, there was one thing she was sure of. Lambert had pursued numerous humans that were far more terrifying than Earl Orbuck. I've troubled you for asking to guide me this far. You may leave. And let me give you one last piece of advice. You're not suited to tread the path of the sword. Lambert leapt into the hole behind the bookshelves. His overwhelming mass squashed the destroyed bookshelves, and his figure vanished beyond into the darkness. The ominous metallic noise of his armor could still be heard, even after his figure had vanished. Standing there with a dumbfounded look, Amal was left behind. A while later, she mustered the courage to peer into the passage. Although her mind was yelling at her to run away, her trained sense of duty made her unable to leave until she saw the ending with her own eyes. The passage was inclined to the point it was almost a slide. Since the passage was a bit too small for his huge figure clad in armor to fit in, Lambert ended up sliding down. Some parts of his armor scraped the passage wall along the way, leaving behind countless sparks. Along the way, Lambert decelerated his fall by changing the way he gripped his great sword, holding it out horizontally in front of him. Suddenly, Lambert's body was flung upright after a corner. Despite seeing the passage continuing in front of him, many sharp spears were waiting on top of Lambert's landing point to skewer him alive. It was a trap prepared to kill the pursuer. The trap itself was held down by some sort of board. It would rise bit by bit when the board was removed. There was no better evidence to confirm the fact that Earl Orbeck had recently used this passage, since the trap had been set. Quite vigilant, but that kind of trap won't work on me. Lambert didn't bother to change the direction of his fall. He fell right on top of the spear trap. The spears were smashed to bits against the might of organ. He killed the force of his fall by rolling forward, crushing more spears along the way. He stood back up in a defensive stance, prepared for another surprise attack. There in front of him, the long passage was hidden behind a stone wall. Lambert discovered fresh footprints as he scanned the passage in front of him. I'm a bit far behind, huh? Chapter 40. Earl Orbeck ran desperately through the hidden passage. In between staggered gasps, he looked behind. At any moment, he expected to see his pursuer in the darkness. Despite being inferior to the low-ranking soldiers who train on a daily basis, Earl Orbeck didn't neglect to train every once in a while for unexpected circumstances. Even though he gained some weight, he was one of the more athletic nobles. His clothes were already drenched in his own sweat, and yet there was no sign of him slowing down. This distance should be safe for us to stop running, right, Orbeck-sama? There are those soldiers who just returned after their daily training, and Rogue put him on top of that. Trying to get past those guys with just 2 people is just. One of his close aides, a knight on panting next to him, mentioned Rogue Bottom's name. Earl Orbeck turned around to shout at his 2 bodyguards, each word spewing spit in their faces. You idiot, it happened once, it can happen again. But such a feat should be impossible. Only a loser speaks like that. Like hell, I'll just wait around and say all is well, like some sort of neurotic old hag. Don't put me on the same boat as those fools. Even if the possibility is 1 in 100, it still means that I'll at least die once in that 100. My life isn't that cheap. Even if this escape turns out to be unnecessary, I'd rather be safe than sorry. Other than the 2 knights and Earl Orbeck, there was also a man with an unshaved beard and long hair. He was Hector, the swordsman who had been picked up by Earl Orbeck. His normally hunched back was straightened, and there was a sharp glint in his eyes, as if he was convinced of something. Earl Orbeck, whose breathing had gotten raspy from ranting at the knights, groaned in pain. Ah, Orbeck-sama, it'll affect your stamina if you shout like that while running. Earl Orbeck glared at the bodyguard who spoke those words. No, I think you can still run for at least 1 more hour, Earl-sama. Hector. What's that? Before Earl Orbeck managed to finish his sentence, a loud sound echoed down the passage, as if there was a giant monster following after them. All of them stopped at once, turning around to look at the direction behind them. They saw a man clad in full plate armor running toward them while shouldering his great sword. Even with his heavy armor, his speed was faster than that of their group. That person was truly a monster in every sense. The 2 bodyguards behind Earl Orbeck drew their swords. However, their weapons seemed no different from toothpicks in front of that monster. They had absolutely no idea which part of that monster they had to attack with the blade of their sword. That monster's body was covered with armor from head to toe. There was not even the slightest gap in the metal to land an attack. On paper, it might look like 1 against many, but it didn't feel like it would become something that one might call a fight. That was just how overwhelming Lambert's presence could be. That was quite a workout. The man in front trembled and dropped his sword when Lambert broke the ice. In a flash, Lambert swung his sword twice, not slowing down in the slightest as he closed the distance. The bodies of the two knights split in half, right through the middle. Each of their upper bodies crashed against the walls of the dimly lit passage. Earl Orbeck's slitted eyes in his meaty face was opened wide as he glared at Lambert. "So you are that Orbeck?" Earl Orbeck stepped back in fear. Taking one more step, he turned around as if trying to run away. The one who stopped him was Hector. Hector drew his sword from its scabbard on his back. In a fluid, practiced movement, the sharp blade was an inch away from Earl Orbeck's neck. "What's the meaning of this, Hector?" "Rethink it, Earl Sama. This man is aiming for your life. I'll be fine, even if you order me to stop him, but he might ignore me if you choose to escape by yourself. That's why it might be a better idea if I kill you first." "But staying here won't change my fate either." Hector ignored Earl Orbeck's wailing, turning his attention to Lambert. "Hey, I'm a bastard. How does a deal with me sound to you? In exchange for preventing the Earl Sama from escaping from this place, you gotta defeat me if you want to claim his life. I mean, you don't want to be stabbed from behind when you go after him, right?" "I find it hard to refuse a duel with you if you say it in that way." "Fine, I swear upon my lord that I won't go after the Earl till I kill you in a duel." As soon as he obtained Lambert's promise, Hector undid his previously sloven posture. He crouched ever so slightly as he readied his stance. Earl Orbeck had no choice but to watch on. "My name is Hector. I have no family name, though I want to introduce myself as one of the knights who serve under Earl Orbeck. I don't think that'll be good enough. That's why I stand before you as a swordsman. Swordsman Hector." The reason why Hector restrained Earl Orbeck in that place wasn't to protect him. It was for the sake of a one-on-one duel against Lambert. That was why he stood as Swordsman Hector, who wished a fair and square duel with Lambert. Although Hector had said just a nameless swordsman when he defeated Germain, he didn't take such a slovenly attitude in front of Lambert. A while ago, he realized that Lambert might be able to grant his wish for an exciting duel with their lives on the line. Hector hadn't recognized Lambert's strength from the fact that the latter single-handedly broke into tightly guarded Orbeck mansion, nor from the time when he saw Lambert decapitate Earl Orbeck's two knight escorts. He recognized Lambert's strength from the aura that was seeping out of his body, the overwhelming aura of a champion from the 8 countries unification war. That aura was the main reason Hector showed respect to Lambert. "I'm rather reluctant to use my name, but I guess I need to show my respect too." Hector listened carefully as he lowered his stance, because he knew that someone as powerful as Lambert was a nameless swordsman, to the point that both him, a famous swordsman, and Earl Orbeck with his tremendous influence never heard about a swordsman with Lambert's appearance before. In addition, meeting a swordsman of Lambert's caliber was plenty enough reason for him to stay in Earl Orbeck's mansion. Lambert de la Croix. Hector's eyelids trembled upon hearing Lambert's name. Lambert de la Croix, one of Regos Kingdom's 4 demon generals. Lambert de la Croix, the sinner who was executed for betraying his lord and has now returned from the abyss. "In the name of peace and upholding the justice in this kingdom, and to repay my gratitude, I will cut you down." Lambert's undead miasma exploded in full throttle along with his shout. When exposed to that miasma, Earl Orbeck was struck with absolute fear. Color drained from his face, and his body refused to move. But Hector was different. He raised a maniacal laugh after a brief silence. "This is it. Ahaha. You're the best." The great sinner WHO returned from the abyss. "Ha, I always thought I was born in the wrong era." After laughing for a while, his face turned grim as he glared at Lambert. "I see. No wonder you don't know my name." From the very beginning, Lambert had no intention to insult Hector. He showed proper respect toward Hector, thus he told his name to the other party. But it wasn't up to him to force Hector to believe him. Rather, he thought that deceiving his opponent by using an alias was an insult toward his opponent. Chapter 41. The one who made the first move was Hector. As he began to close the distance, he made sure to stay just out of the range of Lambert's great sword, all the while keeping an eye on his movements. However, before he could move in again, Hector's instincts, honed from hundreds of deadly battles, flared. Something was wrong. Hector shifted his center of gravity and retreated as soon as his feet landed on the ground, never letting his gaze stray from his opponent. Before he knew it, the place where Hector's feet were supposed to land had already been crushed by Lambert's great sword. Hector corrected his stance faster than could be made out with a naked eye, but Lambert had already stabbed forward with his sword. Hector received the stab while standing on his tiptoes, allowing himself to be blown back, cushioning the force behind Lambert's thrust. However, as a result, Hector's blade was smashed to bits. Death was imminent. Sacrificing his sword had just barely saved his life, but now, if he made a poor move, he'd surely meet his end. Without any hesitation, Lambert kept pushing forward with his sword. At the same time, Hector pulled out his second sword, throwing its sheath to the ground. "It seems I don't even have the leeway to observe your movements." From the very beginning, Hector was a dual swordsman. For many years, his second sword had remained sealed, forever sheathed, waiting for a worthy opponent. "Let's see how you handle this." Faced with Lambert's inhuman speed, Hector could only rely on his senses, his finely honed talent, and his two swords. Seeing that he couldn't read Lambert's swordcraft, he chose to dodge. In the first place, Hector was a man who always stood as the victor at the end of battle. He was always confident with his skill and ability to surpass more powerful opponents. Before Lambert's overwhelming ability, Hector's movement began to surpass that of a human. Hector dodged Lambert's third strike. Even Hector himself would never have expected that he could dodge like that. The excitement and passion that he felt was like a drug to him, giving him pleasure and affecting the way he moved his body. He was starting to see couldn't before, and his body's movement began to surpass what he ever thought he was capable of. Basking in a whirlpool of excitement, he didn't feel exhaustion or pain any longer. There should be a slight pause right after Lambert brandished his great sword. If he dodged right now, he should be able to use that moment to reopening to close in and stab his sword into the joint between Lambert's armor. But his instincts rang a loud warning. Even if he managed to land a hit in the gap between Lambert's armor, his body would be bisected in the next moment by Lambert's counterattack. He leapt up to dodge Lambert's great sword, spinning his body in midair to prepare for Lambert's next attack. He stomped on the tip of Lambert's sword and opened the distance between him and Lambert again. When he landed, he retreated right away. In the next moment, the floor where he stood a moment ago was crushed by Lambert's attack. Although Hector could predict where the attack would come from, he couldn't see Lambert's swing itself. As for why he couldn't dodge Lambert's Godspeed attack, even Hector himself couldn't explain the reason. Such a feat might be impossible to reproduce. After all, Lambert's attack was the fastest attack he had ever met up until now. Lambert lowered his sword after he fixed his stance. The visor of his helmet looked at Hector. Lambert was confident that his previous attack would kill Hector for sure. Splendid. Lambert praised his opponent. They might be an enemy, but Hector happily accepted such blunt yet wholehearted praise from the overwhelmingly strong opponent before him. In that momentary rest after such a deadly exchange between the two, Hector sorted through the information about his opponent, while giving a rest to his mind. That 1 second felt like 10 seconds for the current Hector. Kukukaku. Although Hector rarely showed his emotions due to the constant struggle to survive in his childhood, he became an open book in front of Lambert due to the excitement he felt from struggling to survive from Lambert's attacks. His pale skin flushed red for the first time in a long time, and the blood vessels beneath his face and hands bulged. The battle so far had forced Hector to break his own limits, taking a huge toll on his body. Even so, he neither felt pain nor exhaustion. He didn't even care about who won or what would happen to him after that. Blood dripped down from Hector's nose. Even so, he didn't bother to wipe it away. When Hector set his stance with his sword, he laughed maniacally while lowering his hand. Lambert followed suit, lowering his sword a bit. "I understand now. You really are the real Lambert de la Croix. Otherwise, there would be no explanation for your strength. I mean, I never expected that your swordcraft would be far more polished than mine. It's the best. You really are the best." Hector spoke loudly without even trying to hide his excitement. "I also want to continue this duel forever, but a prolonged duel would only wear me out." It was as he said. Hector understood his biggest disadvantage in this duel. Lambert didn't let him attack since the beginning of the battle. Even if Lambert didn't wear organ, Hector knew that he would die as soon as he launched an attack on Lambert. He wasn't in the right condition to fight properly. That's why, it's my turn to attack. Lambert de la Croix. Hector, who had approached divine territory in the fight with Lambert, realized an even greater height of his swordcraft. Although Hector had mastered the 49 sword rain, which was passed down by the sword saint to his descendant, he knew that particular skill wouldn't work against Lambert, because that skill was completely ineffective against someone in full plate armor. The 49 sword rain was hailed as the most perfect sword skill in swordsmanship history, a skill guaranteed to win any battle. It worked by countering an attack with an attack that wouldn't allow the enemy within its range to counter. Over the course of the battle, it would continue to limit the opponent's choices, eventually leading to their defeat. However, Lambert didn't need to protect his body since he wore full plate armor. That compounded with Lambert's large build made it even more difficult to tip him off balance. Therefore, greater improvements were needed to fight an opponent like Lambert. And doing that in the middle of battle was literally impossible. However, with Hector's personality, his heightened emotion, and his swordcraft that continuously improved in the fight against Lambert, Hector managed to refine 49 Sword Rain into 49 Sword Rain, revised. Since 49 Sword Rain was a counter, the first requirement to execute this sword skill was surviving Lambert's first attack. Normally, Hector just needed to force his opponent to make an attack by feinting slightly to the right. However, his sword would be smashed if he forced himself to defend against Lambert's great sword, which only aided Lambert's Herculean strength and Godspeed swing. A slight mistake on Hector's part would spell his demise. That was all it would take for Lambert to bisect his body. Even Earl Orbuck, whose life became the bet between the two swordsmen, could only gape at the incredibly high-level duel that unfolded before him. Nevertheless, in Earl Orbuck's eyes, Lambert was a loser who couldn't even catch up to Hector's movement. Amel, who had been following Lambert from behind, barely made it in time to see the duel. She had the same idea as Earl Orbuck. Chapter 42. As if he was not bound by the laws of gravity, Hector's body swayed from left to right. His sword was aimed square at Lambert. This footwork was created to make his opponent show an opening, flickering shadow. Hector had dedicated his life to the way of the sword. Although it was a basic skill, Hector's flickering shadow wasn't something that could be easily broken through. As he swayed from one edge of the field of view to the other, any normal opponent would have become disoriented and confused. Naturally, he knew that his footwork wouldn't be enough to confuse Lambert. He just needed a moment in which Lambert showed an opening in his seamless stance. However, it didn't mean that he wanted to kill Lambert in one hit. All he needed was for Lambert to raise his great sword to defend against his attack in order to unleash 49 Sword Rain, revised. As long as he could do this, victory was within reach. It required every strike, from the first to the 49th, to be precise. There was no room for error, but it was possible. This idea had been engraved in Hector's mind. There was a saying that the victor of a duel between sword masters was the one who made the least failures in executing their sword skills. To this end, special moves were created for one purpose: victory. Here I come, Lambert. Hector's feet stomping on the ground. At the same time, he gathered his mana at the tip of his sword, drawing a circle in midair. The circle then turned into a magic formation. Wind, carry me. A gust of wind suddenly erupted, propelling Hector forward. Lambert wasn't confused in the least seeing Hector's figure suddenly vanish from his field of vision. He simply raised his sword overhead. His sword easily blocked Hector's strike that came from behind, in his blind spot. This is fucking crazy. You must have eyes on your back. I went so far as to attack in midair to avoid you hearing my footsteps, and yet you're just fucking crazy. Ignoring Hector's remark, Lambert swung his sword to bisect Hector's body in midair. He had no intention of allowing Hector to use his footwork. But victory is mine, Lambert de la Croix. I gotta say, your combat prowess is far above mine, but victory is mine. Hector's sword had already parried Lambert's great sword right at the start of the latter's swing. Hector's onslaught was relentless, laying out an endless barrage of attacks on Lambert's great sword. Hector wasted no time between each parry, going in for another attack without blinking an eye. As Hector's two hands kept moving, Lambert began to fall behind. Hector stabbed the joint of Lambert's helmet. That attack forced Lambert to enter a defensive stance to protect himself from Hector's sword. Hector's 49 sword rain revised took full advantage of his dual-blade swordplay, breaking through the highest theoretical limit of the skill pressured even someone of Lambert's caliber. Humphrey, how's that? This must be the first time you've been cornered like this, right? Let's see how you dodge the other 46 strikes. Hector sprung up as he shouted. They were standing at point-blank range from each other, a range that was too close to cross swords, even for someone like Lambert. Even so, Lambert raised his great sword and swung it down to the floor, not giving Hector the chance to unleash his sword skill. The floor caved in, and Lambert stood at the epicenter. His strike sent forth a shockwave, shaking the walls of the passage. That shockwave killed Hector's jumping force, forcing him to land on the ground. At the same time, his instincts rang loudly, informing him death was imminent. In the next moment, the image of his body sliced in half appeared in his mind. He stomped hard on the ground, jumping back to avoid the fast approaching death and making full use of the residual force of the shockwave from before. However, his previous stance was not optimal for dodging. By the time he realized this fact, Lambert's greatsword had arrived right in front of him. Hector leapt back even farther to protect his body and field of vision. Hector landed on the ground and readied his sword again. Lambert took the initiative to open the distance between them. Did he manage to dodge that attack or not? He knew the answer to that question after he saw the fresh blood at the edge of his field of vision. He hadn't felt the pain at first, but then, there was a tingling pain in his abdomen. Even so, his sense of pain was cut off under the influence of his adrenaline. Normally, that kind of pain was serious enough to make him fall on his knees. However, under the influence of excessive amounts of adrenaline, Hector's brain rejected the pain signals from that fatal wound. The current Hector cut off his sense of pain to swing his sword even a second longer. After he saw the single bloody line on his abdomen, he looked at Lambert again, completely ignoring his wound. The first time being cornered like this, is it? That is wrong. I've lost count of how many times I suffered loss in my life. In addition, it's already common knowledge that the one who defeated me was Glyph, right? Ain't gonna buy that lie. My life wouldn't be so boring if everyone else was as strong as you. Hector smiled from ear to ear, even though he received a stab wound in his abdomen, critical enough to kill him. His appearance didn't seem to be perturbed at all. Perhaps the reason for this was because, from the very beginning, he was prepared to die. Even if the other party didn't believe him, Lambert had stated an undeniable truth. It was an undeniable fact that Lambert was one of the 4 demon generals of Regos Kingdom. However, it was also the fact that there were many swordsmen more powerful than Lambert before he got appointed as one of the 4 demon generals. But many of them died in the war. I never expected for you to rip through 49 sword rain, revised with brute force. Ha ha ha, it seems I made a huge mistake in the method to defeat you. Though your sword skill is a good one. It's boring, Lambert muttered as he readied his great sword. Hector's eyes opened wide in hearing that, and then he burst into laughter. Indeed, I think so too. From the very beginning, after Hector mastered 49 sword rain and used it in live combat, he thought such a boring sword skill was only for a child, even though he knew that there was a huge gap between his and Lambert's strength. Using that boring sword skill wasn't Hector's preference. Hector readied his sword and rushed at Lambert while raising a war cry. Hector received a deadly wound in his abdomen during their previous exchange. He knew that he was running out of time, but he didn't feel burdened, nor did he care about that. His entire being was focused into this one, supreme sword skill. There was no doubt about it, this was Hector's fastest, no, the fastest sword in his life. Hector and Lambert's bodies intersected. Both stood with their backs facing each other. Hector's right arm fell on the ground. Even dismembered, that hand still gripped his sword. You can stand despite such a grievous wound. Ha! Cause I know, you lost by this sword skill. As soon as he turned around, Hector stomped hard on the ground, jumping into the air. He focused his entire weight on the sword in his remaining left hand and swooped down toward Lambert from above. It was Hieroglyph's signature sword skill. lunar wings. It was a skill in which the user jumped high in the air, then using their weight and accompanying gravity, they plummeted to the ground. Although it wasn't the kind of skill that could be reproduced easily, it wasn't impossible for someone as skilled as Hector. In truth, Lambert hadn't been defeated by this skill, but it had injured his shoulder. However, there was nothing he could do about established history, and he wasn't going to bother correcting Hector. But there was one thing he had to say. My friend Glyph can jump higher than you while wearing organ. Lambert swung his great sword upward, bisecting Hector's body from his left waist to right shoulder. Hector's body was blown back, sending a spray of blood as his body was nailed to the wall behind him. Hector maintained his smile. For a moment, his feet hung loosely. They suddenly straightened and bent to kick the wall behind him again. Hector's grip loosened, and his sword fell from his hand. Hector's expression was one of disbelief. However, from the perspectives of Amel and Earl Orbach, it was a miracle that Hector could still fight until this point with such a grievous wound on his chest. Hector, who suffered from a deep stab wound in his abdomen, lost his whole right arm, and had a deep gash running from his left waist to right shoulder, died in the battle. Just moments ago, they were still crossing swords, and now, he couldn't bring himself to believe the result. Ha, it's ended, ha. When he muttered this, his upper body shook, and his body collapsed on the ground. Chapter 43. Lambert readied his great sword as he approached the fallen Hector. Hector's eyes wavered slightly, looking up at Lambert. Any last words? After he let out a feeble smile, Hector turned to look at the ceiling. This is the best. I've been like a walking corpse for a long time, but with this, I die feeling alive. Pondering over Hector's words, Lambert prepared to give Hector a coup de grace. Lambert's sword that was raised upward came to a halt upon seeing Hector's lips moving again. Legendary General, this might be boorish of me to ask when I'm in this kind of shape, but can you answer my question? It's been weighing in my mind after all. If I had lived during the 8 countries unification war, do you think that I would have left my name in the annals of history? Would I've become a renowned swordsman? After a moment of silence, Lambert replied, You're powerful. Ever since I resurrected, you've been the first human being who didn't die from my first strike. Hearing Lambert's words, Hector gave a self-deprecating smile. I see, so that's it for me. Huh. In fact, he already knew the answer to his question without even asking Lambert. His duel with Lambert was over in less than 2 minutes. From the start, Hector retreated when he was about to be sliced in two by Lambert. He was always on the defensive, because his instincts understood that Lambert would cut him down as soon as he launched an attack on the imposing general. Hector relied on a sword skill that he regarded as boring, and his choices of attack were already extremely limited. But even that sword skill was easily smashed by Lambert's brute force. He also received a fatal wound in addition to his failure. From Hector's perspective, he was barely hanging on there, but he knew that it couldn't even be called a fight for Lambert. It was more like a duel between a seasoned swordsman and a child who just learned to hold his sword. He exhausted all means to find a way to defeat Lambert, launching the best sword strike in his life after overcoming his limit numerous times within those less than 2 minutes. And the final evaluation for all of that was, didn't die from my first strike and survived this far. The difference between their skills was like heaven and earth. Lambert's heavy full-plate armor protected him from all kinds of injury. However, Hector lost without even managing to touch Lambert's armor. It wasn't even on the level of putting up a good fight. Hector's left arm stretched toward the sword that was rolling around not far from him. But like a doll that got its string cut, his arm fell before he could reach for his sword. Even though his hand still trembled for a few seconds, it was completely motionless after that. Weak. I'm so fucking weak. I want to become stronger. I've been living for so long, and yet I'm rotting along with my age. How laughable. I should have kept honing my sword rather than loitering around searching for an enemy. That way, I might have been able to put up an even better fight in our duel. Hector muttered those words, spreading his remaining arm as if to accept defeat. One could see tears of regret flowing down from the edge of his eyelids. Seeing that, Lambert nodded to Hector and dropped his sword. Lambert's sword beheaded Hector without any resistance. Meanwhile, Though Earl Orbuck was extremely mesmerized to the point of even forgetting to breathe upon seeing such high-level combat, he recalled his situation as he saw Lambert's greatsword behead Hector. That greatsword would reap his life after this. Despite his attempt to rise to his feet, his fear of Lambert had surpassed anything he felt in his whole life, preventing him from standing up. Nevertheless, he didn't give up, crawling in the dirt with his hands. Without even waiting for that poor excuse of an escape, Lambert raised his sword again and swung it down on Earl Orbuck. The color had been drained from Earl Orbuck's face, and he knew that his fate was sealed. With a cramped look on his face, he still tried to bluff in front of Lambert. Foo. I am Earl Orbuck. I'm the head of Old Nork, the old noble family who served Regio's kingdom since the olden times. Orbuck Old Nork. Kill me if you dare, madman who calls himself a ghost from the past. But remember, you're going to be hunted down to the ends of the world by this kingdom. And not just you. Your family, friends, and any others who dare to involve themselves with a scoundrel like you. I dare you. Can you kill me when the consequences will involve those around you? Is it for revenge? I've seen too many of those kinds of people who wanted me to die, so many that I don't even bother to remember them. After he spoke, Earl Orbuck's face twisted into an even uglier grin. You might be able to kill me, but my Old Nork family will prosper forever. It's far more important than the likes of my life. On the contrary, how pitiful you are. Vengeful demon, ghost who will be hailed as a great sinner. Earl Orbuck stood up, his legs shivering in fear as he glared at Lambert. Lambert lowered his greatsword and took a few steps back. Since Earl Orbuck never expected Lambert to spare his life, the general's actions were truly unanticipated. If he used his family name to the fullest, he might be able to find a way out of this predicament. I see now. So you want to make a deal with me? Wise choice. Even I don't want to become an enemy of someone like you. I won't try to kill you as long as you're not trying to kill me. Just tell me if you have a wish. I will do my best to fulfill it as long as it's within my power. However, in that moment, another voice spoke up, and a figure came out of the darkness of the passage in the direction of the mansion. Don't worry, Orbuck. Your family, your power, all of it will disappear now. The one who appeared was the Spirit's Dusk Guild Master, Germain. Germain had escaped from his cell after he took advantage of the confusion from Lambert's intrusion. Even though he had no idea what had happened in the mansion, he felt that this was the perfect moment to kill Earl Orbuck. It seems you managed to erase all evidence of your evil deeds that I managed to gather after so much trouble. But there's plenty more evidence around your mansion. Even the nobles who play along with your schemes will have no choice but to side with me when faced with the mountains of evidence. Germain thrust a few sheets of paper in his hand in front of Earl Orbuck's face. Written on those papers was a list of his assassination squads, names of evil merchants who were working for him, names of spies in each village, names of those who tried to oppose him, and a written order for charging tax beyond the standard regulation that has been decided by the kingdom. The document was kept in a secret place. However, most likely, it was unprotected when the mansion was emptied. In the end, there was also the record of negotiation and investment with Devil's Piper, the underground organization that was regarded as dangerous by Regio's kingdom. In exchange for his large investment, Earl Orbuck had used that underground organization's power to massacre the villagers who dared to not pay the tax. In addition, once the Devil's Piper's dearest wish overthrowing Regio's kingdom had been achieved, his family would be appointed with a high status. With only these papers, even if Earl Orbuck was executed 10 times for his sin, it wouldn't be enough to atone for the crime he had committed against the kingdom. On top of that, his family would be crushed for sure. Not a single one spared. Wah. Earl Orbuck stepped back after his eyes landed on those papers. And then, he leapt toward Germain with a frenzied look on his face. Germain swung the sword that he nabbed from Orbuck's mansion and struck Earl Orbuck's face with its hilt. Earl Orbuck fell flat right there. Germain pinned him down on the floor and pressed the hilt of his sword to Earl Orbuck's nape. You bastard. So you're going to take revenge because I destroyed your family? Don't get cocky. I can destroy worthless noble families like yours with just a sneeze. Earl Orbuck shouted at Germain, despite being pinned down by the latter. Thanks a lot, Lambert. I've fulfilled my dearest wish because of your help. It always seemed out of reach, but now I could off him as easily as blinking my eyes. Save your gratitude. I'll just make him pay his unfathomable debt. Because if Germain expelled Lambert from Spirit's Dusk, it might take a long time for the latter to investigate Earl Orbuck's crime. He might even have to stop in the middle of his investigation and leave the city since his figure simply stood out too much. Orbuck, you're just a scoundrel. You torment your citizens, killing those who oppose you, and you even went as far as to plan to overthrow this kingdom. Soon, all of your crimes will be brought to light. You and your family will lose everything you built until today. Germain declared this as his sword sunk into Earl Orbuck. Earl Orbuck, whose head was pinned down by Germain, could only let out a bestial roar. Lambert was thinking about his next destination while looking at the scene in front of him with a nonchalant look in his eyes. Despite his entire family being fed by the kingdom, he invested in an anti-government organization who wanted to destroy the ones who fed him and his family. From the rumors Lambert gathered so far, Earl Orbuck had deep connections with important people in the royal capital. Lambert couldn't understand why a person of his status supported that terrorist organization. Chapter 44. After the raid on Earl Orbuck's mansion, Germain headed to the royal capital to bring Earl Orbuck's crimes to light. The evil deeds of Earl Orbuck, the Lord of Ainsaz City, were revealed and announced across the entire kingdom. Although Earl Orbuck was sent alive to the royal capital, all that awaited him over there was a death penalty. In addition to the extremely heavy crimes such as the massacring of his own citizens and repeated offenses against the kingdom's law, his heaviest crime was supporting the anti-government organization Devil's Piper. When people heard that Earl Orbuck, a member of the upper echelon, supported the anti-government organization, it caused a huge shock amongst his peers. This revelation was a wake-up call for the kingdom in regard to Devil's Piper. However, the organization made full use of its massive size to elude the kingdom's officers, using their disposable pawns and hiding themselves again in the darkness. In addition, even those who were involved with the organization in Regos Kingdom had no idea about the scope and management of the organization. That was why the truth about the organization was never fully unveiled. Even the special investigation team that was formed to hunt them down couldn't find any information about the organization's scale or their goal. Everything was shrouded in mystery. But one thing about them was clear: they were not just a group formed to research band magic, as the masses believed. After his death, Earl Orbuck and his entire family were stripped of their noble titles. Other noble families with deep connections to Earl Orbuck were placed under deep suspicion of supporting the anti-government organization, and despite dispatching their investigation unit, they were having a hard time catching the leaders of the organization. 2 months later, Ainsaz City's new lord was appointed after the domestic turmoil had somewhat calmed down. Germain also dropped by Ainsaz City for a short visit. During that time, in a certain bar, Germain held a meeting with the other 3 members of Spirit's Dusk, Fiona, Lloyd, and Lily. It's been a while, Guildmaster. Germain smiled wryly upon seeing Fiona bow to him. Yeah, it's been a while. Here's the thing, I decided to take over my family's name, which had been crushed by Orbuck a long time ago. Please forgive this selfish guildmaster of yours. Even though Germain was originally the son of a baron family, his entire family save for him, who chose to abandon his family to become an adventurer, was falsely accused and executed by Earl Orbuck. Germain had only left his family to become an adventurer, and yet this was the reason his life was spared. Although his peerage had been returned by the kingdom, his family's name would be truly lost this time if he forsook his peerage again. His reason for leaving his family had been due to a huge quarrel with his father. And now, Germain decided to restore his family's name. Guildman. Germain-san was a noble. Lloyd, who failed to understand the situation, asked Germain. In short, Germain was his real name. He hadn't used an alias to escape Earl Orbuck's suspicion. I heard the new Lord for Ainsaz arrived, but it don't tell me. No, you're mistaken. Even if it's rotten, This Ainsaz city is an important hub for the kingdom. The kingdom wouldn't leave such an important post to someone as insignificant as me. That's why the kingdom chose some relatives of the royal family to prevent the same thing like turning the region into private properties like what Orbach did from happening again. Jermaine shook his head as he replied to Fiona's question. Seriously? And here I thought that we could get a proper job once you returned. I mean, I'm almost out of money. Lloyd slumped down on the table, heaving a deep sigh. Including Lloyd, the other members of Spirit's Dusk weren't that talented. Jermaine had only accepted them in order to make a guild in Ainsaz City and get the title of Guild Master in order to further his investigation into Orbach. After all, ability-wise, aside from Jermaine, everyone else was only so-so. Being in a different guild in the past wouldn't hinder them from registering their name with another guild, but not that many guilds were willing to accept people with average skills like them. Lloyd, bringing that kind of talk to this occasion is just... Fiona smiled wryly upon hearing Lloyd's remark, and Lily scolded Lloyd for his rudeness. It's not like I don't have a way out for you guys. Are you guys willing to be employed as knights of my family? I mean, my family is understaffed, and I'd rather employ my acquaintances than a stranger. Lloyd stood up from his chair with a shocked face upon hearing that offer. Are you serious? Jermaine-san. No, I mean, Jermaine-sama. There was a great difference when comparing the treatment between a knight and that of an adventurer of a weak guild. Although the position of knight came with an increased workload and more responsibilities, it was definitely a royal road of life. How about you two, Lily and Fiona? You will come too, right? Right? Lily nodded in silence. After pondering the situation for a while, Fiona shook her head. Thank you for the invitation, but I think I'll continue in this line of work for a while longer. And this time, in another place. Sorry for my selfish decision. I see. That's unfortunate. But still, I expected you to say that, Fiona. Having said that much, Jermaine glanced around the bar. After making sure no one was listening in, he spoke to her. That man. Is he no longer in Ainsaz? Yeah, we never saw Uncle Lambert since that day. It's as if he vanished like a ghost. I see. It seems he has a complicated past. I don't think it's strange for him to suddenly vanish into thin air, but I really wanted to see him again for one last time. What? So your real goal is Uncle Lambert and we're just freebies? Lloyd complained with a sulking face. It's not like that. He's my benefactor. Moreover, there's no way I can put a man of that caliber to work as my subordinate. If we're really linked by fate, I'm sure that we'll meet him again later. After the raid on Orbach's mansion, Jermaine had told his three subordinates about what had transpired in the mansion. Soon after, he departed to the royal capital. Lambert raided Orbach's mansion, single-handedly killing almost every one of Orbach's private soldiers who dared to block his path. Finally, he slayed Hector after a fierce duel in front of Earl Orbach. Although it sounded impossible, defying common sense, for those who had witnessed Lambert's abnormal strength again and again, they somehow managed to calmly accept that story as the truth. But after that day, Lambert's figure had never been seen again in Ainsaz City. It was as if he never existed. As the person himself had proclaimed, he was a ghost-like existence. Even Jermaine, who saw Lambert's abnormal strength firsthand, wondered from time to time whether it was all a dream. The figure of Lambert slashing down Hector, who descended from above, kept appearing in Jermaine's mind. He was deeply moved and a little bit excited, as if he just became a witness of history. Jermaine looked at the scenery outside of the window. His eyes opened wide upon seeing a man donned in full plate armor walking amongst the pedestrians. But no sooner did he realize that he had mistaken another for Lambert. Jermaine smiled self-mockingly for making such a mistake. Could it be that he is the real one?